Bodrix. Bodrix has correctly joined the channel.
There we go. We are back. I am back. And we're on the wrong screen. There we go. Boom. So, yeah, we're here. We're going to talk about, Abba and Preach. I have a new I'm trying something new with the titles. I'm gonna be, super lazy with them. See what happens. Do it for, like, maybe a couple days and see how, viewership either dries up or gets better or doesn't change. If it doesn't change, then, I could be even lazy and still maintain the amount of content. But yeah. But anyways, we're gonna talk about Abba and Preach. There's a couple of things I want to talk about. I mean, as you can see, we got a lot of tabs up here. We got a lot of tabs. Some of it's stuff we've already watched, but I mostly want to cover the Abba and Preach stuff because like they're very short and there's only like 3 videos I wanna like look at. I've been meaning to like talk about them for a really long time. 2.2, like way more viewership than Destiny. Like, come on now. Why should I be talking about this guy, this Destiny guy, when I could be talking about Abba and Preach? Like, this is where the views are. Also, I'm watching the bridge burning of Destiny, but that's actually what do you call it? It's this was back in July. This was when Destiny did the he made the comment about the firefighter thing, and I want to see their take on this first, and then we'll go to the actual bridge burning where, let's see, where they also talked about Tim Pool, and I didn't even know they actually mentioned anything about him, but like since they're gonna talk about Tim, my bro, my beanie bro, Tim Pool, where I gotta comment on that too. So, but this is the actual video that I really want to watch because this is the one that hit 1 million views in 5 days. So we'll see. Let's see what. But I want to know what their take was the first time Destiny said something unhinged, and then yeah.
I think the only unfortunate thing about this whole video is that it might have been out of focus. All right, today's topic, by popular demand, everyone wanted us to cover my girl Destiny and her recent comments. And if you aren't,
my girl Destiny, cool. Yeah, let's fix this.
Aware, after the Trump assassination attempt, in which I think someone else in the crowd ended up passing away from the bullet that missed Trump. A lot of people had a lot of things to say. A lot of people were talking about it. We were on vacation, so I didn't really give. And also, I'm not American, so not my country, not my problem. Destiny made some comments, essentially laughing, didn't really care. If I could summarize everything in a very gleeful tone, he was saying, fuck around and find out, which I hope is a pretty fair summation of what he was essentially trying to say. He says, if you're somebody who engages in violent rhetoric, as Trump does, according to him, and if you're one of his supporters who supports somebody who's an insurrectionist who wanted to overthrow the government, suspend the Constitution,
So, all right, let's go back a second.
you're somebody who engages in violent rhetoric, as Trump does, according to him, and if
I'm glad that Abba gave the according to Destiny part, because if he didn't say that, then he basically, you could assume that Abba probably agrees with what Destiny said. But since he said according to Destiny, you can definitely say that Abba does not actually Oh yeah, another reason why I'm watching the whole Abba and Preach thing is because, like, Abba, like, you see how I look like, right? Yeah, there we go. That's all you need. That's all I need to say. But anyways, I'm happy that he doesn't actually, like, outright just say this is what it is, as if it's like facts or anything. Because, like, my argument to Destiny would be like, well, what determines
laughing, didn't really care. If I could summarize everything in a very gleeful,
or who's making the rules for that, basically. That's my question.
He was saying, fuck around and find out, which I hope is a pretty fair summation of what he was essentially trying to say. He says, if you're somebody who engages in violent rhetoric, as Trump does, according to him.
Violent rhetoric. There's so many people on both. I don't even want to say both sides, because apparently both sides is it basically anyone that's in the that likes Destiny, when they hear the word both sides, they cringe or they get triggered. So I'm gonna try and not say that too often. But, like, basically, when anyone like, you could argue that either side has, instead of saying both sides, I'll say either side. That's less of a triggering word for some people, I guess. It's the same thing, but, like, honestly, I don't really care. Get triggered, be mad, but I'm losing my train of thought. Whatever. Oh yeah, the both sides thing, because, like, I don't think. I will just keep going.
And if you're one of his supporters who supports somebody who's an insurrectionist who wanted to overthrow the government, suspend the Constitution, yada, 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 I don't really care if bad things happen to you, because you're the kind of person who encourages people to violence. That was a mistake, and he's like, I don't care. And he said so by making jokes, and a lot of people had a problem with it. They felt it was insensitive, it was disgusting, etc., etc. Is that a fair summation? Yeah. All right. I saw some people saying he endorses.
Yeah, I think that's a fair summation. Yeah, true.
Assassination attempts, or he's saying people should. It's not what he said, from everything I've seen, and I'll probably post the clips of him talking about it. He hasn't said that.
Get the dude, the firefighter guy, Trump, the people that support him. I just want you to know, okay, just in case you're confused or it seems like I'm, you don't, whatever. If one of you were in the crowd.
Yo, the amount of times, do you see how blurry this thing is? You see how blurry this video is? The amount of times people have, like, wait, let me test chat. Let me see if chat's, oh wait, no, chat is working, because Botrix just did that thing in the beginning. But anyways, like, the amount of times people just keep, like, reusing, like, there's so many, like, look, it says, Kick Desk, Daily Caller, News, like, there's so many, Pierce Morgan, like, there's so many watermarks on this reused video over and over. Like, people just keep, like, I could just record this, right? And then upload it, and it's gonna look even more pixelated with the random what he said here, and then the Daily Caller, and then underneath the Daily Caller you get Kick Destiny, and then underneath that you have, like, News Foundation, then you have Pierce Morgan on the bottom. Like, this is just this video's been reused so many times. Like, it's not really a point against anything. Like, it's just something I found funny, honestly.
And you're a conservative fan of mine, and
like, that just shows how much. Basically, actually, you know what? I kind of like that it doesn't go out so quickly, because every time it goes out, it's like, it just wants to, I'm gonna fix this live. Yeah, 1 second is just a little bit too fast. Let's put it to 5 seconds, because that's how... No, not 50 seconds. 5 seconds. There we go. Oh, that didn't do anything? Oh, because I put the... Okay. Okay. I'm an idiot. Alright. It was the wrong macro. Wrong macro. Or at least... Boom. Look at that. Look at that now. I can stop talking for a little bit and it won't just disappear on me and just keep going back and forth, back and forth. That might be a little nauseous for some of you. So I want to fix that. Yeah, lost my train of thought. Or no, I went on a completely random tangent, but yeah.
You end up, getting blown away or whatever the fuck. I'm making fun of you the next day on Twitter. I am 100%.
A person in a crowd cheering for and supporting a traitor to this country caught astray, I'm so sad, please. As well as Donald Trump incited an insurrection and then was granted full criminal immunity for possibly all of his involvement. I have zero sympathy for anything that happens to him or anyone who supports him. If I've offended anyone with my recent tweets, I'd like to make things right. DM me and I'll buy you front row seats to the next Trump rally. There was this moment where Piers Morgan says...
Bro, damn. My God. like, bro, this is what people should be. Whenever anyone's gonna criticize Destiny, don't criticize him because he's he might be homosexual or not. Criticize him because of this. These are the things that are super serious that people need to keep egging him on. These are the things that actually matter to people that are very important. These are the types of comments people, like big companies, do not want to be associated with. Come on now. Or people in high political places, like in the DNC, that he's trying to like sneak himself, like he's trying to sneak himself into that little quarter of politics, and criticizing Destiny about being a homosexual and doing homosexual things does not make the DNC. If anything, that's good fuel for the DNC. Like, oh, he's homosexual? What? That's good. We want more people like that in the DNC party. So let's not do that. Thank you very much. Like, keep pushing these narratives, because these are the things that he actually said. These are the things that really the DNC do not want to be associated with people basically glorifying the fact that someone died at a political event. Like, I don't think the DNC wants to be associated with anyone like that, or anyone in the DNC that wants a successful career. Let's just say that.
You seem almost gleeful, then saying that makes you frankly despicable with Destiny moment tweets. I'd like to make things right. DM me and I'll buy you front row seats to the next Trump rally. There was this moment where Piers Morgan says you seem almost gleeful, then saying that makes you frankly despicable, with Destiny responding.
I don't think I'm gleeful about anything. I don't think anybody should die. I don't think anybody deserves to die.
Which you can still say is incredibly bad, but I just want to be accurate as possible. So, listen, I'll say this, man. You know, sometimes y'all DM me or leave me comments. You're like, oh, you afraid to talk about your girl? I don't give a. First off, fuck you, and fuck anybody who think I got a problem with saying this shit. I ain't afraid of saying none of this stuff. And I think a lot of you in the fan base have gotten very comfortable, because you've seen that for a long time. We've covered trans women in sports or all this other stuff. So you think like we perfectly align with some of you on the far right, where you guys are like, I don't believe in none of this. I'm not with you. I have no problem saying that. And if me saying that bothers you, you need to take a hike, okay? Just because I made fun of fucking dweeby liberals who go and want to have safe spaces and do all this corny shit, it does not mean I'm some right-winger who thinks all libs are bad, okay? That's you. Now, we don't align there. If you can handle that, stick around. If you can't, that's none of my business. But don't ever think that I'm afraid to espouse what I'm thinking just to keep you around. I don't care. I'm going to say my thoughts whether you leave or not, whether we go down a million subs or not. I don't care. And as far as what Destiny goes, I'm not bothered by it at all. Why? Because the way he talks...
That's it. He's not... what's your... What? Okay. All right. Okay.
Is normal for American political landscape, okay? I have seen it degenerate over the last 10 years, especially since Trump joined, where people say all kinds of stuff, including Trump himself. I've watched Trump say he wanted to punch protesters in the face.
And he's walking out, and we're not allowed, the guards are very gentle with him. He's walking out like big high fives, smiling, laughing, like to punch him in the face, I'll tell you.
Bro, but that's a joke. That's like a bit. This is a bit. Like, Destiny's not being serious. Destiny's legitimately being serious about buying the next tickets for you to go to the next, like... Or am I being trolled? Is Destiny not being serious when he said that? Like, is that quote? Leave it in the comments below. Maybe I'm just reading too much into that. But because this seems way more like a bit that he's trying to pull off. Like, listen to that again.
Generate over the last 10 years, especially since Trump joined, where people say all kinds of stuff.
Actually, I appreciate that Abba literally put in a clip of what he's saying, like he gave examples, props on him, 100%, like respect. Like this is the first time I'm watching any of their videos, and I'm already like, I understand why they have why they have more than double the amount of subscribers that Destiny does. I understand that now. They're way more respectable. Let's go.
Including Trump himself.
Giving examples. Thank you.
I've watched Trump say he wanted to punch protesters in the face.
And he's walking out, and we're not allowed, you know, the guards are very gentle with him. He's walking out like big high fives, smiling, laughing. Like to punch him in the face, I'll tell you.
Actually, you know what? Maybe he might be a little bit more serious on that. I need to see the full context of the video, because it looks like he was telling a story and how he felt after that story. Okay, all right. I'll eat my words on that a little bit.
Punch him in the face, I'll tell you.
Only good Democrats is that. Bro, when was this? May 28, 2020? Bro. I understand why people don't like Trump. The way he tweets, the way he talks, it is so unprofessional sometimes. If this is, I want to see the real tweet. I don't want to see the only good. I want to see the stuff around it. Bro, it's so. I understand why people don't like him. I understand. I really do. I'm just glad that I'm not the one that he's attacking. I'm just glad I'm not the one that Trump hates. Let's just say that.
And we'll stand up to crazy Nancy Pelosi, who ruined San Francisco. How's her husband doing, by the way? Anybody know?
And we'll talk to you about that later.
I mean, he didn't outright like say I know what he was trying to do when he said that, but like you can take that, like that is so subtle. That is so subtle. Like it's you're basically borderline conspiracy theory if you're gonna be like, oh, Trump was making fun of the husband by saying the comment in a specific way. Like how's her, like you could have took that as like a genuine response of like him actually like how is the husband doing so far? Like he wasn't smiling when he said that. So like you can't just outright say that he was just joking when he said that. But at the same time, based on the comments that he said before, you don't necessarily want to be like he meant that 100%, or he wasn't like saying that half kiddingly. Like you can make both arguments right there in that situation. That's why there's two different worlds when people look at Trump. Like you can either just look at Trump and see all the interpret like 90% of the things that he does that's very interpretable. Like you can, it's annoying because that you can interpret that last quote in so many different ways. Not this one. This one's more clear cut. But the next one.
And we'll stand up to crazy Nancy Pelosi, who ruined San Francisco. How's her husband doing, by the way? Anybody know?
Yeah, like there's no smile. There's no smile or anything. Like you could take that at face value and be like, that might be a genuine thing. And people that like Trump will want to do that, will tend to do that. So like that's going to be a worldview that exists. Whether you think it's true or not is honestly irrelevant to whether other people think that it's true or not. Like, but I'm describing a generalization. I'm not talking about the specific. So like, that's why I say it's irrelevant to like what the generalized like narrative would be. Just like how there's going to be a generalized narrative on the other side where based on the, even though he wasn't smiling or anything, but based on like what he was talking about before and how he was kind of trashing Nancy Pelosi a little bit, to mention this right after that, I mean, you can make a little bit of a theory or conspiracy on like how like he probably meant that. He probably didn't really mean what he said, because like he criticized them, but then it's not likely that he would be saying, well, you know what I'm trying to say. You know what I'm trying to say.
And we'll talk to you about that later.
Yeah, but there's not going to be time. I'm just curious if you
speak with Shane, please.
But you don't. Just stick
last guy that came in here, you did the same thing. Get the hell out of here. Get the hell out of here. The last guy did the same thing. You were the guardian?
Yes, and you just broke my glasses.
The last guy did the same damn thing.
You just body slammed me and broke my glasses.
Destiny and others have essentially said is being
Wait, what? What's going on here? I'm confused.
How's her husband doing, by the way? Anybody know?
And we'll talk to you about that later.
Yeah, but
The Guardian News. What is this? Like, I don't hear Trump's voice at all in this.
it's not going to be time. I just curious.
Okay, speak with Shane, please.
But you
I'm sick and tired of you guys. The last guy that came in here, you did the same thing.
Wait, I'm confused. I don't know how any of this has to do with Trump.
Get the hell out of here. Get the hell out of here. The last guy did the same thing. You were the guardian?
Yes, and you just broke my glasses.
The last guy did the same damn thing.
You just body slammed me and broke my glasses.
Destiny and others have essentially said is being a hypocrite in this situation, tweeting out a screenshot of Rubin memeing about hammer time after what happened to Paul Pelosi. Also linking to when Rubin wrote, here's hoping that AOC...
I mean, everyone keeps harping on, like, whenever they're gonna try and defend Destiny, the only thing they can bring up is people making fun of the fact that Nancy Pelosi got hit, got hit with the hammer. And I'm like, if that's the only thing you guys can point at after someone making jokes of someone literally dying, like, obviously one side is way worse. Someone literally died and almost got deleted, and then another one, some weird dude comes into this house, talks to Nancy Pelosi's husband, and they're on the phone with the police, both of them just sitting there, just on the phone with the camera, like for 10 minutes, talking about how, like, the guy that had the hammer, it was some nutso guy, like he was on something, like legitimately on something. And I think the husband, Nancy Pelosi's husband, was probably like intoxicated, because he was also just standing there as if this was something normal. But then the guy eventually just hit him and like attacked him. But it was the weirdest thing. Like, they sat there talking for like 10 minutes, and then at the end of it, start fighting. The escalation was so weird and random. Like, they're comparing that, and he survived, by the way, but they're comparing that for people making fun of that, for people making fun of someone getting, like, literally dying at a Trump rally. Like, bro, that's why I'm like, obviously these two things are not the same. They're close, and I see the similarities, but like, it's not. It's
Globalism Agenda 69. Hi.
Hey, Global. How you doing?
Rashida and Ilhan join Aaron Bushnell and his
We're doing some Abba and Preach stuff here. Well, first we're going over the bridge burning of, like, Destiny's bridge burning, but like back in over the firefighter tweet thing that Destiny did. I don't know what your take on it, if you think that was legit or not or whatever. They're also comparing it to the whole Nancy Pelosi hammer thing. So I don't know.
Protest, if you don't remember, is the service member who lit himself on fire to protest what was happening in Gaza.
Globalism Agenda 69. Rip Destiny.
Yeah. Rip Destiny.
Kinds of politicians, from Dan Crenshaw talking about punching Antifa people in the face and talking about violence all the time. It has become normalized.
Well, first we're talking about, I want to see Abba and Preach's stance on the whole on the thing with when Destiny said something about the firefighter thing and how he would, like, when the firefighter guy died, he basically was like
Globalism Agenda 69. I don't see much about the firefighter take. It is wrong, but not like a carrier destroying joke, YK.
Yeah, yeah. But I wanted to know Abba's take on it. And apparently at the beginning, we got to the point to where Abba was like, yeah, he didn't really, Abba doesn't really care about this. Like, he didn't really care. But there's way more video to go through. So let's see if Abba really breaks the bridge burning. Because, like, the other video that I have open, got some Tim pulled. This is the one that came out 5 days ago, and it's 1 million views already. So this probably is the legit Destiny bridge burning after the whole lawsuit thing. So, but I want to see what Abba's take on this was, because this was, to me, this was very important. but I know other people aren't, so I want to see Abba's take on this.
In a first world country like America, to engage in politics like a third world country. That's how y'all talk about violence and shit in your country. And it's not just Dems. I've seen Republicans do it. And so, do I really care that someone else made a fuck around? I don't care. This is your playground. This is the sandbox that y'all created. You want to condemn all this behavior, you guys go ahead. But as an outsider, I'm just seeing more of the same.
And the thing that happened is that you go on platforms and you call people from the left snowflakes because they're acting a certain way. Yep. Now look at you, you're doing the same thing. Yeah. You guys are doing the same thing. Yeah. Like a snowflake is not someone on the left. A snowflake is just someone that just can't handle being talked about.
Yep.
That's a snowflake, and you can be people on the right. Y'all can be snowflakes too. Yep. Because the way you're like, I can't believe that's what they doing over there.
Absolutely.
And then you do that over there too. It's just you're the same people. You have the same MO, the same modus operandi, and you have the same way of working as them.
Okay, I can understand their point of view. I disagree, but I can understand their point of view because it does. Because like these guys are not. They're not. Well, he said in the beginning, like they don't live in the US and they're not US citizens, so they don't really care. But so like when they're looking at it from an outward view, they see the Nancy Pelosi thing and the people making fun of the Nancy Pelosi husband thing and people and comparing it to Destiny making fun of the firefighter basically getting annihilated from the Trump attempted deletion. Like those two things are the same thing to make fun of, or they're similar enough to where they will say it's basically the same thing, which I would argue one is like 10 times worse than the other because one person died and the other person didn't. So like making fun of someone that died, I think that's 10 times worse than someone getting hurt and then recovering and then making fun of it. I think that's a fair way to do that, to characterize that, but I don't know, maybe I'm just biased because I actually live in the US.
Different ways of thinking, but it's the same way.
How many times during the BLM protests were people talking about mowing them down or running them over, doing all kinds of violence? That was normal.
That was normal.
That's you guys talking about your fellow citizens and talking about how you guys want violence against them, and that was normal in the right circles. So don't sit here now and then act like somebody who doesn't care about the fact that a right-winger died is some big surprise to you. You know, that to me is a little bit pathetic. That's Elon Musk pathetic. All talking about, oh, I want to run a free speech.
Agreement. I don't disagree, but I don't think it's fair to call them snowflakes when someone makes fun of someone dying. Okay? I don't think that's fair. I think because it's reasonable to get upset when someone's making fun of someone else dying. I think that's a reasonable thing to get upset about and act all, I guess, snowflakey-ish. But like snowflake to me is more like when people basically, what do you call it? Like they get upset over things that don't need to be get upset about. Like someone called them a name, like, and you get all bent out of shape because of the name. And I'm like, okay, I would consider that a snowflake. Actually, I have a little bit of a story. So there was this old, this was almost 6, 7, 8 years ago. I was working at this job and there was this girl and I couldn't tell, she was Taiwanese, but I didn't know that at the time. She looked Asian and I was very into like anime at the time. So I really wanted to like learn Japanese. So and I was young, so me being a little bit of an idiot, but also at the same time kind of excited because like I really wanted to learn Japanese and I thought this girl was cute, so I wanted to talk to her. So this was the thing I basically blurted out because I was nervous. I blurted out basically, I don't remember what I said, but I asked I asked if she knew Japanese, right? That's what I said. Yeah, I think specifically. And she said no, and I'm like, oh. So, and then I asked, but I think that's all I did. And then she was like, why would you ask me that? And I'm like, because you look Asian, so I thought you could have been Japanese, and I wanted to learn it. And she was like, well, you shouldn't have. And she basically got bent out of shape from that like one scenario. And I'm like, bro, why? Why? My curiosity, my goodwill intent, like I good faith intent, like I just wanted to have something to bond over with this person. And I immediately kind of regretted it. But at the same time, I learned a thing. And like now I don't even care. I'll still, like, I didn't learn not to do that again. I'm still going to do that again, because people that get bent out of shape because I asked them if I don't know if I don't ask them, like if they get bent out of shape because of that type of question, then I'm just that's the type of person I want to avoid. So I want to know that from the get-go. So I'm not gonna what do you call it, sugarcoat or not use specific words. I'm just gonna say things how I want to say them, and if you don't like it, then I guess you're not the type of person I want to talk to. So yeah. It's almost like a double down. Like I know when to be reasonable and when things are not supposed to be reasonable. Like it's more of a feeling depending on the person, but like, yeah. My mini story over.
You're platforming everything under the sun, from neo to doesn't matter who it is, okay? You can even have the Ayatollah, he's up there, okay? They can spew whatever they want, anti-gay, anti-black, whatever. Destiny makes that joke, and then you want a pearl clutch? Bro, get him out of here. Get him out of here. This is the biggest amount of pearl clutching I ever seen from most of these people, and the hypocrisy is crazy.
Give me a second. My phone always steals my my audio whenever I... Ah, spam likely. Cool.
Now, if you want to say you're not okay with what Destiny, black, whatever, Destiny makes that joke, and then you want a pearl clutch? Bro, get him out of here.
Oh, that's what I was gonna say. Pearl clutch. I mean, I can make excuses for why they're pearl clutching, but I can understand, like, yeah, whatever. Okay, Abba. All right. I already said my piece.
This is the biggest amount of pearl clutching I ever seen from most of these people, and the hypocrisy is crazy. Now, if you want to say you're not okay with what Destiny said, I got a problem with that.
You're fine to say.
You can say it's bad behavior, because at the end of the day, it's bad from everybody. Destiny's just engaging more with the bad. But do I actually care that all the people, all the pigs playing in the mud look like pigs? No. And I know this video is going to be unpopular with a lot of you. I also don't care. Don't ever think that I'm afraid to say what I'm going to say because it makes some of y'all upset or makes I don't give a shit. Is he my friend? Sure. Am I biased because of it? Probably. But honestly, when I sit back and think about it, and even when I talk about it with my people, none of them really disagreed that heavily. So that's how I feel about it. And all of this talk about, oh, you guys are afraid to talk about the I don't give a shit. I'm not American. That's your problem. That's your country.
All right, so that's understandable. I get it. And you know what? That's fine. That's fine. He can have that take. But he could definitely have that take. Yeah. And he's not necessarily defending Destiny. He's kind of just saying you guys are bad too. So like why are you getting bent out of shape because of this? Yeah, that's basically what's being said right now. Hold up. What's going on? I'm going to check something. Because everything is running fine, but that's wow. Because I completely forgot. Is it recording? I want to make sure, because like last time I streamed, I didn't record at all, and then I had to use the 720p bad low quality and I had to edit that, and all my soundtracks were condensed into one track, so I couldn't separate the audio at all. And I just need to make sure that this is like working, making sure that this is doing the thing. Yes, it is recording. Boom. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Enough doing that type of stuff.
Right? I generally don't talk about presidential elections in other countries. It's not my place. You wanted it, you got it. Now you're unhappy with it, door's right there.
You can't talk about freedom of speech, but then when it's not aligned with what you're thinking, you can't. Oh, you can't say stuff like that. That's not what freedom of speech means,
bro.
Freedom of speech actually means that the person that disagrees with you have the right to say it.
Yeah,
they have the right to say it, and depending on what they say, there's consequences, but they have the right.
Yeah, I 100% agree. I don't disagree with this at all. I would be a little bit more charitable to the people. Yeah, I would just be more charitable. I'll just keep it at that.
Say it. Go ahead. Say it. Say it out loud with your chest. It might not be in line with what I think. Bro, that's what freedom of speech is. So the minute you have this guy that does not agree with you and says something that you said it's still freedom of speech. You want it, or they want it too, bro. And that's how it works.
What are your thoughts?
My thoughts are it's pretty. You can disagree with what someone and the politics of someone. It's always going to be wild when you're gonna be like, oh yeah, if they die, man, people are gonna have a problem with that. That's for sure. You can disagree with the politics of some person and be like, yeah, that's good with the politics. But in wishing,
thank you. There's the charitability that I was looking for. Thank you.
Death upon the person, if death happens, like man, people are definitely gonna take they're gonna have a problem with it. I think what he was saying was a bit wild, but did he have the right to say it? I believe that he did have the right to say it.
Was a bit wild?
I think was.
Okay, fine. I'll take that. A bit wild. I think it's wild, period. A very wild, period. But okay. I'll take that. A bit wild, I'll take that. Why not?
Messed up thing, the weird thing was him getting banned off all the social media and stuff like that.
To be clear, he was banned off of Kick. And demonetized, which is like a degenerate platform for pedos and all kinds of kick it. Like they allow everything on that platform that you could imagine in terms of degeneracy. I thought that it was weird that this was where they drew the line, but they did reinstatement, and I think he was demonetized on Twitter by Elon Musk. Free speech champion.
Yeah, the guy that says, "Oh, I'm gonna buy this platform and I'm gonna allow all the free speech," but then you got that one person that does not agree with what you're saying, and you're doing this exact same thing. You became the enemy, right? Side note. There's this comedy night here in Montreal in French that basically it's GHB, Gore, Hardcore, and I don't remember what the B stands for, but basically you go in there and you do comedy and you push your jokes to the limit, and it's made for that, right? You go there and you say wild stuff in a comedy setting, right? Jokes that you're never gonna do again and everything and stuff. And I was on the stage at that thing and I did a number. And I was talking the whole night. There was some other people that went on stage, made jokes about PDF files jokes and all those great jokes and stuff like that. I go on stage, I do a couple of jokes, then I do some jokes on gay people, right? And one of the
Incumbent
crowds,
Pipe.
there was a break. It was,
Best viewers on link MYUHTLG.
Disgusting. Get out of my chat.
Duffy40. Hey homie, you stream so really well. I do see you streaming a lot but yet still not affiliated and partnered. I got a proposal for you. I will share your stream to a Kick community for you to hit 1,000.
That's great. I appreciate it. Yeah. Let's just, yeah. I appreciate. Why can't people on Kick just be normal? Like, just chat normal. I don't want. These are just bots. I have to say, these are probably just bots. That's great. Awesome. Whatever.
The show, and I saw one.
Thank you for the follow, though.
Was at the show, and he was like, "Oh no, yeah, that comedian, me, I can't like really." What he said was, "No, really, I was not having it because me. Oh, the PDF jokes was alright. The grape jokes was cool, but when it was you said nah. You was like, nah, I'm not having it. You're a big hypocrite. You're a big hypocrite. I understand that comedy is just like a drunk uncle at Christmas.
To be fair with Kick and any other big platform, like those other things, like, okay, all right, makes sense, but like, you got to remember, we're talking about someone making fun of a politician nearly getting annihilated and making jokes about that. I think that's a little bit too spicy for I understand why big corporations would not want to be even like relatively associated with anything to having to do with that. Like, I sympathize with that. Like, I really do. Did that just... No, it didn't clip. Okay.
Christmas, it's funny until he touches you, but at the end of the day, you're a big hypocrite. You're a big, huge hypocrite, and that's what it is. That my problem with that.
I understand the hypocrisy argument, but like I feel like it's not as strong in this type of context. It's not as strong. I get it. Yeah, it looks hypocritical, and you guys don't live here, so you guys can have that stance. I don't have an issue with them having this stance. It's just that it's not gonna change anyone's mind. It really isn't. Yeah. Like it's just not strong of an argument. Like it's people are still gonna be hypocrites on this. Like the hypocritical argument, I understand, I see it, but it's just not strong enough for people not to be hypocritical on this type of topic.
Is that he's gonna be on all those platforms, like you say, the Kick platform, which obviously you show. I'm not on the platform, I don't know.
I'll show you
but
clips.
Everything you show me,
and this is what they
is, and this is where you draw the line.
Okay,
you draw the line at F around and find out, but you got people kissing teenagers, grown ass man kissing teenagers, and you're cool with that.
You want to laugh? All the political commentators.
No, it's not just that. It's the whole context of like someone dies in the crowd, someone almost deleted the president. Like it's not just his comments. It's everything surrounding his comments. Like you can they're downplaying it. They are downplaying it. They're trying to be fair, but they are downplaying it a little bit right now.
There's always talk about how the left is about deplatforming all this stuff. How many of them did I see go online and complain to Elon, talk about this is hate speech, this is inciting, blah, blah, blah. You realize that they're quick to deplatform just as much as the lefties. They'll talk about it and they'll laugh at liberals and be like, oh, deplatform is so bad. But the moment that them like this happened, they also yell.
I don't think Destiny should have been deplatformed. I think he should have been cut off, like revenue cut off, like he shouldn't be making money, doing that type of stuff. But I don't think he should be deplatformed. I think he should, if he wants to go up and say whatever he wants for free, then yeah, he should be allowed to do that. But he shouldn't be making money for it. Like, I don't think he should be making money for making those types of comments. Or making money from those type of comments. Like, if he stops doing it and repents, which I highly doubt he'll ever do. But if he does, then there you go. He makes his money again. Like, and also, it's Kick's terms of service, so whatever. I'm not too concerned.
Go for it. So
the same people.
I might have spoken about liberals a lot because that's who I spend most of my time with. But over time and spending enough time around these folks, you just realize that they engage in the exact same stuff. They dox, they deplatform, they encourage all this kind of stuff, from the biggest political commentators to the smallest one. So
I think that they left and right, y'all the same people.
It really feels like
it's just because you think whenever you pause an action, you do an action, you just think it's right just because it aligns with what you think.
Yep.
Whether it's left or right, y'all the same. Yeah. Y'all the same people. Well, but I did it because I did it to protect. Well, they did the same thing. They're doing the same thing as well, to protect or to whatever, or to go align or to erase what is wrong, what they believe is wrong. Y'all the same.
And everything we said is factual. You guys can go look this up. You can go look up the facts that a bunch of Republicans have been calling for violence for a long time. You can go look up the fact that a bunch of people on the right, big commentators, have been calling for deplatforming for a long time. So knowing that, I don't know how you guys are getting even argue, but guess what? At the end of the day, much like Ben Shapiro loves to say, what? Facts don't care about your feelings. And I have a feeling that most of the people who reacted to this situation had a very emotional response. That's what it is. I'm detached from all of this.
You guys are quick to say facts don't
Yeah, that's true. It was an emotional response, but I feel like that emotional response was justified.
Care about your feelings when
but
facts, when the facts aligns with your feelings. And then you say facts don't care about your feelings because you don't care about that fact. But when you don't care about that fact, that's you.
I think the only unfortunate thing about this whole video is that it might have been out of focus. No, he really watches anyway, so who cares?
Yeah, you can listen to it.
But yeah. It's out of focus, but I'm not re-recording this shit.
Globalize my agenda 69. I disagree.
Oh, with which part? Which part? We'll leave it paused for a little bit. Like, which part do you disagree with? Like, what do you mean specifically?
Blame the whole shit.
That's it. Anyways, let us know what you guys think in the comments below.
Globalize my agenda 69. Having two different standards is wrong and hypocritical. Just because a hypocrite doesn't care about being one doesn't make him correct.
No, we're not having two. They're not having two different standards. I mean, you could see it that way, but that's only if you don't care about the situation. So I guess a fundamental thing for why I guess okay, I understand, because I remember the way that you were arguing before. People are super logical, and the thing that I had to learn about people, like just normal people, is that there's logical arguments and you can have logical fallacies, but then there's feelings, and it is true that feelings really do not care about
Globalize my
facts.
agenda 69. People criticizing Destiny about this from the right do.
They have two different standards. I mean, I guess so, but like I wouldn't say that's necessary. I think the double standard is justified in this situation. So, and the reason why I think the double standard is justified is because of the fact that they're comparing. The worst thing that people want to compare the double standard to is the making fun of the Nancy Pelosi thing.
Globalize my agenda 69. Nope, people are insanely illogical and feelings based. Doesn't mean their opinion is correct.
Yeah, I mean, well, some people. Yeah, that's true. But like, I wouldn't think opinions are correct, or I don't think opinions should be correct or incorrect. Like, people's opinions are people's opinions. The way that they feel, like, you can't really say objectively that someone's opinion is correct or not, because, like, is my opinion about me liking red correct? Like, that doesn't really make sense. Like, should I not like red? Should I like red? Like, you can't really say that for sure. That's what I mean by, like, you can't really say opinions aren't correct. Like, that's not the way you should be evaluating that type of... You shouldn't be evaluating opinions and whether they are correct or not. I think that's like a... That's just not the thing you should do in that type of... with that type of... There's a word for that, but I don't know. I don't take any
agenda 69.
advanced classes.
What about right-wingers making fun of George Floyd dying? Did right-wingers call our people on their side about it?
I think so. Like, and to be honest, I don't think no big player, big right winger or big
Globalize my agenda 69. Out.
Big like right wing like the Tim Pools, the Steven Crowders, the Daily Wires, they were not making fun of it at all, or even tweeting about it.
Globalize my agenda 69. Really? Who?
Well, I don't know who.
Globalize my agenda 69. Yes, they did.
Oh, give me clips then, and I'll evaluate that, because I really do strongly believe that they were not making fun of it. But if you while we wait for that, we're gonna go straight to, because like they did talk about my boy Tim Pool, the beanie guy, but we're gonna do this one first. The actual bridge burning. This was the one that came out 5 days ago. This is talking about specifically the whole Pixie thing and the whole lawsuit against Destiny. So let's see. Is this a legit burning? But the other one wasn't. I guess this one was was worse. I guess for Abba, maybe.
Destiny's getting canceled. All right, and you guys can see the title. I stand behind it. It's not bait. It's not a joke. Destiny's getting canceled, all right? And the reason being this time is that he supposedly had intimate relationship with some women, and what he would do is when he would film intimate moments with these ladies, record them, he
Globalize
would
my
share some of
agenda
these
69.
with other...
Steven Crowder literally recreated it, LOL. Globalize my agenda 69. Link.
Oh, I can... Oh, that's so cool. All right.
Just like with Epstein, I am going to be a human experiment here because I don't buy it. It's time for me to go outside and live on concrete, neon neck /
Wait, let me, before we watch this, is this just new video thing. This is him making fun of the George Floyd thing, right? Not just a recreation of what, not just like an analysis of what he thinks happened. This is like him making fun of it, like explicitly, right?
Shoulder for 9 minutes.
Like he's not trying to just prove a point and like what he thinks
Globalize my agenda 69. He gets a couple friends to sit on his neck.
Yes, but like, is that him making? Okay, well, I mean, let's see if he's making fun of that. Because a recreation of the thing isn't necessarily him making fun of it. I just want to make sure.
For people who what we're going to do here, and
That's
again,
clear.
like Gerald just set up, hopefully Lando gets back from his pee, or otherwise he just doesn't want to be involved with this segment.
Yeah. I'm out.
Look, this is right here because we did this last week where I
He is a comedian,
Globalize my
so
agenda
like,
69. From what I remember he did, it has been a while since I have seen this.
all right.
you know, as someone who, and a lot of people out there, you can comment if you've been involved with any grappling sports.
I actually watched this when it came out too, but like I'm gonna rewatch it because like I never watched it on stream.
These aren't uncommon positions, right? Pinning positions.
Yeah.
We did it in the studio, and people say, well, that was on carpet, and you didn't do it for that long. I don't want to do this, but again, the point is the drugs, the agitation, the actively resisting arrest, the 3.5 times the lethal dose of fentanyl matters. I don't expect this to be pleasant, but I think that people need to see what it's like with the closest to, controlled conditions that we can recreate as far as body mass, weight, situation, to see what it actually might be like if someone is not in an agitated, significantly overdosed state. That's the reason for this, and no camera tricks, no cuts. I believe you'll have me on the whole time.
Yeah.
I'm going to lay down here. We'll have people restrained. So Tokugawa is...
Oh, you got to step back towards the building there. You're going out of range. There you go. Step back towards...
Oh, is it the microphone that's out of range?
Right
Okay, there you go. 193 pounds, and Tokugawa, you can see right here, is 195 pounds.
There you go.
2 pounds.
Okay, so they are legitimately actually just doing a recreation. They're not... Well, we'll just keep going. It doesn't seem like they're making fun of it yet.
It's over not much.
2 pounds over, okay.
Or at least to
I don't want
me.
to weigh myself right now because after my big injury, but let's go with 230.
There you go.
Hey.
So the microphone needs to
I
stay
don't think
about
you need to
where
weigh
you
yourself. It
are.
doesn't matter all that much.
Yeah.
Even Brendan is weighing himself. It doesn't matter. What were you saying there, Gerald?
I was saying the microphone needs to stay roughly where you are right there. We get a
Oh,
little...
needs to stay roughly where I am.
Yeah.
Okay, Brendan, can you remove the scale here? All right, so hopefully you'll be able to hear me while I'm on the ground here. Finnegan, that's not going to make any difference here. It's not going to make any difference.
He's trying.
Make sure you put the handcuffs on my wrist, not on my... so Finnegan, come here and hold this microphone because I don't think that microphone works. All right. Put them on my wrist,
It's just
okay?
a prop, I think.
All right, so can you still hear me?
Yes, we can.
Is Dave back yet?
No, he is not.
he's still...
I think he's
By the way,
avoiding
these
this
are much
segment.
smaller handcuffs than actual... Put them around my wrist, not for him. These are much smaller handcuffs than actual handcuffs, just so you know.
Dave's back.
Hey, Dave's back.
So these handcuffs actually have less room, like a little bit more distance. Okay. Now I'm getting a little bit of echo in my own sound here. Okay, we're going to lay down.
I was hoping I'd be part of this.
All right. What?
What?
80?
You okay?
Oh, you want me to face this way?
Now,
Globalize
Steven,
my
have somebody
agenda
move your earpiece to
69.
the other ear 'cause-
He had a guy kneel on his neck and then said see. When it didn't kill him. That shit is 100% mocking the death.
Okay, I can understand that interpretation. But like the way that he says it at the end. So do you want me to just skip to that part or? Because it looks like he does sit, like he literally just gets for like, what, 10 minutes or something? All right, let's go right to this part then.
A brown belt, it's far more uncomfortable for me to be under side control frame. I would not be able to maintain that for 9 minutes. And by the way, I have been talking this whole time, and in case people wonder, I talk really fast, and I have a heart condition.
Yeah.
It's a chest condition where my bone goes into my heart. I have to get surgery in July. The point is...
Sounds like Alf.
The point is that this is probably more difficult...
This is 3 years ago.
...for me than it is for a lot of you out there watching. But I also don't have 4 times the lethal dose of fentanyl in my system.
I wouldn't say this is mocking. Like, he's literally describing his medical condition and what he's doing there. I wouldn't necessarily this is mocking.
And my father...
Unless I've skipped something in between this entire time that he... But, like, he's literally just sitting there the entire time.
Who's a
1 minute.
A brown belt. It's far more uncomfortable for me to be under side control frame. I would not be able to maintain that for 9 minutes. And by the way, I have been talking this whole time. And in case people wonder, I talk really fast, and I have a heart condition.
Yeah.
It's a chest condition where my bone goes into my heart. I have to get surgery in July. The point is,
sounds like Alf.
The point is that this is probably more difficult for me than it is for a lot of you out there watching. But I also don't have 4 times the lethal dose of fentanyl in my system.
That's
and
true.
again, I'm just
30
laying
seconds.
down because this is more comfortable. No, I can still get up. I can switch my face. It's more comfortable for me to lay
And so
my
did
head
George
down.
Floyd, by the way. He did pull his head up and move his
Globalize
head
my
around.
agenda 69. And then he is making fun of him for being high lol.
Just so you hear me speak,
So when he says that he doesn't have 4 times the fentanyl in the system, that's him joking about that? Or mocking him for having 4 times the amount of fentanyl? Because like that didn't seem like a joke to me when he said that.
speak this way where it sounds like
But maybe you're talking about afterwards. He probably, yeah, there's more of him. Yeah, let's just see it.
But it's less comfortable for me to do a neck.
Well, and I'm also just throwing stuff in there because I'm trying to, you know.
Time.
push your-
You, Dave, you in their third
9,
chair, nice
8,
and comfy.
7,
It's very
After
nice.
everything, just relieve yourself.
5,
5.
4,
We're almost there. 4,
3,
2,
2,
1, and now we beat it.
Globalize my agenda 69. What else is it then?
Well, it's him just describing the situation. That doesn't mean he's, like, it's neutral. It's not him making fun of the situation. But it's also not him being super sad about the situation either.
All right, Tokunawa, get off. Get off. Okay, good. There we go. We're done.
Globalize my agenda 69. It is basically saying he died from the fentanyl, not the knee to the neck.
Not necessarily. I think he's saying the fentanyl played a really big part, a much bigger part than what people want to talk about. And he's also describing that just having the knee on the neck without anything isn't going to kill someone. Like, that was the whole point of him doing this for 10 minutes. He says that it's very uncomfortable and this is not something he would like people to do, but this isn't ultimately going to kill someone.
Go.
I think that was the whole point of this. I don't think he was mocking the fact that he was trying to make a point. I don't think he's mocking them or making fun of it. You can disagree with his point, I guess, but I don't think he's a... And he is a comedian, so I can understand why
Globalize
people
my agenda
can
69.
misinterpret.
LOL, let's say I recreate you streaming and randomly say, this is hard but I also don't have 15 terabytes of Kemp on my hard drive. How is that not mocking?
Let's say I recreate you streaming and randomly say this is... Well, the only reason, well, that's not mocking. I mean, the only reason I would interpret that what you said is mocking is because I don't actually have CP on my hard drive.
Globalize my agenda 69. That is an accusation and making fun of him for being a drug addict.
It's not an accusation. It was true that George Floyd had that amount of fentanyl in his system. Like, they're not making fun. That's a real fact. That's not them making something up. Like, I think it's fine to just literally bring up the statistic that came out when they did the lab research. Like, that is what came out. People, like, the arguments against the whole fentanyl thing is that people say, well, he could have been, like, very just because he had like more than a lethal dose of like fentanyl in him doesn't necessarily mean that he could have died from it, because like they were arguing that George Floyd had like he was since he's been using it, he had a high tolerance and he's a big guy, so like he's not an average person. So that's why they were probably saying he probably didn't have enough to kill him because he had a high tolerance, and they would also argue that he's a big guy, so they would need a lot more than just they couldn't just use the average because he's not an average guy. He's much bigger, which means it would take a lot more of the same stuff to have the same effect on the guy. That was their arguments. Like, it's true that he actually did have that in his system. Like, that's not them making that up or false. Like, that's just a fact. And people don't like to bring it up. So
Alina Boom. Hi, handsome guy.
Hello, hi. Are you going to be someone that's gonna ask to like, and be invited to Discord or ask me for followers, or are you legitimately like a person that is that's not a bot or trying to sell something? Okay, let's just continue with it. Like, I think we're done with this though, right? Because I know he's probably, well, we're gonna keep going. We'll keep going.
People have made this Team Floyd and Team Chauvin. Okay, I'm certainly not in either of these teams.
Right.
I am in Team Truth, and I do think that when you look at, okay, we have what's on the George Floyd side.
Oh, you have a prompter.
A prompter? No, I'm live. I don't read stuff. I watch videos and play video games. Like, I got a game in the background right here, but we're watching this right now for the time being.
The ledger, right? Committing crimes, long rap sheet, took a lot of drugs, resisted arrest, right? Lied about every single thing that he said, he lied. And then you have the Chauvin rap sheet.
What the heck?
Which is...
Globalize my agenda 69. I'm a bot, but you haven't bought anything yet. I have to stay invested because of that. Alina Boom. The one who speaks.
Oh, you mean the AI thing, the TTS, or text to speech. Yes, that's what you, oh, okay. All right. Yeah, I got one of those. Yeah, it's fun. It's good. Because, like, I don't really get a lot of people chatting, so, like, whenever someone chats, I will immediately know that someone said something.
3 age lisps. Hello, friend. I see that you are new to Kick and need at least 75.
Yeah, see, that's the type of thing. That's the type of thing I get all the time from Kick. It's, hello, friend, I see that you chat, and then go to my Discord at the end of it. Like, those are bots. But, like, you're probably the first person in Kick to legitimately be a real person. I had to turn off TTOS and turn it back on, so it didn't read your yes, but yeah.
His knee on his neck. Waited too long for the paramedics to arrive. I think because at first what you put on that sheet was right away knee on his neck.
My God, the audio. Okay, so this is not me. This is the video. The video is out of sync.
Boom.
Crowder Bits.
What
are
you looking at?
Well, I got like 1, 2, 3. I got 4 screens. So I'm looking at chat, and then I'm looking at game. And then I'm looking at video, and then I got all my other display, other stuff up here for other random nonsense. But yeah.
No.
Oh wait, we're watching the Crowder thing because another guy from chat was like, we were comparing. Okay, so we were watching.
Alina Boom. What video?
We were watching, Abba and Preach, and their takes
Alina
on the
Boom.
whole.
Oh, okay.
On the whole, like when if you know a guy named Destiny, he's a streamer, YouTuber. He was making fun of the whole attempted deletion of the president of
Globalize
Trump.
my agenda 69. He is reading orders from the Mossad on the 5th screen.
On the 5th screen. I don't actually have 5 screens. I only got 4, but yeah. But it doesn't seem like he's actually making fun of it.
Right away was cruel. No, said I'm not going to shoot you. Eric.
But like, the audio sync is completely broken on this video. Holy crap.
Conditioned car, tried to work with him, tried to be, he was very empathetic, honestly, but up until that point, and I think he got fed up. But then I think the things that remain on Chauvin's side of the ledger, knee on neck, that's a problem with the police department. That's a problem with the police department that you have, not a problem with him. Well, not right away performing CPR with a group, an audience of people, with a guy who's trying to get forward, being held back, and someone saying, "I'd slap the fuck out of you." A violent. They are trained to wait for medical professionals until the area is cleared. So I think that when you look at the and there are mistakes all around that have been made, and there need to be improvements, both. For people like Floyd, if there's someone out there, hopefully if you're living a life of George Floyd, that you make some improvements personally. We can't make those improvements systemically for you. And then hopefully systemically, some improvements with police training. That's what I've been saying forever, since the beginning of this, is police officers need better training so that they don't have to go to their tool belt and use a weapon. And here, you see one of the rare instances where he didn't have to go to his tool belt. He didn't have to use his gun or his taser, which probably wouldn't have worked considering the guy was on methamphetamine. But instead, he used the very limited training that he had. And anyone with 4 years of high school wrestling could tell you, well, that won't work. That won't work, and it's a risk that you don't need to take. So I think when you're looking at truth, you do have to say that most of our issues with Chauvin in this case lie with the police department, and I don't think you send someone to jail for murder for that. You think I'm wrong, let me know. I think reasonable people can disagree there. I think there's a reasonable disagreement for some people to have between, look, you gotta blame the department, you can't lock this guy away, and involuntary manslaughter in not turning him over early enough. I think that's a reasonable discussion.
Yeah.
What is not a reasonable discussion is that Chauvin went out looking to kill a black guy.
Watch louder.
Okay. All right. That's reasonable. That's reasonable. Even though the audio is completely out of sync in this video, but that's reasonable. Yeah. I don't think he's making fun of the situation. I think he has a different opinion on what he think went down, and he was trying to prove a point, and you may disagree with that point or think that his point is flawed, but I don't think I don't think the claim that Crowder was making fun of the whole George Floyd thing. No, I don't think that's true after watching most of it, because we didn't watch the middle part, but we could get into, there might be something I missed in the middle part if you want me to go into that. But like, let's get back to we'll watch that after. We're gonna watch the bridge burning.
Women he was approaching. In one case, he shared it with a 19-year-old e-girl.
All right, so we're talking about Destiny. This is the bridge burning. This is over 1 million views. My God, what happened? He's burning the bridge. Why?
I stand behind it. It's not bait. It's not a joke.
I mean, I understand why, but
all right. And the reason being this time is that he supposedly had intimate relationship with some women, and what he would do is when he would film intimate moments with these ladies, record them, he would share some of these with other women he was approaching. In one case, he shared it with a 19-year-old e-girl who he had never met in his life, and he was flirting with her and shared videos of himself sleep with another person without their consent. Essentially, the 19-year-old gets...
Well, actually, one of those was just a... One of them is just an allegation. Like the unconsensual one, well, the unconsensual recording, that's still an allegation. That's not actually true yet.
Hacked, and that stuff goes public. The person who was in the videos finds out, loses their mind, files a lawsuit asking Destiny for a huge sum of money. And then
$1 million.
Thereafter, that Destiny apparently had also recorded a lot of other women while they were in his apartments without their consent. So this has kind of gotten bigger and bigger since we're back.
Yeah, those are
specifically. Where's Preach? Preach busy, you know what I mean? Out there doing gay shit with his wife. And me, I'm here for you guys right now.
Oh, I thought Preach. What? I didn't know Preach was okay. All right. I thought Preach was a guy. I mean, a girl, but okay.
I was up in Africa. Now, if you think I'm gonna take my time away from my people so I can go spend time on the internet to talk about white-on-white violence, you are bugging. And if you guys are wondering what Preach is,
that's a good one.
Aside from doing gay shit with his wife, we both agreed that there's only one woman that each of us are going to defend in our lives. For him, it's his wife. For me, it's a streamer named Destiny, and we got to do our job. So this is my responsibility. I'm gonna handle her. Now, some of you guys know, Destiny is a friend of mine. Okay, and you might be confused.
Destiny's not a female; it's a guy. He's just making a joke because Destiny's a female name, but the guy called Destiny, the dude, he calls himself. Not this guy. This guy, Destiny, as you can see in the name. You can't even see that. Boom. There you go. Now you can see it. Destiny. This guy. It's a girl's name, and he's just making fun of the fact that he calls himself Destiny. So, yes. Let's just clarify that right now, because people are going to be like, my girl Destiny, and then be like, wait, isn't that a guy? And let's just delete the confusion right there.
Why I decided to come out dripped out from my friend's cancellation, you know what I'm saying? Looking kind of fresh. And again, you fucking idiots! This is a fairly serious matter, and people want to hear my opinions. And I'll be honest with you, for all
Globalize my agenda 69. Destiny is a weird name.
I mean, there is a game called Destiny, so.
The reason why I don't feel bad, and this might surprise some of you because some of you don't know this.
Wait, he doesn't feel bad? What?
This is a fairly serious matter, and people want to hear my opinions. And I'll be honest with you, for all the bad things that are happening to Destiny, I don't feel bad. The reason why I don't feel bad, and this might surprise some of you.
Oh, that's true. Okay, yeah, I don't feel bad either. Destiny had this coming.
Some of you don't know this. Me and Destiny have spoken about his dating behavior for a very long time. We've talked about it on stream, off stream, and I've always been very vocal about the fact that
That is very true. I've noticed him talking about this like years ago whenever Destiny had issues with the other female friends that he had that would come up. It never came into a lawsuit, but he had like little drama, female drama stuff in the past. Never got as serious to a lawsuit, but some of it was kind of like breakups and who was sleeping with who and that type of stuff. Like, yeah, it's just e-girl drama. Like, he's had a lot of that. Let's just say that. So, and he's been there the entire time, like in the background. And there was this one time when he was talking about the whole ex-wife thing, because the last female drama thing was Destiny's ex-wife, and when the wife became the ex-wife, and then they had to talk about it, and yeah, so.
That I think he's very fucking dysfunctional with how he handles his dating life, with how he prioritizes pleasure over everything else. And I think the root of a lot of these issues in this whole situation is that he prioritizes his own selfish desires over other people's well-being, over what's good for his business and his career. And now it's costing him more. It cost him already some things in the past, and he's always been very much in denial about how it affects him negatively. And now it's costing him even more. And I'm, to this day, not entirely
true. Damn. Okay. Literally preach, man.
To really acknowledge the impact it has on him.
Do you think I'm self-destructive?
Yeah. If you engage in hedonism, I would say you're self-destructive. I say the same thing about Destiny. I think he can be self-destructive, and I don't think you would entirely disagree.
So
I completely disagree. I don't think I'm self-destructive at all.
Oh, hold up. I was actually curious. You don't think that to some degree your hedonism doesn't bite you in the ass?
No, I think I have a really good engagement with most of my hobbies. I think I do it pretty well. I think that my mental functioning is very high. I think my career is incredibly successful. There are parts of my life that I can improve, but I think that people look at some of the standard markers for trouble, and they for some reason project a ton of stuff onto me. But I think I'm living like one of the healthiest, fullest lives that I possibly could be.
Constantly having poor relationships with women over.
What? Whoa, he actually said that? Yeah, I mean, he literally just did. What? Bro, Destiny. Oh my God. That clip. I know the clip is not done, but that part, that first section of the clip, holy. Bro, you're getting sued right now for like sexual misconduct right now, man. What do you mean you have a healthy relationship with that type of stuff? That is okay. So granted, he has the blue hair now. So like this has to be more than a year ago that he said this. But like, holy crap, man. Holy crap. That's damn. This clip aged very badly for him. Yeah, right. Bro, now I can just see the BS coming out. Okay, all right, let's just keep going. This is eye-opening because I didn't actually watch the. Usually, I would watch the video before I make any type of like comment or anything. But like, I want to go in. Like, it's only 19 minutes long. I'm like, I can watch a 19-minute video. So this is eye-opening.
A long period of time, or
it's my life that I can improve. But I think that people look at some of the standard markers for trouble, and they for some reason project a ton of stuff onto me. But I think I'm living like one of the healthiest, fullest lives that I possibly could be.
Constantly.
There's a reason why they were projecting that type of stuff onto you, because they knew what you were doing was going to get into some serious trouble. And now Destiny wants to be in all these serious conversations with the DNC in his party. But like, oh, so now is it now biting in the butt now, Destiny? Is it now doing that now? Like, are you going to admit to that? Like, come on, man. Like, you got to take back this quote. You have to.
Having poor relationships with women over a long period of time, or in other situations, STDs different. Constantly having poor relationships with women over a long period of time, or in other situations, STDs, different things like that. Eventually, that hedonism comes back to bite them in the life, and they also recognize they could have been investing that time a lot better.
So wait, what do you ask us about this? Like, what was your idea of this?
Yeah, it's not like I have like 100 kids and 5 million STDs and like.
No, you just constantly. Okay, I'm not gonna talk about it.
Bro, that's a deflection right there. Oh, it's not like I have 100 kids or STDs. Like, bro, like, how are you gonna, like, first off, you're never gonna disclose if you even have an STD. So like, he just made an unfalsifiable claim because he'll never admit to that. And then secondly, he's comparing, like, he's over exaggerating what Abba is saying in this clip here that he and Abba's like, yeah, I'm not even gonna bother deal with this. Like, he saw the little manipulation trick that Destiny just did there, where basically he was like, oh, it's not like he's comparing it to like 100 kids. I'm like, no one's saying that. Why are you comparing your lifestyle to having over 100 kids? Like, why is that the comparison? Shouldn't the comparison be like you're not having, you don't have more than 1 or 2 kids out of like with random women, like you have multiple why isn't the standard having like more than having, why isn't the standard having just 1 wife, right? Or having 2 or 3 wives, like, or having too many ex-wives? Like, why isn't that the standard? Or something more reasonable? Like, why would you compare it to over 100? Like, no one's saying that. You're basically over exaggerating what Abba is saying, Abba's critique, like reasonable critique on your lifestyle, and you're just gonna make him seem like the crazy guy by saying, oh, you don't, like, I'm not doing this for over 100 people. Like, that's crazy making right here. And Abba was like, yeah, I'm not having this.
Well, you might as well, but no, you drop the accusation, go for it. You just constantly
Wait, what do you ask us about this? Like, what was your idea of this?
No, it's not like I have like 100 kids and 5 million STDs and like.
No, you just constantly. Okay, I'm not gonna talk about it.
Well, you might as well, but no, you drop the accusation, go for it. You just constantly. Say it. No, say it. No, shut up, Melina. Shut up. Let him talk. What do you mean? Constantly. Anything you do in life that's going to increase like your ability to like have.
Abba should have pressed him. Like, Abba should have pressed him on that. That's true. Abba, like, you can't just bring that up and then not give examples. He should have done that. That's a fault on Abba. He should have pressed him on it because he was right. But Abba he doesn't care enough to really argue this with Destiny. So he was like, yeah, whatever. I don't really care. So I'm just gonna like do that. But then Destiny's like, no, let's fight on this. And I'm like, which gives Abba an opening to really press him on this because he was right, or he eventually became right. Let's just say that.
Have fun or do like crazy stuff or whatever is always going to carry with it like the risk of death, right?
Absolutely.
Like you have no chance of dying by falling out of a plane unless you go skydiving, but that's not an argument. It's never skydiving.
But it is an argument against maybe skydiving 1,000 times if you don't want to die that way.
Well, if you want to skydive 1,000 times, then fucking skydive 1,000 times. Like what's wrong? Damn, what happened to all the self-empowerment shit that you guys were talking about earlier?
Deflecting to a different, completely different topic. Good job, Destiny.
It just depends on whether or not you want that outcome. If you're saying like, oh, I don't want this kind of destructive thing, or I don't want to end up dying by skydiving, then maybe don't skydive every other day.
Yeah, but I'm not complaining about that. You guys are. If your lifestyle choices are like, damn, I would never want to deal with like a crazy girl or anything like that, that's totally valid. I think that's totally fine. I accept that that's probably true for most people. But like, I'm okay with the trade-off on that for like all the benefits that I get. I like f***ing a lot of people. I like traveling a lot. I like doing drugs. I like my stream shit. That's like super fun for me. To be like, well, doesn't bad stuff happen sometimes so you shouldn't do it? That doesn't compute to me. Like, I feel like I'm living a super amazing life, and I feel like there's a lot of shit that happens all the time. I understand it might be a lot for.
He says that then. Is that great now? Now no one wants to take you seriously. Like, bro. Now he wants to be taken seriously in the political sphere, but no one's gonna take him seriously because this is the type of lifestyle that he chose. No, it didn't bite me. It didn't bite him in the ass though. Nope. Who can that possibility doesn't even compute. Does it still not compute to you, Destiny, in the present? Because this is like what? This has to be a clip that's over a year or two long. So like, I want people to like, this is the new clip. This is the new clip. Actually, I'm gonna copy current time. I'm gonna keep that because this is actually legit. Throw it into my little docs. Where are you? Yeah, there we go. Dang, I got so many clips. So many links. What do I call it? Let's see. I'll let this play while I do this.
My stream shit, that's like super fun for me.
Saying like, oh, I don't want this kind of destructive thing, or I don't want to end up dying by skydiving, then maybe don't skydive every other day.
Yeah, but I'm not complaining about that. You guys are. If your lifestyle choices are like, damn, I would never want to deal with like a crazy girl or anything like that, that's totally valid. I think it's totally fine. I accept that that's probably true for most people. But like, I'm okay with the trade-off on that for like all the benefits that I get. I like f***ing a lot of people. I like traveling a lot. I like doing drugs. I like my stream shit. That's like super fun for me. To be like, well, doesn't bad stuff happen sometimes so you shouldn't do it? That doesn't compute to me. Like, I feel like I'm living a super amazing.
That's so reductive. He's not just saying that, bro. He's giving a much more reasonable argument than that. Good job. Good job at like he basically reinterpreted or recharacterized what Abba was saying to make it sound way less or much more unreasonable. So he framed it differently, which I mean, I understand why he did that. Like, it's a debate tactic for Destiny to do that because like Destiny thinks what he's doing is legit, and he doesn't he has no other argument against what he's saying. So he has to reduce. He doesn't have an argument against Abba, so he has to reduce Abba's argument to something more simplistic and kind of childish or stupid or less. He's basically reducing his argument to a weaker argument and then arguing that weaker argument is garbage when what Abba was saying was perfectly reasonable.
Live, and I feel like there's a lot of shit that happens all the time. I understand it might be a lot for some people, but it seems weird to be like, oh, well, I think that you're like secretly like hurting or damaged inside because of some negative outcomes. Like,
or to others, because I think the main thing with this is you have to think about the activity. The activity involves hurting others. Like even Destiny, as good as he is at what he does, probably can admit he's broken a lot of hearts, he's disappointed a lot of women, he's made a lot of people upset. It's not just how he feels about it. When you involve other people in this kind of pursuit of pleasure, other people get hurt as well. I'll stand by what I said at the beginning. I don't feel bad for Steven whatsoever because he knew what he was getting into. He was brazen about it. When he was warned, when he said, hey, this is a bad idea, this is a bad lifestyle, he said, I don't care, I want to have fun. It's fun for me. That's why I like these mentally ill.
True. Oh, man, that... No wonder this has 1 million views. Holy crap.
That's why I like doing this stuff. That's why I can't keep my dick in my pants. It's because it's fun. Well, I'm like, all right, then. When it fucking inevitably blows up in your face, I'm not going to have no sympathy for you. You can be my friend, my worst enemy. I don't give a fuck. If you engage in behavior repeatedly after you're warned, fuck around and find out, and that's what Steven's doing. But I don't want to make it just sound like a happenstance.
Yo, let's go. Literally threw Destiny's quote right back in his face. Nice. Firefighter comment, F around and find out. Look at that. Destiny literally F around and he found out. Now he's paying a lot of money for those lawyers, man. A lot of money on those lawyers. Damn, Destiny. Damn. Okay. All right. Thank you, Abba. Good job. This deserves a like. This deserves a like. And it has over 1 million views. Like, it legitimately has. 1M views, boys. 1M views.
It's a hedonism that, no, some of this stuff is also just morally bad in regards to what he did with recording these women and all this other shit. And if he gets sued for it, he loses money, then it is what it is too. You do the crime, you do the time, right? So no, all these people will be like, oh, Abba, stick by him, he's your friend. I already told y'all. If my friend goes out and murders a bunch of people, I don't give a fuck, send his ass to jail. And if my friend does some shit like what Steven just did and he's gonna lose a bunch of money, I'm not gonna cry, all right? I would tell my friends and I would warn them beforehand, hey, don't do that. You go and do it, then, hey man, that's your problem, bro. You didn't listen to me. You're not gonna get my sympathy at this point. Nope. My sympathy is for when a tragedy happens, not when the inevitable does. Yeah, what you're getting from me right now is disappointment and a bit of anger. But I'm angry at myself. What let me say? You know, if there's anything that this situation and that most of the people in these online spaces have taught me, is that these are not serious people. The problems.
Yes! Destiny's not a serious person. Yes! Thank you. Preach! Yes. No one needs to take his argument seriously, especially on Trump. I love it.
They're not serious. The way they engage with relationships is not serious. It's a lot of juvenile bullshit. You know, while I was on vacation, I was just hearing glimmers about this stuff. I was like, yo, turn that shit off. Because I'll be honest with you, if you touch grass and you hear this stuff, you're like, y'all some fucking losers. You realize, like, this is a story about socially retarded people, mentally ill people, all engaging in sexual behaviors and they're not ready for it. You know, but I also have to have some humility and admit that I've tethered myself to that world. I dipped my toes into it, and you know, having spent some time there, was it a bit entertaining? Sure, but it was entertaining like it was when you go to the zoo and you see a bunch of freak animals do a bunch of circus monkey tricks. That's it. And now that it's gotten to the point where it's kind of spilling over into real life and you're realizing that these people behind closed doors are doing weird shit, it's time to take a step back and be like, okay, we've had our fun at the zoo. It's closing up. Time to head home. I'm not interested in being part of the act. I'm not interested in being in the enclosure. I'm not interested in befriending any of the other freak animals that they want to bring in. It's just a weird assortment of people. And it's so different than my real life. Like, why am I wasting time with this? This is not beneficial for my business. This is not beneficial for my personal life. I'm not learning anything about social interaction. So I have nothing to gain by being around this. And despite Destiny being my friend, there's a lot of things that I just don't agree with that I don't want to be associated with. To keep a long story short, for those of you asking, like, all right, well, Abba, what are you going to do going forward? This is a conversation I had with Steven already. I just told him I wouldn't show up on any of his stuff in the future. And I don't think that's that big of a deal because at the end of the day, he's going to be doing mostly political stuff from now on. So it's probably for the best. But I just don't want to be associated with it. And there's a few different reasons. So I'm going to try to go with it. And I'll kind of just break down everything. But there's a couple things I got to get out the way. One, listen, I might be the only person in this orbit who hasn't fucked one of these women, including Destiny herself. I'm not friends with any of these people. I don't talk to them really offline. So I kind of just keep my distance. And that's generally true for me and most content creators. So you don't see us doing too many collaborations. I don't hang out with these people. This whole idea that I wouldn't criticize Destiny, I mean, I think that's also nonsense. If you spend any time watching debates between me and him, we argue, we yell, we get very animated, we disagree strongly. And there's dozens of debates. So this idea that I wouldn't take a stand if I saw something I didn't like, I think people can't understand why I'd be friends with him, or they can't understand why I would agree with anything he says. And so the only thing in their head is like, okay, it must be friendship or whatever. I don't operate that way. If I disagree with you, Preach is my brother, and I disagree with him every day. So if you don't think I'm not going to disagree with Destiny, you bugging, okay? And there's a lot of content creators who, you know, they thought we was cool, and I disagree with something they said, and now they don't want to talk no more. So the idea that I wouldn't, you know, disagree with someone to avoid burning a bridge, no, I'll deal with anybody. Because at the end of the day, I think what I actually believe is more important to me than maintaining these kinds of cordial relationships. I don't care about having access to these people. That includes Destiny and anybody else. You know, actually, one of the craziest parts about this whole story is the fact that Destiny trusted a 19-year-old Discord lady, okay, named Rose is Coming, with sex tapes of other people in his life. Nigga, if that's not compromised judgment, I don't know what the fuck is, okay? I wouldn't trust a Discord member with my first name, and that shit's public information. He was giving other people sex tapes. But if there's one thing that nobody would ever say about Destiny.
Damn. Wait, what? What are you about to say?
Is that he makes good personal life dating decisions, okay? There's a couple things that bother me. That's like, and I've said this to Destiny too, like, this dude really has a penchant for going after mentally ill women, okay? Women with like severe depression, or just like these kind of like dainty, smart ass, fucking feeble looking, small white women. Like, that's his type. And a lot of them got like self-diagnosed BPD or some bullshit. Like, he just likes that. I don't know. To me, the fact that there's a pattern with a lot of these girls is a bit weird. And when he's asked why he likes bringing on these self-destructive women in his streams and in his life, he says it. It's because it's fun. It's fun for him to bring on women who are probably going to, you know, at some point negatively impact his life in a huge way. He knows it's going to be short-lived. He doesn't care because it's fun. That's a moral failing to me, okay? That shows to me that you don't really care about how you affect the other people in your life when these people become atomic bombs who affect everyone in the area. And it tells me that you don't really care that much about your career when you attack.
And then Destiny's going to give moral character judgment arguments against how, like, Trump didn't believe that he was lying about the whole 2020 thing whenever he said that whenever Trump said that he felt like the whole thing was like well, you know, you guys know what Trump said. Like, Trump had a feeling, and I think he believed what he was feeling. I don't think he believes it now. I think he's wrong. I think he now knows that he's wrong, but at the time he really believed what he said. But like, he's gonna criticize that Trump for saying that during 2020, and then have all this other stuff going on in the background with his moral character and talking about how, like, oh, Trump says these bad things all the time, like he says all these divisive things, and it's bad, right guys, bad. It's what he says is bad. He doesn't talk like a normal person.
69. WDYM, he doesn't believe it now. Globalize my agenda 69. He still claims it.
Yeah, he claims it, but I think he's just lying. Now he's lying. Now I think Trump is lying. Whenever he says anything now, I think he's only saying it because if he doesn't say it, he's gonna get like charged with something. So Trump has to maintain the facade that he actually still believes that. And he has this whole freedom of speech argument that everyone keeps talking about, JD Vance keeps talking about. So like, if Trump were to just like say, like, there's no political benefit of him going out and being like, yeah, you know what, maybe 2020 I was wrong about it, but let's just move on. I don't think Trump is gonna end up saying that. Like, he's just not going to. He claims it now, but I think he's lying now. At the time, though, he didn't.
69. Or he could just not comment on it, LMAO.
Yeah, he could just not comment on it, but like...
Globalize my agenda 69. He clearly is just salty.
Yeah, he's salty, and he doesn't want to admit that he was wrong, so he's gonna continue the facade. Like, I think he now believes that he's wrong. At the time, I thought he legitimately believed it until, like, years later, when more information comes out, he probably was like, you know what? He was starting to doubt, but, like, he's not gonna show that type of weakness. I just know that for a fact. That's just how Trump is. But, like, I like how, like, whenever Destiny makes those arguments, you can easily, not a serious person, Abba, thank you, Abba. This was such a good, this is such a good video. I'm gonna copy the entire video, because, like, this entire thing needs to be put here, right here, in my little notes pad. And, yeah. Boom, there we go.
Again, who will fuck up things in your area. And this comes down to the thing about, like, oh, you don't care because it's fun. That's a moral failing to me, okay? That shows to me that you don't really care about how you affect the other people in your life when these people become atomic bombs who affect everyone in the area. And it tells me that you don't really care that much about your career when you attack, again, who will fuck up things in your area. And this comes down to the thing about like, oh, you know, if everyone could...
Yeah, I mean, now Destiny cares about his career, but he didn't really care about it until now, I guess.
In sense, it's fine, but it's not. If you know that the people you're going to be involved with are only short-term partners, and you constantly see the after effect of most of your hookups and your interactions leaving a trail of broken hearts and disappointed people, that's a moral failing. Sure, it's not illegal, it's not criminal, but I can still look at that behavior and like, yo, you just spend time dating these women and it's just hurting all of them. You have no intentions of committing to most of them. This is all fun. You know, it's nothing responsible. You're an irresponsible person, and that reflects on your character. You know, with this whole situation, I don't think Steven shared this because he thought it was okay to share. I personally believe, this is my theory, that he shared this because he just didn't care and he didn't think that the other person would ever find out. And that to me is almost worse, because it shows that you don't care about the people you slept with and who shared that intimate moment with you and recorded it. And it shows to me that if you are going to be able to avoid the consequences of it, you'll say and do things behind closed door that are just unbecoming. And if I'm your friend...
Tearing Destiny a new one. Damn. He's literally becoming the Lewis Rossman to the Linus Tech Tips. Calling out their BS. Let's go.
I see you do that to your other people that you slept with and you call friends, then I can only imagine that even for me...
There's a little bit of speculation here because like we kind of have to just take him at his word, but at the same time, Abba has actually legitimately been with Destiny for like the past 5 to 6 years. Probably. Like I've seen him in old videos chatting with him years ago, talking about this stuff. Like he even showed a clip of it. Like I think he legitimately, like, wasn't like he was literally dancing with his ex-wife on Destiny stream one time. I don't want to, I'm gonna try and find that. Let me find that clip. Abba, Destiny, dancing, Abba, wife. No, wait. Wait, did this actually? No, that didn't work. Abba dancing with, yeah, Destiny's wife, literally the first thing. Is it on here?
Nico's I have a question. There was a clip of
this girl. She's also on the Timcast crew. Wow.
You two that went kind of viral on Twitter a few days ago, where you started like ballroom dancing with some guy in the background of a stream. What was the situation there, and who was that guy?
Yeah, there's a guy on YouTube called Abba from Abba and Preach.
Okay, we're gonna.
I was embroiled.
Wait. There we go. Okay. I just want to find it.
I was competing all of them.
That's a lot.
Seen it. I haven't done it in years, is the thing. So I'm very curious if I started. But like I can understand, like if we dance, you would be able to like
lead you.
Like yeah, exactly, really well, because I would probably figure out like the basic steps and I would figure out like how to do everything.
All right,
even though no.
Okay. It's melt time.
Oh, you got the forward. Okay, so we're just doing salsa. We're just going.
Yep.
Who the girl?
His wife.
Oh, it's
his wife.
His wife.
Yep, that was true. I just wanted to find that just so I'm not talking out of my, yeah. Now I gotta find my original video from all, there we go.
Might not be safe, and I can't worse. Because it shows that you don't care about the people you
my point. My point is literally that, yeah, like, they've been, wait, how old is that video? How old was that? A year ago, okay. Yeah, like, they've been close. Destiny and him has been close. That's my point.
Slept with and
so like, even though it does seem like I'm just like it's a lot of speculation, like, I trust what he's saying.
There is one clip you have to show anytime you talk about Destiny relationship drama.
Oh, what is that? You're gonna have to tell me that.
Intimate moment with you and recorded it. And it shows to me that if you are going to be able to avoid the consequences of it, you'll say and do things behind closed door that are just unbecoming. And if I'm your friend and I see you do that to your other people that you slept with and you call friends, then I can only imagine that even for me, I might not be safe and I can't trust you. You know, and it's a shame that this came from a hack, but regardless, what it reveals to me personally is like, I could never afford to trust this person with personal stuff that's really close to me or dear to me. Because if they think they can
Globalize my agenda 69. Link LPVB7W. SI equals VSQYPPZDTL6RDS7.
For some reason, it didn't say link this time. Okay. This is not as bad as this doesn't really mean much to me. Like, if this is Mel, like, this is just him being playful with his wife. If assuming that this is his ex-wife that's giving him the thing, like, I'm gonna give a good faith interpretation of this. Like, this just seems, and it's just short. I'm not really a shorts guy, but like, it's Destiny exposed. People that hate Destiny is gonna see this and run their own interpretation on what they think is going up. But this is him in the pool.
Globalize Mayaj on to 69. Still funny this shit is online.
It is funny. It is funny because it is kind of weird. Like, why are you making those sounds? But at the same time, I'm like, people do weird stuff sometimes with the people that, especially when they don't think that they're being like, well, I'm not even gonna say that because like he's obviously looking at the camera. I was gonna say if he wasn't like knowing that he's being recorded, but like he's obviously looking at the camera, so he should know that he's being recorded. But at the same time, he doesn't really care. Like, this is just, it's funny, but not as impactful, right? This is more, this is more prone to different types of interpretations. Damn. I got
Globalize Mayaj on to 69. Just a little seal. Who could be mad at him?
Yeah, true. That's my take. True. I'm gonna throw this to the beginning because I'm gonna, like, I got too many tabs.
But the evidence is not in your favor. And I can't rely on what you're going to say. I'm going to rely on your past and your history. And what I see is another more failing where it's like, when no one's watching, you're not doing the right thing. You can massage it however you want. It's a shitty thing to share a sex tape, but it's not the worst thing. I'm sorry. That's fucking garbage behavior, okay? It just is. Call it a spade. It's garbage behavior. Don't mush it over because you like your favorite streamer. Don't mush it over because you think he's important politically. It's garbage behavior. And like, the reason why he's
important politically
is so he can pillow talk a fucking 19-year-old. I was like, it's not that hard to bag a teenager. Pause. That sounds crazy. But you know what I mean? It's not.
Yo. Imagine saying the quiet part out loud. Holy crap. I mean, it's a true statement, but holy crap. Oh, man. Just because it's a true statement doesn't mean I agree with it. Like, facts don't care about your feelings. I'm gonna leave it at that.
And you shared, like it is such a weird form of, like, I don't know what the fuck that shit is. And one thing he said, I think he said something like, you know, that was me a couple of years back. I'm on Vyvanse now, which Vyvanse I think is like some kind of drug, ADHD, I don't know. He's like, I'm on Vyvanse now. I'm really just focused on political stuff. I want to stay away from the drama. It's like, I didn't realize they made a, you know, finding God moment for druggies. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know how some people do a bunch of fuck shit for their whole life?
True.
And all of a sudden, they go to church once and they're like, I found God. Like it absolves all the bullshit that they've just done. I don't know. It was such a weird way. Like, when you're being said that you're doing a bunch of foul shit and you've hurt a bunch of people, and like mentioning the fact that you're on Vyvanse and you're a changed person, it's just like, I don't know. Something about it just seemed off to me. And it just didn't seem like someone who was really repenting or felt some type of way about what they did. It just felt like, it made me think of Sneeko, you know? Sneeko doing all this like goofy ass red pill shit, and all of a sudden he finds Allah and everything's just forgiven. All the bad messaging, all the people he insulted, never apologized for none of that. None of that. It's just like, I moved on. It was just weird. To move on to the career stuff. Like, listen, man. How do we say this? If you have political aspirations, you just can't behave like this. One of the weirdest things that Steven had was an anti-misogyny arc, right? He felt like there was too much misogyny in his audience and whatever. So he's like, he was trying to shape them up, and he was banning people and banning certain kind of messaging. All the while, my guy, you were fucking a bunch of the women that you worked with. You would bring women on stream and then fuck them within a short amount of time. It's like you're reinforcing a lot of the stereotypes that a lot of this misogyny comes from. There's a certain level of hypocrisy there that just makes like the whole thing just seems like such a flamboyant joke. And personally, like, that's actually one of the big reasons I don't want to be associated with like the platform is I don't like the idea that we're normalizing, you know, someone bringing in a bunch of small content creators that are women, fucking them, right? And then when that fallout inevitably happens, like, just cast them away. Like, it's a really weird dynamic. And I started getting comments from people like, oh, you fucked this girl in the orbit. And meanwhile, I ain't done shit. But because Steven is just so flagrant with how much he's just gooning it up, and he can't keep his dick in his pants, and he just wants to be a hedonist, even me being close to that by proximity, I start to, you know, have that reputation. And it's just, I don't want to be associated with that. You know, I'm happy with the fact that I work with women, and I'm happy with the fact that it's professional. And that needs to be a standard that we set for more people, because I hate the idea that I just show up on screen with a woman, and it's automatically sex. But can I really be mad at an audience for thinking that when I hang out with Steven, who literally fucks pretty much everybody he works with? Like, how could I be that mad? Right? So, I don't know. There's a lot about the way that he kind of goes about his work and his personal life.
Is it true that, because I keep hearing this rumor, is it true that Destiny and Lauren Southern, well, you could finish the rest of that statement. Like, is that true? Is that true? I want to know. I don't think it's true, but at the same time, the more Abba says that, the more I'm like, you know, he kind of got a point, and that rumor was floating around a little bit, and she did come to his place one time to, like, do a stream.
Globalize my agenda 69.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Okay. All right. All right. That's all I needed to hear. That's all I need to hear.
That makes it very
Globalize my agenda 69.
And if you notice,
they sext.
Most of the people who are going to choose to stand by him are people who have a lot to lose if they're not with him. I have nothing to gain from being friends with Steven. I have literally had nothing to gain from the moment that we've known each other. Like, don't get me wrong. Steven's done a lot of good things for me personally on the low in terms of behind closed doors and helped me out with certain things. And I'm always going to be appreciative.
Globalize my agenda 69.
You know,
wanted to run away with each other in DMS too. Globalize my agenda 69. Like little kids in love.
Yeah, okay. All right. I was just curious cuz like I heard that that rumor, but I didn't want to spout it because I thought Lauren Southern was like, it's funny cuz like the way that Destiny talks about Lauren Southern now, he's like kind of upset with her because of the whole her documentary into like the migrant thing, and yeah, there was some controversy with that. I don't really have a take on her stuff, but I just know Lauren was like kind of like on the right, so like for that to happen, I'm like, there's no way. There's no way. But I guess, I mean, I guess Destiny doesn't discriminate.
A lot of people want to complain about the fact, and I never cared about any of it. Why? Because I just like Steven. I saw him as a friend, so I was cool with it. I didn't care if people wanted to stop talking to me. I didn't care if fans got mad. I didn't care if people questioned. It didn't bother me at all. But when he engages in like actual behavior that I think is reprehensible, and I'm like, bro, what are you doing? This is fucking stupid. And his response is, I like to have fun. I don't care. Then it's just got to be a come point where I'm like, all right, then I just got to cut you off because your definition of fun is fucking toxic. You know, and
true.
Where optics matter. How you carry yourself matters. The things you say.
Yes, bro. The whole
Globalize
optics
my agenda 69. That is partly why Melina broke up with him.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense.
Globalize my agenda 69. He was cheating on Melina with her.
Okay, no, that's not the reason why. Okay, well, actually, that probably is, but that's not Melina. That's not Destiny's fault. Like, they're in an open relationship, and she, like, the whole point of an open relationship is that it's impossible to cheat in an open relationship. That's not true. Like, but I understand the whole Mel thing and why they broke up. I know that Mel felt like she got cheated on with that, or she didn't like the fact that he did that with Lauren Southern because of the political disconnect. But it was not because she felt like he was cheating on her. It was the fact that why do this with someone that's on the right? Like, that doesn't make any sense to me. I thought you didn't like these type of people. So, but also Melina had a whole complex about like where she wanted to have the benefits of open relationships, but Destiny couldn't, and I'm like, yeah, that's not fair.
Globalize my agenda 69. I'm pretty sure you have to tell your partner about it.
Not necessarily. I mean, it depends. Like, open relationships are weird. The people that do them are weird. So I don't know, and if there's any like legitimately like good foundations on how those are supposed to work. To be honest.
The choice of words, the way you carry in your personal life, the way the drama spills out, it matters. And I don't understand how Steven can really say that he wants to be a serious political advocate if he doesn't want to manage his personal life in any way that's serious. Like, why should the DNC involve you in anything that they want when your personal life looks like a fucking train wreck that's going to be bad PR for all of them? Why should any-
Yeah. You're good. Okay, yeah. Yes. Thank you, Abba. This is the video I needed to watch. Holy crap. He's just making every point after point, and I'm like, yes, preach. You should be called Preach, man. Like, it's Abba will preach, not Abba and preach. Abba will preach. This is him preaching right here. Let's go. Keep going.
Anyone want to spend time debating you on these bigger platforms if all you're going to do is bring fucking tarnishing their reputation, right? It's like, if you're serious about this, you should make this sacrifice. And if you can't, then I don't think you really care about the political positions that you claim to care about. Not
True.
Because you can't put your dick in your pants. So that's how I feel about this. If y'all want to hear my thoughts, there you have it. Yeah, I don't think I got much else to say. Like I said, I won't be appearing on those streams anymore. None of that collaboration stuff. I hope the best for Steven. I hope he fixes his shit, and I hope he does right by the people he hurt. But as far as I'm concerned, yeah, this is incredibly disappointing shit. That's all I got to say. Yeah, this water's crazy clear. I'm telling you, this is definitely the best.
Wow. Wow. Okay. All right. We're going on to the next video, which is... All right, I'm just going to delete all the things that I finished. We could do that, but I don't actually want to. All right, the Tim Pool thing. So I guess Abba had some words. Let's see. Am I gonna have some disagreements with what he said with Tim Pool, or am I actually gonna agree with all the criticisms that he has with Tim Pool? I don't know, because I like Tim. So I'm gonna be a little bit charitable on what he says, or I'm gonna be a little bit. Well, let's just get into it.
Yeah. But we did a segment on this before, so just bear with me if you've already seen it. Basically, before dating apps and social media, a college-age woman, or high school, whatever age, is their dating pool is limited. I think college is probably a better idea. Yeah. It's probably a better example. Their dating pool is limited to the other college students of the same age and around their peers. But with Tinder, now they can message a 30-year-old guy who lives 5 to 10 miles away and who has a car. So when this woman swipes right on a 20-year-old college student and a 30-year-old career guy, she thinks they're both attractive, messages both of them. The 30-year-old guy says, "I can pick you up in my Honda Civic and we can go to the lake or go see a movie." And the college guy says, "You want to hang out my dorm with my dorm mates?" Which one's she gonna pick?
She's gonna pick the guy who isn't in the dorm.
Yeah. So like for me, I'm a couple weeks away from being 34. But I grew up at a time I was coming of age when these social media platforms were being built. So I exploited all of them.
Yes.
I had a very normal teenage and years and 20s and everything, dating, hooking up, partying, all the good stuff. And I skateboarded all the time, and I was arrogant, cocky, just awful person, all that. And the ladies loved it. I'm exaggerating a little bit, but I mean they kind of did. And now I'm in my 30s, and I can go on dating apps and be like, "Oh yeah, yep, you got it." And then these other guys who are like 26 have no experience because guys like me have dominated the dating apps for the entire time.
Yep.
So when they're 30, they've never dated before.
Okay, I understand why Abba might have an issue with that comment, but I don't. But I can see the argument coming. I can just see it coming.
And they might, if they've tried a dating app and it didn't work, they're probably not going to want to go back on it when they're 30 to try again.
The dating apps are awful anyway. Like for
Never tried one.
Well, it's like for women, it's just you just sit there and you get inundated with messages from literally everyone, and then guys go in and message literally everyone.
Yep.
It's become awful. So I've basically walked away from it, just like, ugh, it's trash. But I do think it's crazy that I'm about to be 34.
I just heard something fall. Like my I have, so you see how I have these sound pads in the back, right? I put stuff on the roof, and they're not staying, and I basically just given up on them. So like I'm just as they fall, I just take them and put them away, and one just scared the crap out of me. That's why I was looking around, like what the heck just dropped, and I couldn't find it, but I found it. Luckily nothing broke, so we're good.
And I have no family because my dad had 2 kids by the time he was 27.
Yeah.
And I'm like, man, you know what the problem is though? It's definitely not me. I think it's everybody else.
Yeah.
So you're saying?
I thought he was being satirical.
Wait, hold up.
So I've basically walked away from it, just like, ugh, it's trash. But I do think it's crazy that I'm about to be 34 and I have no family because my dad had 2 kids by the time he was 27.
Yeah.
And I'm like, man, you know what the problem is though? It's definitely not me. I think it's everybody else.
Yeah.
So you're saying?
I thought he was being satirical when he said it too, because there was like a pause, and I thought this was going to be a punchline. It's because he just spent the last hour lecturing everybody about the fact that dating is so tough for ordinary people because they don't make enough money. Women are pretty much drawn to men who make a lot of money.
Temples make money.
He's like multi-millionaire.
Okay,
he's into hypergamy. He's talking about how women are hypergamous, all this other stuff. But at the same time,
you're 34 and still not.
You can't. Everyone else is the problem.
Like he's the cheat code.
I couldn't believe when he said that sentence. Problem's not me. Definitely not me. Anyone who says that sentence, man or woman, run for the hills. Okay.
Okay, I can understand that, but I think that's just an interpretation issue, because like when Tim said that, I could see that it doesn't really look good to say it that way, but like I could argue that when Tim said that, he meant like the people around him in his life, but at the same time, it doesn't absolve him with the responsibility. I think he should have been a little bit more tepid with that type of excuse. He should have said it's kind of out of his hands. He should have said that, and I would be more in agreement with him. But he said it's everybody else, which is a much more stronger statement than it's kind of out of his hands, because it sort of kind of was out of his hands at the time, because I don't know if I think he did have a girlfriend at the time, but he couldn't, because like his girlfriend basically runs all of the background administration stuff for his business. Like Tim has the pleasure of not having to deal with the administration stuff behind the scenes thing. Like he says that goes to his girlfriend, and I think they're literally getting married relatively soon, or already did, because she's having a baby, so they kind of have to. And he did claim that he was going to do that eventually. He didn't want to give time or dates because, like, Tim needs to be very conscious about that type of stuff and how much personal information he wants to give out. He didn't even want to like say that like she was even pregnant or anything, but he ended up saying it. And he had like an epiphany stream one time, and he was like this close to like shutting everything down just so he can have like his family and stuff. And he kept mentioning family over and over and over again. And then he ultimately didn't shut things down, and then told everyone why this happened and what happened. And he was a little bit more transparent to what was going on behind the scenes. And that's when he talked about like he was getting married and he's going to have a kid and all that type of stuff. So, yeah. But this is only 5 months ago, but the video that they're talking about was Tim in like 2022 or 2021. Because that was the old studio back when they were in New Jersey. They don't live in New Jersey anymore.
When they say the problem is everyone else, that's because the way that they operate their life is my way or the highway, and they're probably not reasonable. If you could honestly look at all your dating experience and say the problem has always been everyone else and never you.
Actually, that's so true, because Tim at the time, he wants to work as much as possible. And that was very abnormal for normal human beings. Let's just say that. So he literally had no time to talk or to like have a family. So that's why I would have appreciated if Tim in the past were to amend that statement and say, and make it more, it's out of his hands, to be a little bit more charitable, but or to be a little bit more reasonable. But saying that outright like that, I can understand why these two guys are having that interpretation and criticizing it. Like, I don't necessarily disagree with what they're saying, but like the only reason I don't disagree is because what Tim said was a little bit over the line of what he should have. What is the word? He should have hedged his statement on that a little bit more.
You're 1,000% a part of the problem. Everyone plays a role in some relationship with family. There's just no way you get to that point in life and you're never involved in any of the failures. Either in the selection of the people you choose, the kind of women you go after, the kind of behavior you exhibit in the relationship. You have to lack self-awareness to say, I've never been a problem.
Other people. It's not you. To him. No, I'm sorry.
You're right.
No,
Right.
No, not this time. Usually the common denominator is you.
The common denominator is infinity.
Yeah.
It's all the numbers.
Yes. Not you, not the one.
That's crazy.
In all the relationship, who was wrong? Them. They're the common denominator.
Bro, these guys sell you doom and gloom, say the world is for the rich. They are filthy rich and they still can't make it work. And you would think that, like, yo, you look at guys like Myra and you look at all these fresh red pills, the high value men types. None of them have traditional families, even though they yap on about it and conservative values. They're all sleeping around left, right, and center. They fucking left, right, center. They're having kids out of wedlock. They all do this shit. And then they want to lecture you about doom and gloom and just get you to pay for their subscription services. It's actually the craziest amount of pimping. These dudes pimp out lonely men. They're telling you get rich, be successful, this is the way. They are all those things and they don't make it work.
No, they pimp out lonely simps.
Crazy.
Pimping simps.
Oh yeah, and these dudes are simping for these guys. They'll get in the comment sections, they'll harass you, they'll threaten you because you went after their hero. I'm like, bro, that's more pathetic than simping for an OnlyFans model. You simping for a dude who's literally stealing your money and making you more lonely. That's crazy. But yeah, moving past that.
So like, when it comes to the women that I've been in relationships with, so one relationship I was in was a woman had a career, and so we never saw each other, and she's like, I'm not giving up my career. I'm like, well, I'm certainly not.
Yeah.
You're not giving up your career. I'm not.
Doesn't compromise, chooses somebody who has a lifestyle who's incompatible with his. Everyone else is the problem, not Tim Pool. Dude works 18.
Okay, I mean, yes, I don't disagree with that, but I think it's a little cherry picky. It's fair cherry picking, but it's a little cherry picky.
10 hours a day, chooses someone else who works 10 hours a day. Everyone else is the problem, not how I choose it. So
I don't necessarily disagree.
How does that make sense?
It doesn't.
You guys would laugh at
It's
anyone
fair.
if they told you this as an employer. They're saying, I'm trying to hire
This is
full-time
fair
employee.
criticism to my beanie friend. This is fair criticism to my beanie friend.
They hire a part-timer who works weekends only.
A student.
You look stupid. That's on you. That's not the employee's fault. How is that their fault?
Well, the employees are trash. Because if you really like the company, you should be devoted to it.
Yeah, and it's like you start dating.
All right,
someone
now they're
who's
just
like,
making fun of
"I
it.
have a job. I make more money than you. You should give up your job and you spend more time, spend more time with
just say
but hold up. Just because you make more money at your job doesn't mean the other person wants to stop working. Doesn't mean that they don't want to be fulfilled in that way. And if they want that, there's nothing wrong with that. Just because you make more, you're not entitled to tell them to quit.
Actually, to be honest, this video kind of aged a little bit well for actually, his name is Timothy. For Tim Pool. Because Tim found a girl that will literally do his job. like he didn't want to give up his job, so he found a girl that is willing to pursue the things that Tim wanted to pursue. So, hey, and she literally does the administration part on the back end of Tim Pool's stuff. So Tim kind of, like he said, he did say it was everyone else, and he literally made that in reality. He found someone that operated within Tim's worldview, and he found him. So, hey, yeah. So you can criticize him for having an unreasonable standard, but it wasn't that unreasonable. Let's just say that.
They don't have to give up their lifestyle. They're not the problem. You guys have chosen the wrong people. Both of you guys are the problem in this situation.
I'm gonna tell you this.
Crazy.
If you say it's my way or the highway, or you have a my way or the highway attitude, just say that you're not available to date. You're not available. Because being available to date actually requires you to be, what's that word? Available. And you're not. You don't want to budge. You don't want to move. And if everybody's the problem. Like, listen, my guy, you're a cheat code. You're rich. You're not half bad looking. Lightning!
You ain't see what's under that beanie. And you can't wear that beanie when you have sex. Because if you do, that's crazy.
You don't.
I honestly think wearing a beanie in sex is worse, like 1,000 times worse than balding.
I think he has to wear the beanie during sex.
No, he does not.
Yes.
No.
He's not the problem, sir.
What if this motherfucker got an afro?
Yeah, but
and he's like 1/10 black. And he's just been hiding his Negro-ness.
And then some other women are like, I want to go adventure and do my thing. And I'm like, I'm all about freedom and liberty, so you do your thing, I guess. And the only option I really have is to be like, no, you must be the wife. And like, that's not me.
Yep, exactly.
So I haven't found.
So you gotta find somebody who wants to, start a family and be maybe a stay-at-home mother.
But here's the challenge with that. My perspective, personality, what I find attractive are all based on liberal urban sensibilities.
Yep.
And so most of the women in that space are going to be fiercely independent, careerists, and not necessarily compatible.
Oh my God, you can't make this shit up.
My guy.
Wait, what?
What the ladies realize.
No. That's a fair analysis of his. Like, he's saying that his standard is kind of unreasonable. Like, he's agreeing with you. What are they gonna say?
Perspective, personality, what I find attractive are all based on liberal urban sensibilities.
Yep.
And so most of the women in that space are going to be fiercely independent, careerists, and not necessarily compatible.
Oh my God, you can't make this shit up.
My guy, what the ladies realize at 30, you're gonna realize at 40.
Man, everybody want to build a bear bitch. A build a bear RPG maker character. I would like someone who's got 10 points into TradCon, but also 8 points into artistic endeavors. Doesn't want to work. My guy.
So, over the past several years, I've been, increasingly successful. I have no problem and no concerns about starting a family whenever I need to. But most of the women that, I have been with are like, can't career.
Yep.
And so there have been some who are like nearly 40. And I'm like,
Yeah, it's getting up there a little bit.
That's no offense. I'm just saying, like,
40-year-old women are lovely. Okay.
Well, the issue isn't them being 40. It's the difference in my age to their age and where I am in my life. And the same is true with younger women too. So I could certainly find like a younger woman who's like, I just want to. And I'm like, but we're just.
And there's biology that comes into play too. There, if you're looking to start a family and she's already in her 40s, then there could be some trouble and that could be hard and that might not fit your what you want in your life.
Yep. So now he has a problem with women who are younger than him, but you decide to prioritize your work and your profession and put dating by the wayside and just put all your time into that. And then you get to 34, come to realize that you really want this whole family situation. You're having regrets because you saw your dad. But this is just a result of your choices. Don't blame this on feminism. Don't blame this on the. If feminism.
Oh, okay. All right, I understand. Okay, they're making an argument based on past statements that Tim was talking about for why they're that's why I didn't really understand why. Okay, so I get why they flipped out whenever Tim literally gave the exact reasoning on why his standard's kind of unreasonable, like why his standard doesn't really work. So I understand why they flipped out on that, because that was a little bit of a cognitive dissonance thing on their part, because I didn't really understand why they were reacting that way, but it was because they were reacting on the persona, not what Tim said, but on the persona of what Tim said. And then I guess they might have seen it a little bit hypocritical, because like he understands that his thing is unreasonable, but like, didn't you once in the past like trash feminism and stuff like that? And I'm like, oh, okay, that's the angle that they're trying to get at. I didn't understand that the first time when I heard that.
If it didn't come about, the very liberal values that you love so much in these women wouldn't even exist. If everyone just remained stay-at-home wives, all that shit that you yapping about that you're looking for in a woman wouldn't even exist in anybody. I don't know. To me, I'll never understand it. It just makes me think of the people who want to travel for 10 years and just be a fucking nomad, and then come to find out they have no community to really come back to, no roots that they planted anywhere, or they haven't built a family and they're in their mid-30s and they haven't launched up their career, and they're like, oh, it's a result of your actions. You're dealing with the consequences. Take accountability. But instead of doing that, you blaming everybody.
Wait, I thought he is taking accountability. Like him literally saying, well, copy current time. Him right here is literally him taking accountability.
Based on liberal urban sensibilities.
Yep.
Be the wife, and like, that's not me.
Yep.
And he's like 1/10 black. And he's just been hiding his Negro-ness.
And then some other women are like, I want to go adventure and do my thing. And I'm like, I'm all about freedom and liberty, so you do your thing, I guess. And the only option I really have is to be like, no, you must be the wife, and like, that's not me.
Yep, exactly.
So I haven't found.
Yeah.
Somebody who wants to, start.
Yeah, yeah. Yes. Like, he's saying the archetype of what he wants, but he's like, no, that's not him. Okay. That's criticism. That's him criticizing himself. Or, yeah. Not necessarily criticizing, but like, he understands the situation that he's in, or the predicament.
Start a family and be maybe a stay-at-home mother,
But here's the challenge with that. My perspective, personality, what I find attractive are all based on liberal urban sensibilities.
Yep.
And so most of the women in that space are going to be fiercely independent, careerists, and not necessarily compatible.
Yeah, he's describing his problem. He's not necessarily complaining that that's the issue, like why that's the issue. Like, he's just, yeah, I think that's him holding some accountability to himself. All right, so this is why I like to just copy the current URL so I know where I go back to.
It's a result of your actions. You're dealing with the consequences. Take accountability. But instead of doing that, you blaming everybody else. That's crazy.
The result of everybody else.
Crazy.
That's not him blaming everybody else. We just okay, whatever. I disagree with that.
You know what I mean?
That's
like,
a weird
you
interpretation.
Your whole life, come to your mid-30s, you got zero relationship skills. Then you want to blame women for not knowing how to act when it's actually you don't know how to compromise, you don't know how to deal with nothing. Stop blaming everybody else. Crazy. And I hate about this. It's always the dudes who be yapping about accountability. Oh, you reap what you sow. This is the result of your actions. And then they sit here blaming the field instead of themselves. I think like most things in life, things are never as bad as people make it seem, but they're not as great either, right? They're normally somewhere in the middle, right? You go online, people will have you doomed out like crazy, thinking the world's about to end. And you go to real life and people are really just not concerned about a lot of this shit because it's just not in their purview, they're not privy to a lot of it. There is some truth to the stuff of hypergamy, but it's never as bad as people make it seem to be. There is some truth to the fact that women do like men who make more money, but if you look at the numbers too, women date a lot of men who are around their income level or sometimes a little bit less, and that's becoming a more and more common trend, all right? This whole idea that it's only for the rich, I see so many poor and middle class people who are constantly getting married and making it work. This idea that you're never going to make it work unless you make 6 figures is just nonsense, okay? This idea that you have to be a Chad is also nonsense. I see so many ugly guys who get it on with girls. Hell, I look decent now, but when I was in my mid-20s to early 20s, like, I look like a wretch. Listen.
All right, they're not really, they're right now they're just going off on a tangent on what Tim Pool represents and not actually going off of what Tim Pool is talking about in that specific clip. So, because like they're not bringing up any more clips. Do they bring up more clips about Tim? Oh, they do. All right, well, but like they're talking about the red pill archetype, which Tim kind of falls into, but I would argue that that isn't necessarily the case because he kind of disagrees with some of the things that they say, but like not outrightly and not like yeah, outrightly, but like I'm not gonna go look up clips to prove my point. So I guess take me at my word or not.
I look like something.
Not really that strong.
And I was still making it work.
That argument.
I knew a lot of dudes who are even uglier who are making it work. This whole doomer shit online is like, hey, if you're not a Chad, I think this is just behavior that a lot of people engage in to make their own.
Like Tim has never. I don't think Tim has ever said that. Like Tim is just making a fact statement. He's not saying he agrees with that. He's just making a generalized statement, which is true. Like what Tim said is true, but like I guess they're not understanding that. They think Tim believes this by okay. I don't know.
Own inability to make things work seem more satisfying. It's not me. Just society's changed, so I'll never find a mate. You have some accountability in all of this. Yes, things may have gotten difficult in some areas, but they've also gotten easier in others. And people who don't want to acknowledge that, always hand on their doom, I think they're just looking for excuses to justify why they're not getting the results they want. I'm on social media. I see ugly people getting married all the time. Good for them.
I go outside. I go outside with the amount. Actually, with the amount of people that I know that consult, because now consulting and having a therapist or whatnot is a thing that is in right now. So with the amount of that, I see less and less people. There's still some people that do that. The delusional stuff is still present, but there's less and less of that. And there's more people that are more conscious. No, I just really want to be like happy and let me cut all the extra stuff. So I've seen more and more people just go for something that they really going for something that is less flamboyant and more, less like, oh, you know what, someone that's rich that's making this and that that has people are more, from what I've seen around me, maybe it's the Canadian thing.
They are humble.
Yeah, life humbles.
Hey, you guys just see the delusional people because the delusional people spend a lot of time.
Highlight.
Why did I think they were Australian? They're Canadian. Oh my god! Like when I mentioned the whole thing that they were outside of, they don't live in the U.S. My mind went to they're probably Australian or something, and I'm like, oh wait. No, they're Canadian, and they just said it now. But I also just remembered I knew they were Canadian a long time ago. I don't know, why did I even think? Okay, whatever. I didn't even say it on stream. It was a thought process error that I had.
No, it's just they spend a lot of time online.
And they are
They're loud about it too.
They are
and it's flagrant, so it stands out. But a lot of happy people don't got no time to be on social media. They're out here doing shit. That's what it is.
That's what it is.
Miserable people go online to look for answers. Happier people are not online looking at red pill shit. They're not.
Misery loves.
So you're only going to be in comment sections with other people who are miserable. Why would you be watching some of this?
Yeah, they're just letting out their frustration with the whole red pill stuff on Tim Pool, because Tim Pool kind of sort of fits in that degree. I kind of disagree. Like they're not really arguing against Tim Pool. They're making comments based on the generalization of what red pill is, and so I don't really have much to say or to add to this, disagree or agree, because like they're not really talking about Tim right now. They're talking about what Tim represents. So
this shit, it's just dudes just yell at you,
or what they think Tim represents.
Actually happy in your life. Who got time to be like, oh my god, the feminist? If you're actually with a woman you really enjoy being with, I just couldn't imagine having a good time on my date and be like, you know what I need to do while I'm having fun? Let me go watch somebody called feminist whores. Like, who got time for that? That's why that was the thing during the pandemic. You didn't go outside, so you just thought this shit was so real. Then you go outside, and you talk like, what the fuck is red pill? What is this?
You think
shit?
That's why it toppled?
They don't care.
You think that's why it toppled?
It was never a really big thing. It looked bigger than it was because again we're online. Literally nobody in real life knows about this shit or cares. So this is another touch and grass segment. Do not listen to these creators because they will have you thinking everything is going to end, and that's their job too. Why? Because miserable and fearful people are going to pay money to support them.
Yeah, this is yep. They're doing a generalized argument on like not what Tim Pool said in those clips, but like they just disagree with the generalization fact that Tim said. Like what he said is not, what Tim said was not wrong. It just fell into the red pill archetype. So they're criticizing all of the other things that the red pillar people say. So I don't think that's fair to have that judgment at the end for Tim Pool. Don't listen to these creators. I'm like, no, Tim, you're arguing against a generalized thing of red pillars. This is what you're saying does not necessarily connect with Tim Pool. Like, I don't think that's a fair thing to say about Tim. Like, oh, don't listen to Tim because he says a fact. So you guys went on a weird tangent and connecting a lot of things together that shouldn't be connected. And now you're gonna try and weave it back to Tim Pool at the end of it. Like, no, that's not a fair. Like, I can kind of see the flaw in this rationale. Like, if they were only talking about people of the red pill, then I would agree. But since this is a Tim Pool specific video, like, it's in the title, I'm gonna disagree with that framing at the end.
When you think there's a war coming, you will invest in order to be ahead of the curve. I'm just saying. Did you not hear it come out of his own mouth? It's not me, it's everyone else. How many times have y'all heard women say that shit and these guys flame the fuck out of them and justify themselves? But here's a grown man repeating that same shit. How many times you gonna hear that? How many times you gonna...
They just don't like that one comment. Okay, all right, whatever. I mean, but that's just, you're interpreting you're looking way into that one comment. Like, you're looking way too much at that one comment.
You'll hear men yell goofy ass shit like, oh, men are the price. What? Are you not just a men? I'm the whole table. And you guys are gonna be like, yes, queen. Y'all gotta stop that, fellas. Do not repeat what these ladies said when you was flaming it for us and then act like you didn't do that shit. That's crazy.
You talk your talk, King.
Yeah, King. Yeah, King. Do your thing.
You talk your talk.
Know your worth, King. Right. You the table. You don't even answer that question. Know your worth.
I want to present to you some ideas, and then you can tell me what you think. Sure. And then we'll start from there. That sounds great. So have you heard that, like, young dudes aren't dating for the most part? Like, they're not hooking up, they're virgins?
Yes.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Well, before we go anything, why do you think that is?
I mean, I think a lot of it has to do with dating apps and women having more options now.
So I'll explain this idea, and I guess you agree.
Yeah.
But we did a segment on this before, so just bear with me if you've already seen it. Basically, before dating apps and social media, a college-age woman, or high school, whatever age, is their dating pool is limited. I think college is probably a better idea. Right? It's probably a better example. Their dating pool is limited to the other college students of the same age and around their peers. But with Tinder, now they can message a 30-year-old guy who lives 5-10 miles away and has a car. So when this woman swipes right on a 20-year-old college student and a 30-year-old career guy, she thinks they're both attractive, messages both of them. The 30-year-old guy says, I can pick you up in my Honda Civic and we can go to the lake or go see a movie. And the college guy says, you want to hang out my dorm with my dorm mates? Which one's she gonna pick?
She's gonna pick the guy who isn't in the dorm.
Right. So you agree?
Yeah, absolutely.
But would you say that's materialism, or do you think it's just?
I think it's biological.
Explain. What do you mean?
Like women are driven to find a mate, whether or not you like it or not. Like we're driven to be like, okay, who can support us? And men are driven to be like, okay, well, who's gonna give us healthy children? These are biological impulses that we have. So a woman whose options are a guy with no job, drinks all the time, parties, like his age, it's age appropriate. He should be doing that stuff. But she had these, that was her pool, and now she has men who have jobs and money and houses and are ready to do that, to be who she is biologically driven to want to be, and so she's going to choose that unless she's wanting to party to like the dorm guy and not ready to settle down.
Because there's some, so I think there's a mix between biological and social.
Yep.
I don't think it's purely one or the other. I think typically you'll find from like the feminists, it's all social constructs.
Yes.
But there was a study I just talked about earlier on one of my other channels that when a woman gets a promotion, she is more likely to get divorced. If a man gets a promotion, there's no change.
You think she gets divorced by like her saying, I'm going to get divorced now because I can support myself, versus the man saying, I can't live with you being more successful?
I think it's both. Well, so my opinion is, I think
that is a generalized argument that I can understand that Abba and Preach is gonna have an issue with, because they're gonna take that argument that Tim just used and make it seem like that Tim is actually making a more specific thing, that this is like, they're gonna over exaggerate the generalized, like what he's saying is true, but they're gonna take it more personal, as if he's saying that this is how it is all the time, and that's not a fair interpretation. Maybe they might not do that, but that's my feeling.
Typically, not always, a woman wants a man who is of higher status than they are. Yeah. Somebody who's capable, strong, confident, that they can look up to.
Yeah, he's literally saying typical.
Like, you can rely on yourself as a woman, and then you have this powerful benefit in this strong man who's also providing you a safety net, I guess. Yeah. And then men want to feel like protectors. Yes. So you flip the dynamic. If a woman gets a promotion, now the man feels inadequate.
It's almost emasculation.
Yeah. And so I know that it's funny, you'll see a lot of feminists will say something like, oh, boo-hoo, the poor man, it's like, it doesn't matter what you think about it. It matters that men feel this.
I would have to look at that study, because I don't believe anyone who cites most of this shit online. But I'm curious. Do you believe that to be true? Do you believe that when a woman gets a promotion, a man's insecure about it because she's making more money now? I mean, this is all going to be anecdotal, so we just chat.
I heard about it, but I have nothing to confirm it. I remember, like, my girl had, what happened? Why are you smiling?
I don't know, I just couldn't imagine being in a relationship with somebody, and all of a sudden I look at my bank account and there's more money, and I'm like, man, I hate this bitch.
I can understand that there could be some men that would be more uncomfortable with that. I
Silly table.
I'm not that.
What do you think about the new album that Tyler, the Creator, just dropped? Chromacopia.
I don't know who that is.
The way I've seen a couple of men acting out there, and the insecurity that's out there, I could see that whenever you got, like, for example, at a job, my girl was taking care of, there was something that they used to do every year for breast cancer, right? A huge gala and stuff like that.
Yeah, I don't know who that is. I have nothing to say to that.
And then you get to meet all the coworkers.
Didn't mean to be that dismissive, but
more money than me. Right. All the coworkers are making more money than me. You know what I mean? So when you're around, what do you do? All right, I'm a manager of this and that district. What are you doing? I'm a manager of this and that. I got these. And then what are you doing? I'm a dancer. Not that kind. So I'm not like that. But I know there are a lot of people out there, a lot of guys out there, that will feel very uncomfortable like that. Like,
this is actually legitimately good. I thought they were gonna have a much more a much more negative take on that, but okay, this is actually quite fair. That's actually not too bad. This is pretty good. Respect levels are just increasing, man, just increasing as I watch these guys.
Well, Peter at your job, I know there's some guys like that. Do I feel like women want a divorce? Maybe it's true that whenever they get promotions, they're more likely to divorce. I wouldn't necessarily put a correlation between the divorce and the promotion.
I mean, there's probably dozens of reasons why that's true. Is it because they're becoming more selfish and then they're like, I've gotten better place in life, so I want to get divorced? Or is it because they're working more hours, so they have less time to invest in their relationship, and so that's what's causing friction between the two of them? The likelihood of...
It also could be the fact that women will be more prone to like divorce because like if the guy sucks in every way, right? And they make more money and they make enough money and the female makes enough money to survive without him, they'll be like, all right, I'll get a divorce. It's not like she needs the guy anymore, right? Which says a lot about the woman and the guy that she's with. But so yeah, that's probably another reason why the likelihood of divorces are increasing. It could be increasing because of a bad thing that people shouldn't be going into relationships just because the guy makes enough money. Like if that's like, I mean, if that statistic is true, that statistic proves that there's a lot of shallow women out there, a lot more, or there's a high enough threshold of shallow women out there that it'll show a discrepancy for when women make more money, they tend to not care about the guy anymore, as like they'll divorce more because ultimately they were only in the relationship because of money. And when the guy when they're able to support themselves without the guy anymore, then they're not in a relationship anymore. Maybe it's not shallow, but they could feel like they have to marry because they're in a bad financial situation. And then when they get out of that bad financial situation by being in that relationship and being taken care of, they're finally able to freely explore more options. And hopefully if the guy was treating her not so well, they'll probably end up leaving. So that's probably the reason why in general that happens. More likely, but that's just my 2 cents.
Her getting lots of promotions and a high percentage of divorce could just be linked to the work aspect of it too, right? So again, these numbers, I don't know if they're real, but even if they are, what is the context behind them? What's the actual motivation? That's why I never like taking these. But you see how people will sometimes take a number and then just make their own narrative for why that's true.
Yes. Like I can understand that someone getting a promotion, get the promotion, and then the tasks
Soon
at home
56.
change and everything and stuff.
Hey, I'm Elite, love your streams. Let's chat about streaming ideas.
On the person. The person comes back home with a lot of pressure, a lot of they don't want to. When you're supposed to come back home, and that's just for me, to me. Your home is a safe haven. Right. Your home is your peace. I do not invite certain people, or it's gonna take a long time for you to be in my house. Yeah. Even if I've been friends with you for a long ass time, I've been friends with some people.
I mean, he's never invited me to this place. It happens.
I'm sorry, what's your name again?
There you go.
Exactly. All right. So I invite him, he doesn't come to my house. He doesn't want to because he dislikes everything I do. But
why do you say it like that? Why'd you say it like that? Not wrong, but it's
not wrong, but it's really that. It's really that. You dislike everything I do and everything I have. And
I'm just like everything you do.
You want to go like, hey, because you saw how well it made you.
You know what I'm saying?
No, because you sported good.
You know what I'm saying? I don't dislike everything you do.
Now you sported good.
Yeah, you know what I mean? No, I'm gonna get it tailored a little bit over here just to just.
You don't have to.
I'm just saying.
Because the thing that happened is that right now it's new, but with time is gonna.
It's gonna fade down.
With time is gonna.
Okay, so it's not too big.
No, it's good.
Okay,
no, it's good.
I don't like dislike everything you do.
No, because because you like when I prop you up. When
No.
You're good. You're like, yeah, I like that. That's you. That's you. Look at you. Yeah. That's it. Now, whenever you got. It's not that, it's that you got promotion, you got more stress, you got more tasks that you have to accumulate. There's more stress on you, and it could weigh in on your couple, and then eventually coming back home can be not a safe haven. Yeah. And then you spend longer time at work. Yeah. You do all those schemes to not go back home, and then it can potentially be It could potentially be the cause of you splitting, but it's not necessarily the fact that I got a promotion. I'm a better person. Fuck you. I need to go up. Moving on up.
I don't believe that shit. It's like the wage gap number because people used to just reference it and be like 20 cents on a dollar. But when you look into it, it's like, okay, well, women who work in the same field but actually work in worse professions within that field. So instead of being a doctor who's a brain surgeon, they're actually just working in childcare. And it turns out that the ones that do, pediatricians, make substantially less, even men. But once you had a woman who's also a brain surgeon compared to another brain surgeon, you saw that the income disparity leveled out a lot. Or if you look at women who didn't have kids, or if you look at women who spend most of their time working, you realize that the income disparity drops. So those numbers in a vacuum don't mean much. There's a narrative behind them that people are spreading. You got to look at what the reasons why are that they exist.
100%. And also, there's also the fact that the number of time that they would take off versus their male counterparts.
Yes.
And
women sometimes prioritize that more.
Yeah, which is understandable, and that's fine. But at the end of the day, they were paid the same. But if you take all the vacation and the leave and stuff like that, then you get a different.
These guys are super reasonable. Not gonna lie, I don't disagree with. I don't really have much to say or add or anything but to say that I agree. So, cool, respectable. I like them, but it's boring to watch that. I want to get upset. Come on now, say something I disagree with.
You get a yeah.
Oh, that was it. Wow, look at that. Look at that. All right, so we're done with this Abba and Preach stuff. Let's see. I'm gonna take a minor break, but before I take that break, oh, actually, yes. I'm so glad I randomly clicked on this video. I want to watch the Brianna Wu counterfire. I don't know what this counterfire guy is, but Brianna Wu I knew, and Brianna Wu is like this person that works with oh, there's people in Brianna Wu is this person that lives in that works with Progressive Victory, and they're like I guess they help Democrats and they get paid to do that. So yeah, but she used to work with Destiny a little bit, and because like Destiny is like really intelligent, so I understand why she would work with them. But ever since and this is 3 hours long, so this is probably gonna be the last thing that I'll do for stream. But my god, 720p, my god, Counter-Strike, okay, all right, whatever. But anyways, we're probably gonna watch this next. I'm gonna take a minor break. I'll be back. Just don't go away, don't disappear. I'll be right back. All right, we're back. And got me a new monster, ice cold, because we live in a very cold climate right now. So just got it from the garage. Free cold temperature, free refrigerator garage. Pretty nice. Also, my room is very hot. All these new components and how small everything is, and it's freaking cold outside. But I left my room, and my body was completely acclimated to the temperature, and I went out there, and I'm like, damn, my room is actually pretty hot. And then I came back in after I acclimated to the temperature out there, which was actually normal temperature. I came back in here, and I'm like, yeah, we gotta turn the AC on. We gotta turn the AC on in 36-degree weather. Okay, all right. Let's just keep going. So I guess maybe you might watch this. I'm not sure, yo. Not sure yet. I don't know if we're gonna watch this. Oh, actually, I just remembered something. Okay, so I wanted to go over this. It's not a video, but like I wanted to. Let's see. Yeah, we'll do that. Destiny's Wait, actually, I don't know what's gonna show up. Let me go back here. I don't know what's gonna show up when I do this. Oh, okay. Reload, and why can't? No, don't do this to me. Don't do this to me. I don't want to sign up. Oh, this kind of sucks. Alright, whatever. I mean, it's... okay. I know how to fix this. I just can't use this browser. Let's... give me 2 seconds. I'll be right back. I'll be right back. Never mind. Who cares? Who cares? Who cares? We're just not gonna do that. All right, we're just gonna watch this video. Whatever.
Yeah, hey. Fed Sunil. This thing is on. Can you hear me okay? Let me know if you can hear me okay.
We're just gonna skip
going live.
We're just gonna skip to the part to where, because this is 3 hours long, when he starts talking about Brianna Wu, or when when Brianna Wu comes on.
Tay's still here? No idea. Tay's Grove at Counterfire. We won't get the files for like 45 days. He just commanded them to release them. Ooh, nice. And then I think Brianna is here, so just... Yeah, so I caught up with chat, basically, and then I'm going to get Brianna in. The statute would start counting down the last verified date he distributed them, if I read some of the laws correctly. Yeah, well, apparently he had a live Gmail link, so I don't know. We'll figure it out. But let's bring Brianna in, let's say hello, and then let's get into the content. How are you?
I've been better.
I believe it. Your volume's a little low for me, I think. Can you line it up?
If I just put it a little closer to my mouth, how is that?
It's okay, but I'm actually borderline wondering, is it like, can you just check your settings real quick and make sure you're hooked up to the best mic available? I'm borderline wondering if it's your lab mic right now.
No, it's my, it's the right one.
Okay,
It's
that just might be me.
Max. I'm
Chat,
so
can
sorry.
you?
Yeah.
Chat, can you hear her fine? Do I need to turn her up at all? Let me know in the chat. But good evening. I think we're actually all having a very weird week. Do you wanna share anything?
Weird week. This whole like I guess hacked materials allegedly right now of the whole Destiny stuff and having those things leak is affecting everyone associated with him. Bro, I understand why everyone's just jumping ship.
Before we kind of get into it?
No, let's just get into it. Sounds good. Thank you, sweetie.
Okay. All right. So what I'm going to do, actually, I already kind of brought up as many documents as I thought were relevant. So I have Pixie Substack. I have the Mr. Girl report. I have Mr. Girl celebrating, I think in a kind of a gross way, on Twitter in 2 different ways that I think are worthy of some level of criticism, even if we keep it...
Twitter? What's Twitter? Oh, they're talking about the thing that died 2 years ago. So he must be talking about an old tweet that came out like 2 years ago, because that Twitter existed, but it died like 2 years ago. But we have this new thing called X, and Elon owns it. It came off of Twitter, but like it's just better, you know. It's just better. They should call it X. That's my whole point of like stopping the video. Call it X, and I will. This might be the first and only time that I'll even harp on it. I'm not really too annoyed. It's just that I respect Elon. I like Elon, and they should respect Elon too. They should do that too.
Focused on Pixie, even if we keep it focused on Destiny.
Now call them out for.
And then I have Destiny's reaction in offline chat to the backlash that he's getting right now via Nicholas Diorio, and so I think all of this is relevant. Do you think that we should add anything else to this outline?
Let's just keep going on through it. So, yeah, Connor, I just want to hit this right off the bat up front. When this was all breaking, I put out a tweet saying I just didn't want to get involved with it. Right? I don't. Can we just hit this head on before we start, man?
Sure.
Like, I like Steven. I like literally every single person in his orbit. I like Cherry. I like Kyla. I like Pixie a lot. Actually, I love working with Pixie. She's a great person. But there is the true to God, swear to God reason I have not been on Destiny's stream since last year. Like, I literally chose not to dial in all last year. So there's some quality to his life. There's something about him, and I don't know what it is, but it just sucks you into all this horseshit around him. And we're laughing, but it's not.
No, I've been swimming in it. I've been swimming in it for 4 or 5 years. I've almost enjoyed the experience a little bit.
It's not fun for me, Connor. Like this week, I am. Like this Trump executive orders came out. I've got real world fucking shit to do. I've got real world stuff to do. I've got real media to do that policymakers watch. I've got meetings with elected officials to have. I've got meetings with the Democratic Party as we're trying to figure out what the fuck our trans messages should be. I've got.
Yeah, this person is literally like nose deep into like stuff. Like she is a serious person that's trying to have serious change within the political sphere. Destiny is not that type of person. But he's trying so hard. He's trying so hard to live the way that he wants to live, and then also at the same time be a serious person within the political sphere. He can't do both. You literally can't do both, because people are not going to take him seriously. People don't want to be associated with him. And he's like, well, I like his whole mentality that he's by himself and he's not ideologically captured, and he like that's why he says that he can never be ideologically captured, because like, and he holds that to such a high pedestal. And I'm like, bro, I mean, okay, that's great for you, but like when you want to team up with other people and be associated with other people, and they don't want to like respect you because of the attitude that you had beforehand, like he can't really get upset about that. And I don't think he has, but there's other videos of him. Actually, let's look this up right now. Why did I do that? Like, I should have had. Actually, no, whatever. Destiny. I like how the game comes up first. Destiny streamer. Where is it? YouTube. Because he's now actually making videos again. Oh, what? Timpo loses it and says that his data point wants human... What? Hold up. Okay, I'm now interested in this video. I am now interested in this video. Wait, what is this? I know this guy. All right, I'm interested in this video. We're gonna watch this one. We're going to a new video. He's criticizing my boy, my beanie boy. Yeah, we're just gonna watch this. we'll go back to it. I have it right here. It's on lockdown, but yeah.
And that's so you just showed one terrible story from a country with billions of people and asked me if we should shut down trade with a whole country based on one anecdotal story from 2010 about one company in horrific conditions.
From this story, should we have shut down trade with China over, at this time, this specific incident occurring?
A whole country.
Yes.
Over one
It's
company.
a simple yes or no question.
No, we shouldn't.
Oh, bread is evil and accepts human sacrifice.
Timpool flipped out and called me.
That was a good clip chip edit that the editor did there. Good job. Good job, Destiny.
Evil, just because I disagreed with
Or
it.
no. No. Good job, August, because that's Destiny's editor. But Destiny holds some fault to that too, because Destiny did hire him, and he's literally just like he lets him do what he wants with the edits. So
You are saying you accept a certain degree of mass
I like how everything is a crash out these days.
suicide so that your graph go up.
That is not what I'm saying.
So you think we should
maybe we should sanction trade with Foxconn. Maybe we should restrict trade in that industry.
actually,
maybe
you know
that's
what?
specific-
Instead of just watching a short that Destiny's gonna react off of, he's gonna react off of just a short. Okay, is he gonna watch the whole thing? Is he gonna actually go? No, he's just gonna. Oh, he actually does go into the video. All right. Okay. No, he watches another person watching the video. Okay. All right. Whatever. Let's just keep going.
Region of China, you suspend. It's horrible. It's evil. China's evil. I don't know what you're trying to make me say about.
We should not do trade
with anything with China. Okay, you explain that to Americans when every single thing they rely on and buy gets more expensive after years of inflation under Biden.
I will.
You come in. MAGA comes in and
will.
says, "All right, you know what? You guys elected us."
Also, keep in mind, unless somebody has a link to how this is possible otherwise, I'm pretty sure targeted tariffs on countries do not work because they will always just come through another country. You have no way to validate that supply chain in a way that you can enforce that tariff in any reasonable way. That's why you have to tariff the entire sector, well, unless you're trying to sanction something.
Remember to take everything that Destiny says with a grain of salt, because like he's not 100% sure on a lot of these things, but he'll say it with confidence sometimes. So yeah.
But we're not necessarily trying to tear. They're trying to like just target and fuck over one country. Although I don't even know if the country would be fucked over. They're still like distributing it through other countries.
Like whenever Destiny makes a reasonable argument, you can kind of just throw it out the window. For the most part, I'm like, because then my question is like, what is reasonable? Why don't you just give the reasonable circumstance instead of just saying just reasonable? Like actually explain what that reasonableness is, if that makes any sense.
You're just gonna paying more for it.
Inflation under Biden. I will. You come in. MAGA comes in.
Oh, also, wait, I haven't finished this video yet. Tim might do it here, but I just want to get ahead just in case. And if he doesn't, it will be coming, and it is true. Eventually, conservatives will be saying that paying more for things is good. It's actually okay. It's good to be paying more for, goods and services, even though they...
I understand what Destiny's saying, but I don't think they're going to say it's good. They're going to say, this is what we have to do. Like, you should buy from Americans. It's going to be a little bit more expensive, but like, don't you want to like support your fellow Americans? And then, I mean, then people can take that with what you will. That's what's going to actually happen. Not that they're going to say, oh, it's good. It's good that you're paying more. Like, he's just giving the retarded version of what he thinks the other side is going to say. Instead of giving the actual, like, reasonable, like, more fair take of what they will actually say. Like, come on now.
They said the tariffs wouldn't make stuff more expensive, even though they said
like I said,
the economy. They're gonna say, actually, it is going to cost more.
It's basically just anti-propaganda for the other side that Destiny doesn't like.
But that's okay. That's
why he frames it that way.
Will says, all right, you know what? You guys elected us because everything's so unaffordable.
I will
This goes
stand,
up, this
stand on
goes
top
up,
of a
this
mountain.
goes up.
I will stand on top of a mountain and say, and
Betray
directly into the
every
eyes, I will do it
voter.
right now. To
Betray
every
every
voter,
voter
I
that
will look
voted
into
for
the
Trump.
eyes of every voter right now and say, bread is evil and accepts human sacrifice so that you can have a cheap iPhone. And if you're willing to buy a cheap iPhone, knowing that people are committing mass suicide, you stand along with them.
So I'm
and I will stand
evil
on the other
because I
side.
disagree with you about trade policy?
Because you think there's an acceptable degree of...
That was such a... Oh, that's such a snaky way of saying it. No, he's disagreeing with you because you accept that people are... They accept slave... Like, what Tim is saying is not wrong. But, like... people are just gonna, like, ignore what Tim is saying and accept the framing that the other guy said. And I'm like, bro, just because it stemmed from that doesn't mean that everything else that he says after it just doesn't... Everything else that Tim said after that just doesn't, like, disappear.
Mass suicide and concentration camps so that your economy can improve. Committing mass suicide, you stand along with them.
So I'm
and I will stand
evil
on the other
because I
side.
disagree with you about trade policy?
Because you think there's an acceptable degree of mass suicide and concentration camps so that
Like, that's just super reductive. That's not what Tim is saying. He's simplifying it to the nth degree to make it seem like what Tim is saying is unreasonable, which it isn't. It obviously is reasonable, but a good job at framing it in the most negative way possible.
Economy can improve.
I don't think that. You're shadowboxing with a caricature.
Like, the Uyghur stuff was already happening in Trump term 1, no? When did the Uyghur stuff start?
Wait, why are you comparing it to Trump term 1? Like, they were criticizing this before that too. Your point now, Destiny? What?
There's a bit longer of the Brad Tim convo. Oh my God. That's
I will look into the eyes of every voter right now and say, bread is evil.
I'll be honest, I think Tim Pool has some anger issues. Take a listen to this clip where I try to explain why I think tariffs do more.
I talked to Brad before. I don't remember on whose show it was, but he seemed like a real-life human being. Very few people in this industry are like real-life human beings, but he seems like a real-life human being that has like real-life conversations, whereas Tim is like an actor.
More harm than good, and Tim literally just says he doesn't care about facts or data. Take a look.
When Destiny says that, he means this guy actually says things that I agree with, and Tim Pool doesn't say things that I agree with, so one is more of a real human being and the other person isn't, because I disagree with Tim Pool because he likes Trump, and this guy I'm gonna 100% bet like $20 that this guy right here doesn't like Trump 100%.
Listen, you cannot put the genie back in the bottle when it comes to trade. Steel is a great example. President Trump tried to in his first term. He put tariffs on steel imports from our allies and from other countries in order to try to increase domestic steel production.
Oh, I didn't realize the guy in that video was literally him in debating that. Okay, so this guy and the guy. Okay, so they're okay. I didn't realize that when I made that quote. Obviously, that's true, but okay. I mean, now that just makes even more sense. Like, yeah, obviously he's here to debate Tim Pool. So like, yeah, the guy that's debating Tim Pool that disagrees with Tim Pool is obviously the person that's normal, a normal human being. Oh, he agrees with me, guys. Come on now. No, we can't say that. He's a normal human being. Tim Pool's an actor. Why? Because Tim Pool thinks Trump is good. Probably. I mean, Destiny will never say it that way, but that's literally what it sounds like whenever Destiny like criticizes anyone that's on the right these days.
And it worked a little bit, right? You had a little bit of an increase in U.S. steel production, but and research on this is overwhelming. Actual employment in U.S. manufacturing overall suffered. Multiple times more jobs were destroyed than created because the cost went up in all the other industries that have steel as an input cost. So other manufacturing industries lost jobs. So steel could be protected a little bit. Massive more people lost jobs and lost income.
So like Brad is running into an issue here because he's trying to debate like econ, but the other guy is just like a populist rhetorician basically. So Tim is never responding with substance to any of these points. It's just going to be, okay, well, how can I maneuver this into tariff good? And that's it. Like tariff good. The tariff is good because Trump wants it, so we have to defend the tariff. Oh, I guess that's probably why he starts swearing the fuck out and screaming.
In all the industries that rely on steel as an input cost, it's a huge negative to American society. And it protected some people who are well connected.
And so what you're describing is what I call the heroin addiction economy, where it's let's continually gut and destroy the root of labor in this country for short-term gains in other areas. I don't care.
Short-term gains? Is that how you would describe the United States? Is all short-term gains? What do you mean?
If a top-level company is going to decrease,
that's not what he said. But thanks for the straw man.
Of jobs in this country. So
you don't care about policies that destroy.
I don't care about the fruits of the poisonous tree. And saying now that
I do.
The fruits of the poisonous tree. What the fuck are you talking about?
Great, and that will lead to destruction of this country.
I mean, I've heard.
Yo, Destiny's not even trying anymore. What? He's not even trying to make good points. He's just making anti-Tim Pool propaganda. Like dismissing as like, oh, what is he even trying to say here? Like he just it's literally. Damn. Okay. He's not even trying anymore. Okay, good job, Destiny. Look, yeah, I'm just gonna I'm gonna be quiet. I want to see if he actually does go to good places, because like right now it sounds like he's not even trying to argue. He's just like, he's not even arguing. Like he's just like, what does this even mean?
It's going to restore the base and foundation of jobs in this country. So
you don't care about policies that destroy
I don't care about the fruits of the poisonous tree. And saying now that
I do.
The fruits of the poisonous tree. What the fuck are you talking about?
Like, what does that mean? There's no other like argument in that. That's just saying, oh, this guy sounds crazy. That's it. Move on.
Right.
Like, what?
Lead to destruction of this country.
I mean, the hyperbole at the end there is just quite something. Opposing steel tariffs will lead to the destruction of this country? I don't think so, Tim. I actually think we'll be okay either way. Now, my point here, just to explain it if you couldn't get it from the brief clip, because again, wasn't allowed very much time to speak, is that Trump tried tariffs when he was president, and he put tariffs on steel imports coming into the country in hopes of protecting steel jobs in the steel industry here in the U.S. And it did do that to some extent. About 1,000 jobs in the steel industry increased after those tariffs. But as many as 75,000 other jobs were lost in other manufacturing sectors where they rely on steel as an input and their costs went up. So you protected some jobs, but overall more jobs were lost. That was my...
How does Trump misinform the public on foreign entities paying for a tariff? I'm 25 and people have gone their whole lives without knowing what the difference between import tax and tariffs. Yeah, well, most people never deal with that as an American. But the important thing to remember is, and you have to remember this, and it's already coming if it hasn't already, MAGA doesn't care. MAGA, it's kind of part of the, I don't want to associate this with the neo-Nazi talking point, because it's really not, but it's the economics talking point. A lot of these people are getting suckered into, they don't care about economics. Because the economics of the United States are pretty good. They never cared about the economics. They care about the intangibles, the culture, and they're willing to take economic hits to have what they consider to be a better culture. Now, Trump will talk about economics, but it's just like that's like a virtue.
That actually is true. That end part. Yeah, they prioritize culture over economics. Yes, that is true. That's why I feel like they're gonna actually they're gonna say, well, we're gonna have to like pay more if you want Americans to have a better, like if you want more Americans to have better lives and have more jobs, then the end consumer is gonna have to pay more. Like that's just what's gonna have to happen, which boosts the culture, but then at the same time it increases the prices at the same time, which has a negative effect. It's a negative drawback to maintaining more culture and giving people more choices or job opportunities in the US specifically. So yeah, there's no such thing as a perfect solution, so I agree with that.
Signal for think tanks or something. The important thing is the culture. So if it ever comes down to a point to where we can fuck our economy over a little bit to have big culture gains,
I mean, I kind of like how Destiny's now just realizing that. Like Tim Pool had this whole show called The Culture War for like years now, and he's now just realizing that. Okay, good job, Destiny. I guess now that Destiny's actually watching Tim Pool's content a little bit more, and actually absorbing some of the information a little bit more, he's starting to understand how these people think a little bit more and being a little bit more reasonable. So, or at least being a little bit more correct. Let's just say that, because I used to dismiss Destiny's arguments for Tim Pool by saying, yeah, he doesn't watch the show, which it was evident that he didn't watch the show because, like, Destiny didn't even know that Tim Pool was even in a relation, like a female relationship. In a relationship, period. I don't know why I said it that way, but because I said it that way because Destiny's like, his relationship stuff is very sketch right now. Let's just say that. Okay, let's just keep going.
Always economics, but it's just like that's like a virtue signal for think tanks or something. The important thing is the culture. So if it ever comes down to a point to where we can fuck our economy over a little bit to have big culture gains, MAGA will always be in favor of that. MAGA will.
Yeah, I like the framing. Anti-MAGA propaganda. That's basically what Destiny is right now. Just propaganda for anti-MAGA, anything anti-Trump, anything anti-anyone that's associated with Trump being good in any way, he has to be anti. So like, he's gonna frame it in the most negative way possible. Like, MAGA isn't like for these, like, look at how he says this.
That's like a virtue signal for think tanks or something. The important thing is the culture. So if it ever comes down to a point to where we can fuck our economy over a little bit to have big culture gains, MAGA will always be in favor of that. MAGA will be in favor of that.
Yeah, he says it as if they want that to happen, which they don't want the negative to happen. They want the culture thing to happen. The negative is just a drawback of doing that culture thing. But he says it as if they want all of it, even the negatives. Like they're 100% for it. So yeah, the framing, it's just anti-Trump propaganda. I said it so many times. Anti-Trump propaganda, basically, or anything Trump associated. Anything Trump good, Destiny doesn't like it.
not just Trump, but MAGA will follow Trump there. So just remember that, because it could be coming, or maybe it's already coming. But yeah,
they could follow it, but they didn't follow Trump when Trump was like with the vaccines and stuff like that. Warp speed, remember warp speed? Yeah, yeah. The MAGA wasn't really happy about that, and they're still not happy about that.
My point that these things do more harm than good.
Oh, but they're a cult following or whatever. But okay.
And there's lots of data and facts and research to back that idea up. Now you could disagree.
Am I missing something? Isn't the argument about tariffs is that we want to protect domestic industry by making our industry more competitively priced relative to foreign competitive? No. No. What are you talking about? No. What do you mean? We are competitive. We have the largest GDP in the world. We've got a big GDP per capita. We're the foundation of a ton of innovation, from pharmaceuticals to tech to software to fucking spaceships. Like, no. What do you mean? What are you talking about? What do you think America's missing? Like, only Trumples have gotten like hoodwinked into thinking that, like, but do we have enough coal miners? We don't need coal miners. We're ahead of that. We're advanced beyond that level of economy. We don't need people going into mines to extract coal with pickaxes. And the fact that we're somehow sad that we don't have those jobs, it doesn't make any sense. Our economy is almost at full employment. We don't have a ton of people who are lacking jobs. Economically, compared to the G7, we're doing great, but I'll just say we're doing okay because that triggers some people to say that. You're not when you protect your basic industries, like your raw extraction or refining, you're doing that at the cost of every customer in the United States who has to pay more for everything, and at the cost of your greater industries that are working further on down the supply chain. You don't want people mining lithium out of the ground. You want people being computer programmers. You don't want people who are, digging for oil or natural gas. You want people creating rocket ships. That's what we do.
I mean, if we have more people doing the beginning process of a job, then you can increase the amount of jobs throughout the entire thing. Like, just because we increase, Destiny's makes it seem like that if you increase more coal mining jobs, we're gonna have less of the higher tech jobs. And I'm like, no, if we have more coal miners to mine coal here, that just means that we need more people to get the coal that they're mining to it's going to increase that job, which is going to increase the job above that job, and it's going to increase the job next that. Like, it's just an upscaling thing. Like, the way that he's saying it makes it seem like, oh, we're trading off higher paying jobs for lower paying jobs, which is not what's happening here. Like, this is a nice little trick that Destiny did here. Nice little trick. Or manipulation, let's just say that. Making something seem like he's kind of insinuating, or the way that he's saying it, or the way that he's framing it, makes it seem like that's what's actually going on, when it's not. Like, chill, man, chill. Like, I know you hate everything about MAGA, but like, you don't need to be like this.
In our economy, we're highly specialized, and we create these like final stage goods and services that are really amazing that only the United States can create because we have the specialized knowledge to do so. We don't need to do the raw level, base level stuff. That's a waste of our time.
Agree, you could cite other studies.
It's not a waste of our time.
I don't care about the data. I don't care. I just want to protect workers. But I'm literally explaining to you how you're not doing that. It felt like I was talking to a woke person. He ranted on and on about personal anecdotes and experiences and hypotheticals. And whenever I tried to cite statistics or facts or research,
we literally have like since we're increasing production like EVs, right? We're actually running into it. Tesla specifically, and other companies that rely on batteries and stuff, they're running into an issue where we're just not producing enough batteries to make more cars. Like, that's where we're at right now. So increasing the the production of lithium so we can make more batteries and cobalt and all those other materials that we need, like the lower skill jobs that Destiny just hates for some reason. It's like, oh, it's just a waste of our time. I'm like, bro, come on now. Like, we literally that's an issue right now. Like, we should be prioritizing those types of jobs specifically. I don't think the coal mining thing, like, I understand that argument. Like, we don't need coal mines. Like, just make power. We don't need coal. Come on now. I don't know anyone that's actually making the argument that we need more coal power. Like, that's a good straw man that no one has ever said. No one politically relevant has ever said. Let's just say that. But yeah, let's continue.
He dismissed it as graph goes up. Take a listen to this clip where he does exactly that. We're getting too much trapped into the graph go up argument, which is the stupidest argument imaginable. It is good that on average people can buy more sticks of bubblegum and there's no more baseball at the park, there's no more apple pie, there's no more Christmas. That's such a caricature of economic progress. But the people who much trapped into the graph research, he dismissed it as graph goes up. Take a listen to this clip where he does exactly that. We're getting too much trapped into the graph go up argument, which is the stupidest argument.
Destiny's like so confused at what's going on. Like, why don't you actually watch the actual video? Oh no, he doesn't actually watch the actual video. He would rather watch this guy's clip chimp of the actual video. Okay, all right, well, then I don't really think I need to continue watching this. Destiny just likes watching anti-Tim Pool propaganda at this point. Like, instead of actually watching, literally, like, I'm watching the horse's mouth the whole video, but like, Destiny's literally watching a video taking. Okay, you know what? Let's just. This is what we're gonna do. I know exactly what video he's watching, so we're gonna. Tim Pool Culture War. Podcast. We're gonna watch it legitimately. No, I just want. Yeah, there we go. Not videos, live. This is the one. So, you know, we're gonna watch this first. Because, like, I'm not... Like, Destiny's fallen off, basically.
Welcome, my friends. This is the Culture War Podcast. I am Tim Pool, your host. We're going to debate stuff. And we're going to talk about culture, American culture, economics, free trade.
Because all they're doing is... All it is just anti-Tim Pool propaganda. I don't need to keep watching that nonsense.
Etc. There's a big debate.
Like, there's fair things to criticize Tim about, but what they're doing, what Destiny's getting, like, he literally just was, like, super confused of what was going on. I'm like, what? Why would you go back in the video... in the same video and then see a clip chimp and then be confused again? I'm like, bro, watch the whole thing. And Destiny doesn't actually ever watch the entire video or goes into and actually watch the thing at like maybe 2x speed or whatever. He just wants to watch anti-Tim Pool propaganda because the guy that Tim Pool was debating basically got upset and made his own video describing what actually happened in the debate. And Destiny wanted some confirmation bias, so he didn't really want anything to hurt his view of what he already felt at the time about Tim Pool. So now I'm gonna watch this because like I'm not interested in anti-Tim Pool propaganda.
Happened in December on the internet, and people were talking about H-1B visas, whether we should be bringing people in to do these jobs that was marketed as high-skill labor. But then people started pulling up H-1B applications, finding that there were like casino dealers and servers and Panda Express employees that they were trying to get H-1B visas for. Now these jobs are considered entry-level, meaning if Americans need jobs, then we should be training Americans to do these jobs. So this debate got pretty intense. Vivek Ramaswamy and Elon Musk got a lot of flack for this. Recently, Donald Trump stated at a press conference that he was in favor of H-1B because we need wine experts and waiters. That's right, waiters, like people to serve you food. Now a lot of people did not. The debate did not reignite, which is surprising to me, and very few people covered that Donald Trump said this, considering how angry the Trump base was over this. But there was a question that arose that, or I should say a point was made by Sam Hyde. He released a video on the unquantifiable. So what we're going to do is we're going to discuss free trade, H-1B, outsourcing, etc. And I believe it'll be a lot of discussion, quite a bit of debate, and we're going to get to the root issues around culture, economics, and immigration. We got a handful of really great people joining us today to talk about all of this. Elijah Schaefer is here.
Yes, I am here. I am back in the United States again. And believe it or not, I'm not here to talk about Israel and...
I love this guy. I love this guy. He is hilarious. He is so funny, but he's also very intelligent. Like, he is very smart, but at the same time, he's also not afraid to, like, he's smart, but he's not afraid to go into talk about subjects that he really, he tries to tiptoe around them in the video, and I'm like, oh man, this really doesn't look good. But at the end of it, like when he's saying everything, and I'm like, oh, this doesn't look good, this doesn't look good, this doesn't look good. And then at the end of it, he ties it up into a nice bow, and I'm like, okay, good. This is what he meant. This is what he meant.
Say it 176 times. It's a different topic. And I want to remind you guys, please follow my new show, Almost Serious, on YouTube. It's a brand new channel. We got one episode out, but we got backers. It's amazing, and I'm happy to be here with my best friend and the best man in my wedding, Brad Palumbo.
Well, we actually met like 30 minutes ago. Yeah, I'm happy to be here as well. Thanks for having me, Tim, and good to be here with you guys.
Who are you? What do you do?
I'm an independent journalist, YouTuber, and podcaster. Host the Brad vs. Everyone podcast on YouTube and different platforms, mostly covering kind of internet, media, and politics from a center-right or maybe classically liberal perspective.
Right on. Phil's here as well.
Hello, everybody. My name is Phil Labonte. I'm the lead singer of the heavy metal band All That Remains. I'm an anti-communist and a counter-revolutionary.
I'd actually describe Phil now as a post-libertarian.
Yeah, I mean, libertarians are annoying as hell, so that's legitimate.
But we were talking about this the other day because you had called yourself libertarian for quite a long time.
Yeah, I mean, I have problems with a lot of libertarian takes, not because of the ideology behind them or because of the impulses behind them, but because of the way that they pan out in the real world. And because, look, the enemy gets a vote, right? Like, so if you're like, well, we shouldn't have a government that has this power, and you're like, okay, cool, when we get a hold of the government, we're going to make this power go away. Well, as soon as the other guys get a hold of the government, they're going to bring it right back. So saying that, oh, we can just wish that the government didn't have this power or whatever. We don't live in a country or a world where that's an actual, reasonable thing. So you have to exercise power when you have it. And unfortunately, I mean, I've resided to the fact that the founders were right. If men were angels, we wouldn't need government. But because men are not angels, we do need government. And that means when you get power, you have to do things to make sure that your society and your opinions and your perspectives are put into government, into action by government.
Let's start from the beginning. I have this tweet. I tweeted it on December 29th. I said, I effing despise free trade. It extracted American jobs and gutted our culture. To which Brad responded, tell me you don't understand economics at all without telling me. To which I responded, you don't know ish about what these policies did to my industry and culture. And Brad said, let's debate it. So this actually is one of the crudest and most simplest forms of the culture versus economics debate. The point I was making was not an economic one. It was quite literally a cultural one, to which I stated. And Brad, your response was on economics, which shows the fracture between the two ideas at play.
Wow, look at that. Tim Pool literally says that he's not talking about economics, he's talking about culture. Wow. Okay, good job, Destiny, for giving that revelation of like, oh, damn, these guys, they're trying to hide this, They're not actually talking about economics. They don't care about the economics. They're talking about culture. And then Tim Pool literally comes out and says it. And I'm like, you're trying to make it seem like they're trying to hide this when Tim Pool is literally just blurting it out. Oh, well, I mean, of course Destiny wouldn't know that. Destiny thinks they're trying to hide it because he doesn't watch the stuff. He doesn't watch the show. He doesn't watch anything that's counter to his, like, in long form. He doesn't watch anything long form that counters his, like worldview. Like, that's why I think Destiny lives in his own, like, bubble. Like, he doesn't listen to anyone. He doesn't watch their podcasts. He can't watch it in full. Like, he just can't anymore. Like, ever since the whole Pixie thing with him, he's changed. He has changed. He's become more partisan, and then I guess his argument is like, well, everyone else is partisan, so why should I be trying to be above that? And I'm like, okay, all right, good job. Yeah, everyone's gonna take you seriously, more seriously now, right?
And you did say extracted jobs, though, so that touches on economics.
It extracted American jobs, which ended up gutting our culture, which it absolutely did as a fact. And there are a few industries that have been particularly destroyed, completely eradicated, and this wiped out the culture of which I've dedicated and spent my whole life a part of, which is largely skateboarding. It is dead completely. It's thriving in Asia. I'm not surprised to see that, considering the entirety of the skateboard industry was extracted to Asia, and some of the most prominent companies and biggest cultural hubs have now relocated to China and Japan instead of the United States. And it's because of free trade, and they started selling back our products to us that were originally made by Americans for dirt costs because it's made by slave labor. I get so absolutely angry about this.
Yes, it's evil, though, because to put any industry in Asia, the word skateboard is probably kind of hard for them to say, skateboard. So it's like kind of a mean thing, but also it's true. It's like the guy who named,
like, he's funny, but he's pseudo funny, pseudo serious. It's bro. Like, you don't know when he's gonna make a joke or not. That's how good he is at doing that.
Lululemon, he named it. He literally said, "Why'd you name Lululemon?" He was racist, right? And he said because it's hard for Asians to say because they say Lululemon.
I heard that.
That's a true statement.
My God.
He did. He literally. He also said the clothes weren't for fat people. That's why it makes them thin because if you can see your skin through the pants in the shop, it's not for you. But I do think it's kind of weird that we give skateboarding out there because maybe it's just like my typical understanding. But I think of skateboarding as like an OC white guys, sort of mentality. I mean, we have a lot of black guys or whatever that do it now, but the Asian people, I've never seen really an Asian in Asia skateboarding. Is that even a thing?
Oh, bro, the best skateboarders in the world now are Asians. And
you do kickflip now, like the parents, call me when you're professional.
Well,
gravity.
I'll frame this in a way for anybody who doesn't know or care about skateboarding. Let's remove that and just say American sport, which was largely popular in Southern California and still.
Just because I smile at it doesn't mean I agree.
It still was for a long time this mecca, as it were, of skateboarding. If you lived, like when I grew up, skateboarding has its ups and downs. It was big in like the 70s, then it kind of waned, then it came back a little bit in the 80s, then it waned, then it came back a little bit in the 90s. Completely died in the mid-90s and was resurrected in the late in 1999 and 2000 with the Tony Hawk Pro Skater game that came out, birthing this new generation and this era where you had the CKY videos became a massive success on VHS, and then you got Viva La Bam and all this Bam Margera and Jackass skateboard stuff. You had skateboarders who were millionaires. It was a multi-billion-dollar industry. And they made skateboards here, and there were skateboard shops. And then companies decided to have North American rock maple shipped to China, which is expensive, turned into skateboards for pennies on the dollar by slave labor in China, and then shipped back to the United States, which is ridiculously expensive. But because their labor costs had dropped so much and there was no tariff or penalty to doing this trade, companies stopped producing skateboards. And even to this day, as we launched Boonies HQ, and we sell skateboards, we were pitched by all of these manufacturers to buy from China instead of America. And I said, why would I invest in a foreign country's industry when I'm trying to bring skateboarding back to the United States? Skateboarding is dead. As an industry, it's been completely ripped to shreds. Bro, some of these pros that used to be some of the biggest names in my generation, they're Uber drivers. One guy, famously now posting videos, working at Lowe's. These are professional athletes who previously had contracts with major companies, shoe deals, have been destroyed. And now what we're getting is, when you watch these skate contests, they're in Asia, they're in China. Why? Well, here's how it works. When skateboarding, let's just say American sport again, you don't worry about skateboarding. When they started making skateboards, this is like, I don't know, early 60s or whatever, there's this famous Life magazine of a woman, I forget her name, doing a handstand on these little oval-shaped boards. They had clay wheels. Shops started to appear, started to make these boards, and it's like one person, two people, and then they would do community events. They'd say, we need to market this product to our neighbors and to our community. So they would put up flyers and they'd tell everybody, hey, come down to the park. We're going to do this skateboard thing. And parents would be like, oh, wow, let's go check out whatever this thing is. Let's go. It's Sunday in the park. And there's this very famous Life magazine where in Central Park, they have all of these people. And there's a man wearing a suit with sunglasses and nobody knows who he is. The mysterious man. Never found him. And he's got his hands in his pockets and he's cruising down a little hill on a skateboard. When these kids were brought to these community events, because there was marketing and promotion being done, these kids picked up skateboarding and developed this culture. They showed their friends, they told their friends. When the shop started selling more skateboards to these promotional events, they hired more locals to start manufacturing skateboards. These men would then make boards, bring them home to their kids, and thus the culture is expanding. It has waned, it has its up and downs, but largely skateboarding continued to evolve and develop. And eventually we got to the point where companies figured out, we don't need to make skateboards in America anymore. We can use the shipping lanes to China. Now here's the reality. It's really expensive to do this. But Chinese slave labor is so cheap, we can get an additional $10 per board. So they come to us and they say, Tim, if you're going to sell skateboards, if you want to make your own custom decks, go with China. They're of comparable quality, and that's true. They are actually really good. And you'll make $10 more per board. And I said, and then there will be no local events. There will be no local manufacturing shop. There will be no father showing the child what he's doing. There will be no skateboard community events around the area where they make these skateboards. There will be no factory. It'll be in China. And the Chinese workers will show their kids.
Okay, well, he did correct himself, but before he said the whole China thing, I'm like, no, Tim, you're wrong. The dads are still going to be able to do that. It's just not going to be happening in America. It'll just be happening in China. They'll build the culture around there. And I understand I guess the nostalgic argument that he's making. Like, well, the culture argument, which Tim, literally in the beginning of the entire video, said that I'm making a culture argument, not an economic one. Like, okay, well, there you go. So understandable, makes sense. I get it. I get it.
And the culture will develop there. And where we are today is that in Japan and China, skateboarding is skyrocketing. Some of the best pros, they're doing reality TV shows, and the culture in the United States is dead, and they've evacuated the country. That's free trade. That is what outsourcing and free trade has done to skateboarding. It is completely dead, and there are pro skateboarders now doing Uber delivery. So that's why I say I despise free trade. And it's not the only industry this has happened to.
Don't you think
it's a bunch of cultures?
Don't you think it's slightly myopic to condemn all of free trade based on one micro niche industry and culture?
No,
myopic. What is myopic?
That it directly affected my culture to say it's only one small thing, when in fact,
myopic. What is that word? What is myopic? I don't even know how to spell it, so I guess we're just not gonna figure this out. Well, this is not what I'm looking for. I don't even know. I mean, don't we got like a... Yes, we do. We got a transcript. Where are we? Bunch of cultures. Oh. Boom. There we go. We found it, boys. We found it. Wait, isn't this it's the same... Wait. Also known as... Oh, nearsightedness. Bro, why don't you just say nearsightedness? Myopic. In, not I. Definite.
Myopic.
Okay, I understand what he meant by that word, though. That's good. It's good that I looked it up.
The only industry this has happened to.
Don't you
It
think
happens to
it's
a bunch of cultures?
Don't you think it's slightly myopic to condemn all of free trade based on one micro niche industry and culture?
Nope. I think you are singling out the fact that it directly affected my culture to say it's only one small thing, when in fact, I've gotten waves of comments and emails from people saying the same thing happened to my industry. It happened to snowboarding, it happened to surfing. And that's easy for me to say because they're related sports. But there's a whole bunch of other industries that have been completely destroyed by outsourcing.
The idea that Tim's essentially presenting that it's cheaper for a company to go overseas, build a factory, and have their products made there because there are no, and this is something that should fall right in your wheelhouse. There are no labor laws. There's no minimum wage. There's no unions. It's cheaper for a company to build a plant in China where they can hire essentially slave labor or people for pennies as opposed to dollars and ship all the raw materials they need to China, have it built in China, and then ship it back. If that's something that's uncontroversial to talk about. That is absolutely something that's happened over the past 30, 40 years. It's not some secret. Everybody's kind of aware of it. And a big part of the reason why the United States is in the position that it's in with jobs and with not having good jobs for people is because the government here and unions and labor laws here and unions have made made producing things here super, super hard. Tim was talking just last night about the difficulties that he's facing with the state of West Virginia with
Screw West Virginia. Well, honestly, I'm going to second that because I'm from California. I remember all that BS.
But the point, and you're totally right, Elijah, but the point is, regulation makes it difficult to do business, and regulation is why we had this outsourcing of jobs and sending.
That's not free trade.
Pardon me?
That's a totally different question than free trade.
It's a triple hit. It is regulations slam business in the United States, which I think you probably agree with.
Yeah.
Environmental regulations restrict any certain kinds of business operations, and then they remove tariffs and restrictions on free trade, forcing companies to say, well, we have no choice. We have to manufacture or build our factories in China because we can't do them in the United States.
But I want to hear, but see, what I think is interesting about Brad, I want to hear your opinion because all I'm getting from this, this is the first time I'm seeing this, right? So if I'm a normie and I'm like looking at this, which I am here, you see Tim Pool said, I effing despise free trade. So obviously there's like a statement about a certain, subject, right? So free trade, he doesn't like it. And he has a reason why. It extracted American jobs. It gutted our culture. So the idea is that, the economy, it's giving our jobs overseas and essentially...
Like I said, Elijah's very smart. Like, he literally just put everyone back in track on, like, what's going on. That's legit,
that, right? You're seeing the degradation, like we saw with the iron and steel mills and whatnot going on in the Midwest, where eventually, if you lose these jobs, you lose blue-collar workers. If you lose that, you lose cities, you lose towns, you lose a huge part of what makes America America, right? Where we're just a country of people who get 4-year degrees and work, entry-level jobs, typing on Excel spreadsheets. You lose a lot of what's going on. Plus, including like he said with the skateboards, you actually even lose quality. This actually changes entire industries, etc. And then you said, tell me you don't understand economics without telling me. I don't understand economics. Tell me why he's wrong.
Well, because free trade has been one of the most profound forces for human development and poverty relief.
Wait, hold up. That end part, they're going to talk past each other. This is, okay. Tim Pool literally made the argument. He's not making economic thing. Like, don't bring this back to an economic thing. Tim is not making that argument. Tim is making a culture argument. Economics is secondary to Tim. But I guess they have to be talking past each other because they're really just not understanding that.
Since 1980, if you look at the expansion of free trade globally, the drops in levels of absolute poverty have been astounding. Economists who study this view it as almost miraculous, the growth and decrease in human poverty and suffering we've seen, in part because of the expansion of global trade. The living standards enabled in the United States by free trade, where everyone is walking around with supercomputers in their pockets, where people have access to a life that even 50 or 100 years ago, the richest people's lives compared to the poorest people's today you'd rather be a poor person today than the richest person than be Rockefeller in the early 20th century. The living standards that are enabled by this are phenomenal. The improvements in human progress are miraculous, and you can't actually put that genie back in the bottle. Attempts to undo it, really, you can't undo progress. A lot of what you're mad about here is progress, not trade.
So the points that you're making are I'm 100% on board with all the stuff you're saying. That's where my libertarian foundation comes through. It is true that without that trade and markets lift people out of poverty. The reason why poverty is almost been totally wiped out globally, except for very, very few areas, is because of free trade or because of trade and markets and stuff. So and the number of unnecessary deaths in a society goes down correspondingly with the wealth of that society. So there's a meme that we talk about, like, number go up so it's good, right? And chart go up or whatever. And that's a meme, and it's.
There's also truth to it.
Exactly, that there is a kernel of truth, and maybe even more than a kernel of truth, that rich societies do not have as much unnecessary death as poor societies, and they don't have as much unnecessary violence. They're always more peaceful. They're more collaborative societies. You end up with a better result when you're dealing with rich societies. And I'm sure that there are any number of ways that you can dissect these things, but the idea that having a rich society is not preferable to having a poorer society, that's just not right.
The restrictions on trade make us poor, and they block progress.
So what it sounds to me like is the wealth of the United States, in terms of our actual resources and our actual cultural development, must be sacrificed to increase poverty in China. To decrease poverty in China.
No, the living standards of the U.S. should not be compromised so that certain things can be made here more expensively and less efficiently rather than be made overseas.
Less efficiently?
Yeah,
that's a cultural
less
problem.
efficiently.
That's a cultural problem.
By the way, I'm glad we're talking about this because an ancient historian and
Wait, let me go back. I kind of disagreed a little bit with what someone said here.
To decrease poverty in China.
No, the living standards of the U.S. should not be compromised.
Wait, the interpretation was also kind of off too.
Trade make us poor, and they block progress.
So what it sounds to me like is the wealth of the United States, in terms of our actual resources and our actual cultural development, must be sacrificed to increase poverty in China. To decrease poverty in China.
No, the living standards of the U.S. should not be compromised so that certain things can be made here more expensively and less efficiently rather than be made overseas.
Less efficiently?
I see both arguments. They're both not wrong. They're both not wrong. They are both correct. Well, I wouldn't say they're both correct. They're both not wrong. Those opinions are fine to have. Like, that is technically what's going on. Like, because having the jobs go overseas to go to China is bolstering their economy. That is true. But what he said is also true.
China. To decrease poverty in China.
No, the living standards of the U.S. should not be compromised so that certain things can be made here more expensively and less efficiently rather than be made overseas.
It's just a difference in opinion. Literally, we're basically 17 minutes in, and it's just a difference of opinion. Yeah, okay. They're both correct here. I don't disagree with either of their perspectives. Because that is what they're saying is true. Both things can be true at the same time, but I guess they both disagree with the other person's framing of the situation.
Efficiently? Yeah, that's a cultural
less
problem.
efficient.
I'll just go back just to hear the whole thing.
But the idea that having a rich society is not preferable to having a poorer society, that's just not right.
The restrictions on trade make us poor, and they block progress.
So what it sounds to me like is the wealth of the United States, in terms of our actual resources and our actual cultural development, must be sacrificed to increase poverty in China. To decrease poverty in China.
Yeah, that's true.
The living standards of the U.S. should not be compromised.
What do you mean that's not? Why'd you say no? That's true. It is being sacrificed just so you can be send the jobs overseas. That's what's going on. That is true. The skateboard industry in the U.S. is actually there's no culture with it anymore. The culture's gone. That is true. How is that false? You can't really disagree with that. But you can have the alternate. You can have the opinion that I care about the issues of. You can have the opinion of I care about not sacrificing. You can have you can prioritize other things over this, which his next statement is obviously true. Yeah.
So that certain things can be made here more expensively and less efficiently rather than be made overseas.
Less efficiently? Yeah, that's a cultural problem. That's a cultural problem.
By the way, I'm glad we're talking about this because an ancient historian and also a philosopher named Jaden Smith once said, "Well, all my friends are around, just talking about whatever. We're here to talk about the economic and political state of the world, right? That is a very, very serious thing." Thank you, Jaden Smith, for always reminding us to keep focus on what's very serious. He's my hero, and he's one of the best influencers in the world. But the Smith family aside, look, I call this the Walmart dilemma, and I'm going to explain to you why I actually agree with the fact that free trade, as he would call it, or unrestricted free trade, is diabolical. So I went to go buy a PlayStation 5. Yes, I'm a dad of 2 kids. Yes, I don't have a lot of time to play it, but I wanted to try it because I needed to play GTA 5 and shoot some cops in the video game. That's apparently Elon Musk thinks I bought it for. I wanted to have a little bit of fun. I wanted to feel like what it was like. African-American free culture is cool. I like it. It's fun. And so I went to go buy one. And I looked, and there's only a few places I could get one in a very densely populated region.
Also, for anyone that's going to be like, oh, I don't why would he say things a certain way? This guy is the most anti-political, his whole thing is being anti-politically correct. So I'm not going to respond to some of the things that he says that might sound a little off because doesn't. He's like he's 10%. He's like 50% trolling, but like 120% serious.
Boca Raton. This is right between Miami and West Palm. There's 3
Like, he
places
makes
that
a
I could
good
physically
point.
get one. It was Walmart, Target, and GameStop. These are large corporations, right? There's no mom and pop shops. There's no video game stores selling PlayStations. This is a commodity that people want, and it's only there. Now, if I want to go online, the same thing. It was Walmart, it was Amazon, or it was like, these foreign sites that you could get, which were also large corporations.
And you could have it delivered the next day to your place.
Well, yes, wait. So this is great, right? So look, I'm not complaining about the access to this. So I go to Walmart, which I try not to do. I brought my gun with me whenever I go into that place, allegedly, because they have those signs on the door, so I wouldn't do it. But I go to walk in. I walk in the back, and I ask the guy for a PlayStation 5. He says, "Here you go," and it says $374 on it. It's got a sticker that says $374. It's a great deal. We go up to the counter, and he hasn't really said a word, and he checks me out. Checks out the PlayStation. He wasn't into me. Haitian immigrants, apparently I'm not their type. So he checks out the PlayStation. I like to think, right? I'm beautiful to a Haitian boat guy. But he checks it out. And it's like $484. It's literally $110 more expensive. And I stand there and I go, okay, dude, hey, this is the wrong price. And he's like, huh? And I'm like, the price on here is $110 less than what you have. And I'm going to go somewhere with this. Listen. And he's looking at me so confused. And I'm like, the price on the device is cheaper than the price you're charging me. Something's wrong. And he goes to the website. I go, check the website. And it's the correct price on the website. It's $374. And he's like, I don't know what to do. And I was like, call a manager, do something. The manager goes, we can't do this. Also a Haitian, woman or whatever. We can't do this. And I'm looking at him and I'm going, I go, look, man, pull something up. I want to see your guys' policy. We have economic policies here. You gotta offer me this at the payment price. He accidentally brings up his Coinbase wallet, types in his password. He has like $30 in there. It was crazy. So his password to his crypto wallet. Brings it up, and I looked at him and I go, why the hell am I even trying to argue with this Haitian guy about a price on a sticker? This guy is trying to bring up a website and brought up his Coinbase wallet, gave me his password. This guy's got an IQ, not because he's Haitian, but he's got an IQ probably like 70. And I was thinking, I looked around for a second, and I go, you know what? It is like
Twitch, chill. I didn't say it. And I didn't say I agree with it either. But I'm not going to sit here and be like, oh, he shouldn't have said this. Whatever. He's making a story. He's making a point. Listen to the whole point, and then you can criticize.
10:30 at night. The fact that it is crazy that I can get a PlayStation 5 at 10:30 at night on demand in the middle of life is quite a great benefit. But on the other hand, I look, things are falling apart in the store, and I go, you know what? This place sucks. And who is this guy? I'm not even going to complain because what American with our standards would want to be working?
Cross-benefit analysis. Okay, yeah. Like, there's going to be positives, there's going to be negatives. Some people will put more emphasis on certain negatives over the positives, and other people will do the opposite. Like the negatives the same negatives that one person sees isn't going to be as impactful to the other person. So like, yeah, that's just basic people having different of opinion.
Working in this crappy place with the CFL lights, working for $12 an hour selling PlayStations. Nobody. So what do? They bring in clearly like a Haitian immigrant who barely speaks English to serve that goal. This is where the economy part. It's a great economic.
You don't have to keep saying that. You don't have to keep saying. I mean, I understand why he's trying to say that because he's trying to make a point. But like, bro. People are literally going to turn you off. I mean, I guess he's not really trying. Well, people are going to turn you off mentally and just stop listening to what you have to say when you keep saying things a specific way. Come on now.
Economically, it's a great access for me. But in terms of degrading our standards as a culture,
I'm still going to keep listening to him. It's not a killer for me, but like other people are going to have arguments and I'm like, I'm not defending. I'm not going to try and defend what he's saying. And I'm going to attack it, but this isn't enough for me to be like, oh, he's saying something I don't like, therefore I'm just gonna call him a name. I'm not gonna call him a name because he's not that name. And I know what people would say to this, but he's not that name. Chill. He's just making an argument. If you don't like it, if you don't like the way he's making the argument, then that's on you, bro.
I thought about it for a second. I go, you know what's kind of crazy? There should be some sort of limitations on this where you can have the Walton family move in and bring in a Walmart, which then means I didn't go to Walmart out of choice. I went there because they've got out all the competition. The only other competition for Walmart is other big box, large format, huge corporations. The only people that compete are there. So we've already taken out small business. We can get good quality service, good customer service, and then you come in there and you go, well, everything's cheap, so they must be very profitable. Everyone must be paid well. It must be a great experience. No, because there's no restrictions on the trade. The Walton family's extracting, I'm going to sound like a leftist to everyone here, but look, I will say, yeah, it's fine. But I believe in national nationalism and protectionism on our own economy in this way. Then you go in and you go, well, what's going on here? So they're taking billions, tens of billions of dollars out a year, maybe 100 billion, to import cheaper products that they're selling at a marked up price at a point to where there's nowhere else to buy it in a living condition and standards to their employees that are only allowing a Haitian immigrant to be someone who could possibly think about taking that job while he lives with 6 people in his apartment. That to me is disgusting, and that's the problem with all of the free trade, is it's been taken advantage of. Massive billionaires have...
Okay, that's a really good point to wrap that around. Now I understand why you kept on harping on that. Okay, damn, all right.
I don't know if we say the R word, but have RAP, us, and our economy. And I feel like, for a lot of people that are capitalists or whatever the hell this is, you cannot have capitalism without a nationalist or a national protection-minded society.
Nothing you just said is disgusting.
Let me address this. So, outside of the whole Walmart scenario, in 1950, it took approximately 4,637 hours of labor on average for the average American worker to own a home. As of 2024, it's 15,142. I don't think Gen Z is particularly buying the argument that they've been raised out of poverty, things have gotten better. I think Gen Z is actually livid over the conditions that they've been left by these policies.
Would you want to live in a 1950s home?
Yeah, why not?
Do you know the difference in the standards of what things
what is
like?
What are the standards?
You're not talking about the home. You're talking
No, hold on. What standards? What are you talking about?
Well, yeah, I am talking about the appliances. I'm talking about the kitchen in a 1950s
You're talking about government. You want government regulations on all of how the house should be built and all that stuff?
No,
What's the problem with the 1950s home?
I'm saying that the homes that people live in today are vastly superior in too many ways to count.
Like how?
Made out of cardboard.
Come on, honest question. Like how?
Think of all the kitchen appliances.
Like what?
Think of the air conditioning, the stoves, the
they had stoves
microwaves.
in the 1950s. They didn't have microwaves back then, but they had stoves. I'm not super concerned about a microwave.
The heating systems.
Like what? What is that? What is that heating system?
I'm not an expert in heating.
And why make the argument?
Because it's true.
They had stoves, they had fridges, they had dishwashers back then.
So why don't you go to a museum where they have this set up, what the typical home was like in 1955, walk around and ask yourself if you'd rather live in that home than the home that you presumably live in or most Americans live in today.
But that's not the problem. The problem is that home was actually affordable. You say all these great things about being able to live in like the houses that we have today. Yes, the houses and the standards that we have for the houses today are great. But if you can't even afford it, then what's the point? You can't even, like, what's the point? Having all these standards but not being able to get it? Or having a lower degraded standard but actually being able to live in a house? Like, what's better? Come on now. Come on now.
I mean, that's up to you. I think 99%
you're asking,
of people
ask a 24-year-old. Ask a 24-year-old. Would you like to have your own home right now with a 1950s stove, a 1950s refrigerator, and a 1950s dishwasher, or would you like to live in a bachelor apartment?
Hold on. This whole framing is incorrect. Housing is not unaffordable today because of free trade. It's because governments across this country have made it impossible to build housing.
I think both things can be true at the same time.
That's why we have a housing shortage, and housing is so expensive. And in fact, the kind of protectionist policies you're talking about would make housing more expensive. You put tariffs on the imports that go into building homes, you're only making it even more expensive.
That didn't happen when they put, you do use some steel to build houses. Yes, because you have to, the nails and stuff. You do use some metal to do that. But steel and aluminum, we already went through that video. Do I have to bring it again? Do I have to bring that up again? Let's see. Do I have to bring that up again? Yeah, we're gonna bring it up again. Let's do it. Transcript. And then Control F. Yes. Steel. And yes, there we go. Steel and aluminum.
All right, I'll just trade on immigration. You have to have a consensus, right? You have to develop a consensus around things, and it's really amazing because Trump did actually create consensus around a lot of issues. But it's not.
To be clear, Donald Trump was not popular. He never exceeded 50%. Donald Trump had no policies. What are we talking about?
How can you say that? I mean, he implemented executive order after executive order. He was extremely effective on trade, on immigration.
He wasn't effective on trade or immigration. That's not true. What are we saying? Wait, how was he effective on trade? He failed miserably at trying to bring any of the Chinese manufacturing jobs to the United States. That took the CHIPS Act from Joe Biden.
All right, I'll just give you one example. Tariffs on steel and aluminum. He imposed a 25% tariff on steel and aluminum. And immediately, all of the economists, literally all of the economists said, oh, this is going to explode the cost. No one's going to be able to build anything. No one's going to be able to buy anything, blah, blah, blah. But Trump said, you know what? The average, he didn't say this, but the rationale behind it was, the average steel worker makes $88,000 a year. Most of them are working in the South. So these are like right-to-work states. So these are not even union jobs, okay? 88K, solidly middle-class wages in a lot of states in the South. We're going to protect this. Like, why would we flood the market with tons and tons of cheap Chinese, steel and aluminum? We're going to protect our
just as a quick thing. So I'm looking at steel production figures, and I don't see this moving in a positive direction, basically, at all under Trump. It's about the same as it was under Obama, so I don't believe that. Number one. Number two.
He literally just proved her point. Trump added tariffs, and it didn't go up. Everyone kept saying it was going to go up. It didn't go up.
The reason
that's exactly the point. He
What?
protected it from going down.
it wasn't going down. It was. It was.
Because he put the. Okay.
Well, he protected the prices, not the prices, but the availability to go down. Like they say down, but like they're not talking about the price.
I
And
don't
also-
know what you're looking at on your screen, but what you didn't even.
Well, you also have to-
story,
well, you
because-
also have to-
well, can I just finish? Let me just finish the story because it did actually. The price for steel and aluminum did go up a little bit because right after he imposed the tariffs, 25% tariff has a really big impact. The price did go up for about 4 months, and then it went right back to where it was because internal free market capitalistic competition within the U.S. between steel makers brought that price right back down again, and that's exactly what you want. I mean, that's what an America First policy would look like. It would be something that protects the labor of the American worker from cheap foreign competition, and that was 100% a Trump. And if you talk to economists, sometimes they'll
Yeah, there we go. There we go. That was literally, yep. This is why I keep this video just on tab whenever I need to keep it on tab. Like, I got it right here, sitting right here. There we go. There we go. Referencing things instantaneously. Let's get back to the video.
Can't they make money?
Why can't who
Why
make
can't
money?
Gen Z make money?
There's a million reasons for that. Our government has screwed up our economy
Well, I
beyond
mean, could
control.
maybe they can get a job like their parents and work in a steel mill? Maybe. What do you think, Elijah? Can they get a job at a steel mill?
Well, can we talk about?
That's by the way. That's why Gen Z is both.
And they get paid 80. They get paid how much now? 80-something thousand on average to work at a steel mill. And then Destiny's gonna basically say, "Oh, those jobs are just they're just dumb little basic jobs. Working at a steel mill, we don't want those jobs. We want the high tech bro jobs." And then he hates Elon Musk for being a high tech billionaire bro. Like, bro, it's funny. It's hilarious. Let's keep
The
going.
laziest and hardest working is because there are no traditional paths towards wealth. There's no like, hey, just get this job and then you will have a home. They have to be genius, and with that comes pioneering new avenues. And I'll tell you, I hire some Gen Z people. One of them carries his laptop around by the screen. It scares me.
Sorry, can we stay on?
But I'm saying he's a genius and he'll do well in life. But I'm going to say the current old paths that people had towards wealth do not exist, and we have to understand that's because of policies and choices and the movement of understanding.
It's not because of free
no, but
trade.
even if you want,
But can we stay on steel for a second? Can we stay on steel? I want to talk about steel. So a great example of this is when I say that you guys oppose free trade, what you're really upset about is just inevitable progress. I mean, look, the invention of the automobile decimated the horse-drawn buggy industry.
Sure did.
Destroyed their jobs, destroyed their culture, destroyed their communities, but it was social progress. You cannot put the genie back in the bottle when it comes to trade. Steel is a great example. President Trump tried to in his first term. He put tariffs on steel.
That's a very good analogy. But at the same time, the benefits of having a car versus, like, you could probably argue that the invention of the car is probably the most, that has to be one of the greatest inventions of all time. Has to be. Because transportation, everyone uses it. Everyone uses it. Planes are probably the next best thing that people, like, transportation is just everything. The world is a very big place, and you can only make, and being able to transfer resources from one place from the globe to the other place from the globe, like, don't forget about like people transportation, like goods transportation, getting food to places that could never, like, you could live in the Antarctic if you believe the Antarctic exists, if you're not a flat earther, but like, you can live in the Antarctic and survive because you could just fly shipments of food with planes over there all the time, and you can live there forever as long as you keep getting those shipments. Like, that wouldn't be possible without transportation, I think. So, like, my whole point is that that's a really good analogy, but I could argue that it's almost, it's so good that it's unfair, because I can't think of another one. Like, I guess you could say the replacement of I was gonna use the replacement of slaves, but I can't use that either, because then it would just make me look really bad. That wouldn't be a good analogy to be on the opposite side of. What's a better one? Because honestly, it got rid of the slave job, but like, people didn't want to be slaves in the first place. So like, the thing that would usually be a negative, like the job would disappear, actually it becomes a positive. The job disappeared, that's a positive when it comes to the slavery thing. That wouldn't even work. That's actually even worse. Like the invention of like all the tractors and stuff, they basically, like, when you make a machine that can do a better job than what a slave can do, like, buy the machine. Don't buy the slave. Like, it was mostly economics back then, mostly. Or you can believe like, oh, white people just hated you all the time, and you can live in that world, and it's a sad world you live in, but I'm not gonna live in it. Because it's not that black and white. I think most of the issues that we had surrounding that was because of economics. 100%. Like, it was just cheaper to do that. And once they had farming materials, it slowly went away. Like, people realized they can pay less and get more work out of it with a machine instead of a person. Like, it's a no-brainer. But yeah, I think I said as much as I needed to.
Imports from our allies and from other countries in order to try to increase domestic steel production. And it worked a little bit, right? You had a little bit of an increase in U.S. steel production, but actual, and research on this is overwhelming, actual employment in U.S. manufacturing overall suffered. Multiple times more jobs were destroyed than created because the cost went up in all the other industries that have steel.
Notice how he's being super weasel wordy about this. He said suffered, not go down. Which means he's playing weasel words right now. He's playing weasel words because what she said in the other video was true. It did go, it's not like they went down. It just suffered. Let's hear that again.
Research on this is overwhelming. Actual employment in U.S. manufacturing overall suffered. Multiple times more jobs were destroyed than created because the cost went up in all the other industries that have steel as an input cost. So other manufacturing...
That's a little bit of a weasel word tactic he did there. He's not saying directly that what the tariffs did directly did that. There was some off chance that there was some subsectors that they didn't really like hit that had issues with this. And I'm like, okay. So they indirectly made it harder for certain other things to happen. Like, yes, no one's going to argue against that. But the way that he's saying it makes it seem like tariffs equals bad. And I'm like, no.
Industries lost jobs, so steel could be protected a little bit. More people lost jobs and lost income in all the industries that rely on steel as an input cost. It's a huge net negative to American society.
And as a phrase,
it protected some people who are well connected in favor.
The saying goes, a society...
The guy should give examples, but he's not going to.
It grows great when the original phrase was, when men plant trees whose shade they know they will never sit beneath. And so what you're describing is what I call the heroin addiction economy, where it's let's continually gut and destroy the root of labor in this country for short-term gains in other areas. I don't care if a top-level company is going to decrease a little bit if it's going to restore the base and foundation of jobs in this country. So
you don't care about policies that destroy
I don't care about the fruits of the poisonous tree. And saying now that...
Well, I do.
Great, and that will lead to the destruction of this country. So we ask ourselves why it is that young people can't find jobs, they're suffering, and it's because there used to be entry-level jobs that could help you afford to live and work in a certain place. But there's even beyond the quantifiable, because you say, like, this is progress. It's progress. Let's talk about the progress. Let's talk about the outsourcing of car manufacturing to Mexico, to Indonesia, and to China. And Donald Trump put a stop to that in his first term. And he said, famously, as Michael Moore pointed out, he went to the executives and said, I will put a 30% tariff on all of your cars, and no one will ever buy them again. And what happened? A multi-billion-dollar reinvestment in Michigan. And then Joe Biden got back in. And what happened? They left again, and the jobs were gutted. Michigan...
Did Biden roll back Trump's tariffs?
Some of them.
Most of them he kept in place.
Indeed.
Most of them he kept in place.
And when the policies were reversed, or I should say the administration's enforcement of these policies especially, we saw those investments lost. So Michigan is collapsing.
Wow, look at that. Tim conceded to that. He said mostly. And he said, yes, indeed, Joe Biden did keep some of them. Like, he admitted that. But then people are going to say that Tim's a liar and he never admits to anything or wrongdoing or give Joe Biden any credit whatsoever at all. I'm like, bro, like, he literally just did that. There's your argument against that.
There's so much more to this big picture. First of all, I really think we're getting too much trapped.
Or they'll
into
call him a
argument, which is
partisan
the
hack.
stupidest argument imaginable. It is good that on average people can buy more sticks of bubblegum and there's no more baseball at the park, there's no more apple pie, and there's no more Christmas. That's insane.
That's such a caricature of economic progress.
But the
to the people who for 1 second, to the people who have struggled to afford everything over the last couple of years, and for people on your side of the political spectrum have railed against that and how unaffordable life has been, you are now coming on and championing policies that would make things go up and then dismissing the cost of living going up as, oh, bubblegum more expensive, graph go down. No, actually, for people who don't have, comfortable media jobs like I think most of us do, it's actually a big deal when things get more expensive. When the price they pay at the store goes up, when the price at Walmart for the clothes they dress their kids. I grew up in Massachusetts and Rhode Island.
And the point...
Greater Boston, and then Greater Providence before that.
And the principal issue at play is these short-term economic gains are destroying community and culture in this country, and it's resulting in, sure, maybe you can buy a PlayStation at 10 p.m. in a Walmart, but 10 years from now, people are going to be substantially worse off in many ways. Right. We're going to have lazy, gluttonous, dejected Gen Alpha, and we're already seeing this with the generations as you further progress, as it were. There's no unity. Kids don't go outside anymore. And
because of free trade? Because of technology.
Okay, no, but wait, it's a little bit deeper than that, because what this is, it's called the fake progress argument. And this is sort of the idea of looking at how do we value a society? What metric are we putting a value onto it? And I think it's kind of funny to me because people say, like Vivek, well, America is anybody. Kash Patel says, America is for everyone in the world. It's a world dream, he said. So in that case, everybody who doesn't live in America is currently an undocumented American. That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. It's like, yeah, even if you live in Nigeria, you're just an undocumented American. That's not true. America is first and foremost a people. We can debate, this is not the debate right now, to find out what that people is. Of course, legally, we've expanded that definition to include other races, to include, full rights to women to vote, etc. That has gone with our 15th Amendment. We have moved in that direction. So I'm not going to debate against our history. What I do bring up the fact is this. When we look at this GDP mindset, this idea that we are an economic zone, this is the mistake that they've made in Canada. This is the mistake they made in Australia. People know I've been living there. When you go into Melbourne, right, when you go into Sydney, it is no longer Australia. And what do I mean by that? It's no longer a European country. If I were to go into Chiang Mai and it was all just a bunch of Englishmen, that's all it was, obviously it wouldn't be Chiang Mai. It's the same reason why there's a lot of white people colonizing India. They got tired of it after a while. They wanted them to leave and they wanted them out. We kind of feel the same way in our countries. Why? Because we're realizing that just looking at our countries like people are, a certain job. That job creates profit or benefit, and that benefit creates GDP. And then we get a new iPhone that has an action button on the side. That's worth gutting the entire Midwest culture of the United States, or giving my children no hope besides maybe OnlyFans if they're a girl, or becoming a podcaster. Tim, God forbid. God forbid our kids ever do that.
But this is just a non-reality. The idea that young women growing up today have no options other than OnlyFans. You need to touch grass.
No,
I'm so much time on Twitter.
No.
That's not an argument.
It's over.
That was a
what he literally just said.
No, that was a straw man. He's not saying that's the only thing. He's saying that these are the things that they're this is what people are choosing. He's not saying that's the only thing. This is what people are. Well, actually, maybe I misheard him. Let's go back.
It wouldn't be Chiang Mai. It's the same reason why there's a lot of white people colonizing India. They got tired of it after a while. They wanted them to leave and they wanted them out. We kind of feel the same way in our countries. Why? Because we're realizing that just looking at our countries like people are, a certain job. That job creates profit or benefit, and that benefit creates GDP. And then we get a new iPhone that has an action button on the side. That's worth gutting the entire Midwest culture of the United States, or giving my children no hope besides maybe OnlyFans if they're a girl, or becoming a podcaster. Tim, God forbid. God forbid our kids ever do that.
Okay, so he's mixing up a joke. He's playing into a little bit of a joke, but also being serious at the same time. I understand why the other guy tried to straw man him on the joke part, but completely ignore everything else that he said.
This is just a non-reality. The idea that young women growing up today have no options other than OnlyFans. You need to touch grass.
No.
Yeah, he's not saying that. Good straw man.
I'm so much time on Twitter.
No.
That's not an argument.
It's over. I said.
That's what he literally just said.
No.
I don't want my kids.
You saying touch grass isn't an actual argument to what he said.
Okay, how about
There's over a million American girls on OnlyFans. That's crazy. There's over a million prostitutes.
That's not because they have first.
No, I'm saying because they're best options right now. The culture we're creating.
Yes, it is their best option. It's the easy. Do you have any idea how many people are how much money people on OnlyFans make? Not all of them. A lot of them don't make a lot of money, but the amount of work you put into for the amount of money that you make out of that is insanely lucrative on average. I would argue.
Technology, and it's profitable.
I could be wrong. Throw in the comments below.
On that regard, OnlyFans is a good option.
He's right.
OnlyFans is a good option.
Sorry, one second.
For the company.
Any young woman can go to college and become a nurse and instantly be employed. Can become a teacher and instantly be employed. This massively in demand.
That's absolutely
What about H-1B?
No, hold on. We got to pause there.
It is absolutely.
You're not getting out of college and just getting a job. That's not true.
If you have a useful degree, you absolutely are.
Absolutely.
We have more jobs right now. We have 8 million job openings, and we have about 6 million unemployed.
Well, no, that's true.
Aligned with the degrees kids are getting.
Yes, because they're getting gender studies degrees. Because
you just said nurse.
Yes,
and so around half of people don't use
unemployment rate for nurses.
You tell me. I don't know.
I don't know, but I promise you, I'm willing to bet you $500 right now. It's
around 3%. Half of people don't use their degrees in their field.
Maybe. Yes, because they have useless degrees. My point is that there's a path for anyone to succeed if they study something useful and in demand.
Graph
there's
go
a
up.
very real path.
Graph go up.
It's not graph go up. It's a lifelong employment. If you
the graph go up. He's triggering him with the graph go up. Yo, Tim, you don't need to be like that right now.
Just make basic smart choices.
So let's talk about like.
I just say the opposite of that. It's like I'm a credentialed science teacher. I also have I was in grad school, I have a background in genetic engineering, molecular biology, and I had my actual researcher. Like, this is why culture matters, and not, I don't care. This is how I got into politics, by the way, because people say, oh, this is BS or whatever. It's like, no, I was never in politics. I don't have a degree in this. This is not what was happening. It was the fact that two things. One, when I was doing research and we were doing actual, we were studying limb regeneration, epigenetics, and we were trying to, regrow limbs onto axolotls. Essentially, what was happening there is my research lead, my PI, told me that my race was declining. He regretted hiring white men, and he wasn't going to go in that direction. And then he ended up blackballing me because we had a political disagreement. This was during the beginning of the Trump era, which is very common for people. I ended up getting blackballed where one employer told me, look, your resume's fine, but the guy told me that, like, he didn't have an example. He's like, your character, you don't want this guy on your team. And I told them it was political, and they're like, yeah, but in the end, I do believe you. The girl told me, because she was a Trump supporter. This is in LA at the time. So I go to become a high school teacher. I get a credential, I fast track through an inner city program, and then I'm the only white guy hired because I've two I have credentials. No offense to teachers, but to be like a bachelor's, high school teacher at the time, they had to split into groups, right? Where you'd be in the oppressor or the oppressed. This is very early woke stuff, and that's how I ended up going on to. The radio ended up talking, about how I was upset about this, ended up going into politics. I was so mad about this anti-white woke stuff. So meaning, when you say like there are options, it's like I'm an example of the fact that, look, I have the training, I have the pedigree, I graduated summa cum laude, I literally was in every club, I was...
Now, okay, so I'm gonna give an argument. Like, he's being anecdotal right now, and like talking about his past experience and how he feels, but everyone would be like, oh, that's just anecdotal evidence. It's just anecdotal. So what if you got paid, and then people would just make the argument, well, that's like you're privileged because of your skin color. And then I'm like, why would you why would you write him off based on his skin color? Like, that's racist. People would do that because, like, let's just say a black guy comes to you and he says that, and talks about his past experience and how he feels like because he was black, there was issues on how, like, he couldn't get into this program or he couldn't get into that program. Like, everyone would be so sympathetic and talking about, oh, that's perfectly normal. Like, this shouldn't be a thing. This can't be a bad thing. Like, it's bad for people to do this. It's discrimination. And I'm like, bro, you're gonna use that. You're gonna be
hey and true.
Yeah. Hey, Wartsnary. How are you doing? But that was just a little thing that came up into my mind when I'm hearing him talk. I'm like, okay, he's kind of being like, just listen to this again.
High school teacher at the time, they had to split into groups, right? Where, you'd be in the oppressor or the oppressed. This is very early woke.
Like, it just sounds like he's complaining a little bit. We have to go back a little bit further because he talks a lot.
It was the fact that two things. One, when I was doing research and we were doing actual, we were studying limb regeneration, epigenetics, and we were trying to, regrow limbs onto axolotls. Essentially, what was happening there is my research lead, my PI, told me that my race was declining. He regretted hiring white men, and he wasn't going to go in that direction. And then he ended up blackballing me because we had a political disagreement. This was during the beginning of the Trump era, which is very common for people. I ended up getting blackballed where one employer told me, look, your resume's fine, but the guy told me that, like, he didn't have an example. He's like, your character, you don't want this guy on your team. And I told them it was political, and they're like, yeah, but in the end, I do believe you. The girl told me, because she was a Trump supporter. This is in LA at the time. So I go to become a high school teacher. I get a credential, I fast track through an inner city program, and then I'm the only white guy hired because I've two I have credentials. No offense to teachers, but to be like a bachelor's, high school teacher at the time, they had to split into groups, right? Where you'd be in the oppressor or the oppressed. This is very early woke stuff, and that's how I ended up going on to. The radio ended up talking, about how I was upset about this, ended up going into politics. I was so mad about this anti-white woke stuff. So meaning, when you say like there are options, it's like I'm an example of the fact that, look, I have the training, I have the pedigree, I graduated summa cum laude, I literally...
See, so just like how people, if they experience racism, doesn't matter if you're white or black, like, it shouldn't be in, like, the people that pick and choose when something is racist and when something isn't racist, or when something is racist but it doesn't matter if it's racist or not, or they won't even consider it racism. Like, that's like, this shouldn't be happening. What he's going through should not be happening. And people should be just like how people feel about when black people get discriminated against. They should have the same exact vitriol and what's the word? I guess they should treat it exactly just as seriously as if they should treat the way that he's being treated just as seriously as they treat as a black person coming out and saying that there's issues with discrimination and stuff like that. They need to treat both of them exactly the same way. I believe they should treat both of them exactly the same way. I'll just say that. People will make their arguments, but
who cares what color you are? Get the best.
Yeah, true. But like, I feel like people would write him off as like because he's white, and who cares about the white struggle? I guess that's the political correct thing to say now, or it probably used to be. I don't think that's I don't think that's okay to say anymore. But like, if that is someone else's interpretation or how they feel, then they should do the exact same thing to other people of other races and see how they feel about it. Because if they don't like it, then they probably shouldn't do it to white people. That's my point.
I was accepted into grad schools, full ride scholarships. I got originally a full ride scholarship to UC Irvine. I'm not an idiot, and I'm nothing restricting me. I have no criminal history. I have nothing on my record or anything like that. But I couldn't get a job in my field because the culture was skewed. And I know that woke politics is not what we're talking about here. So, but I'm not saying that. I'm saying I woke up to going, yeah, your credential and your pedigree can easily become completely depleted or not even worth anything if what the cultural mindset and values that are at play are not aligned with what we want. And the reason why I say that is right now, I was trying to reference Australia. Australia is a good example that we can look at if what you're saying is true, because Australia has less people than live in California, less people than live in Florida, in an entire country, the landmass of the United States. It's a pretty good example. With some of the most advanced cities in the world, it is a global player, and it's also part of the Five Eyes, right, of military intelligence. This is not a minor country. This is a serious player with multi-trillion-dollar GDP. Australia right now has taken the mindset that they are a global country, that they are an economic zone, that anybody can come. They made a deal with Modi to bring in up to a million more Indians per year. They have a deal with China to bring in China if they have a certain amount of wealth in their bank. And what you're having right now is the most explosive, denigrating destruction of a country we'll see in terms of, it is, besides Hong Kong, the second highest housing market in the country, because you're bringing in people that are artificially inflating the home prices. But you also have the socialist government, like you said, which I'll agree, that's restricting home building to prevent environmental destruction. So you have this skewed difference. So right now, I think it's like 8 to 10 times the average yearly salary is like an entry-level home. I might be wrong, maybe 6, but 8 to 10 times last time I read of entry-level salary with a 4-year degree just to be able to get an entry-level 2-bedroom, 1-bathroom house there. They live in smaller homes. On top of that, the competition there, like I have 3 friends there myself who have had to leave cities, move around, and one moved to Poland because they cannot compete with the Indians. It's not H-1B there. They cannot compete in their trade at the University of Sydney.
Does it not read some?
Oh, say that again? Are you talking about the TTOS? The text-to-speech?
University there, and they cannot compete because they keep getting lower wages and agreeing to lower wages than they want. I've watched that culture get destroyed, and I'm seeing it at such a homogenous level across every major city: Melbourne, Sydney, Canberra. You got all the way up in Gold Coast. It's all being destroyed. And I look at that as an American, and I go, I see that here regionally in some places. I just don't want that for the whole country. And I know I'm not retarded. Sorry, I probably should say on YouTube. I know I'm not using the R word because. It looks like the whole country, or at least half the country's seeing what I'm seeing.
So it just feels like it feels like I'm talking to a woke person, because all I'm hearing is my experience, my truth.
Yeah, I said compare BLM to all.
Yeah, true. Yep. Like, people should not have an issue with that. If people don't have an issue with BLM, then they shouldn't have an issue with ALM, which is, well,
total evidence.
The overarching,
but everything you just talked about, for example,
that's not my experience. That's the actual.
It's the vibes you've observed. Immigration doesn't lower wages.
This stuff is like this is
a documented phenomenon.
This is the Liberal versus Conservative Party. This is their current debate. I spoke at CPAC Australia. This is being debated in their parliament. Like, this is not my experience. This is that's what you have Polar Bear or whatever. You have Justin Trudeau. This is what's happening in Canada too. This is not my experience. These are countries.
And okay, so the double standard argument. You can definitely have an issue between for people that you can have a reasonable issue for why you have a double standard with the BLM versus ALM. BLM is Black Lives Matter. ALM is All Lives Matter. You can have a double standard between it.
I am white, so I would think that laughs.
You can have a double standard between it, but you have to give a really strong argument for why that double standard needs to be in place, because, well, it's an emotional argument, and you have to make a really convincing emotional argument to actually have that double standard, or to at least give yourself a little bit more a reasoning behind it, so people can understand why you have the double standard in the first place. I could see it. It's just that it's not convincing. I don't think you can ever make an argument convincing enough to have that double standard between BLM and ALM. Yeah, that's what I want to say. I didn't want to make it seem like that you couldn't have a double standard. You can. It's just that I won't take it too seriously. But if you make a convincing argument, then maybe. But until you do that, I'm not going to assume that you're going to make a convincing argument.
Split on this issue. I was living there. I'm saying, I follow the politics. I'm involved. I have family in the political system, in the intelligence community. This is the actual issue going on. This is not
immigration.
In a book.
Immigration does not lower wages, except for one subgroup of Americans. Immigration leads to an increase in jobs for domestic-born Americans, an increase in wages for domestic-born Americans, because it's not just an increase in labor. So just give me a moment. It's not just an increase in the supply of labor, because if all that changed, and this is kind of the talking point, was, oh, well, now we have more people competing for the jobs, of course then wages would go down. But also the demand for all the other goods and services around them in the community also goes up. The total productive capacity of the nation and the economy goes up when you have more people who can work and produce. And what that means is higher wages and more jobs. There's so much research into this. For every immigrant that comes in and fills a job. I don't know about you, but I can go and buy an apple pie for a few dollars.
Guys, the argument.
I don't know what you're talking about.
That's exactly the point. It's a really great example. Like, you don't know what I'm talking about. That's the point of your tweet when I said you don't know ish about this stuff. It's not singular culture. It's the fact that you cannot import massive amounts of people. So graph go up and then wonder why it is that your mall no longer has Christmas morning with Santa Claus and they're doing a holiday festival season instead. There are things that
Worst Neri,
worst thing in the world.
Do you remember when being colorblind was good? Recently, not so.
Actually, not even recently. Like back in 2016, 17, 18, it wasn't good to be they were starting to talk about that type of stuff. Yeah, like like people are literally saying Martin Luther King, we're not so sure about that anymore. Like people on the left are actually saying that because we should treat everyone equally. Like they're like, well, we don't really that like Martin Luther King was good, but like we don't really listen to that. Like there was the movie that Matt Walsh made. He did like a little bit of like a satirical documentary on the whole the racist stuff, and he literally went to like a seminar where you're supposed to be like learning how to be anti-racist, I guess. And the lady said, like, he brought up the question of like, or he brought up the statement of like BLM, like, I mean, not BLM, Martin Luther King, and how we should treat everyone, how he said everyone should be treated equally. And the lady that was giving the information to him, making him less racist, was like, well, Martin Luther King wasn't right about everything. And I'm like, what? How do you, what? And she legitimately said that almost verbatim. And I'm like, bro, that's nutso. That is nutso. Yeah. So like that comment is just so so on point with some of the people that are on the considered on the left these days.
I was always like MLK, but was much more of a Malcolm X fan.
I don't know too much about Malcolm X, but everyone keeps comparing them. I should probably look him up and see what what people say about him, because like I've heard positive things and I've also heard negative things, but I don't know what he did. He was kind of like MLK, but a little bit more. Maybe he was a little bit more radical or something. I'm not 100% sure on that.
The things we care about and our moral traditions are no longer represented in our communities. It is a bad
Christmas is no longer represented in our communities.
These things are on decline.
Not in Boca Raton.
I don't know where you live. I live in Grand
Worst
Rapids,
Neri.
Michigan.
Watch
I
the
drive
film.
down everyone's house.
Watch the film. Malcolm X. There's a film on this guy? Oh, there is okay. Oh, you guys can't even see it. It's cut off.
Worst Neri. Great film, Denzel Washington.
Is it this? Is it this? Is this the one that you were talking about, Malcolm X? I mean, it's literally 3 hours.
Worst Neri. Yep.
All right, I'll watch it. I'll watch it just so I can get the context. Not now, obviously, but like in my spare time.
House is decked out for
I'll
Christmas.
keep that linked.
Churches are packed and overflowing. I just feel like you guys live in a different reality.
We'll get back to that comment what he just said, because like I want to be able to because like everyone keeps bringing that up, and I feel like too many people know about this information, and I'm just sitting here in the underneath a rock like Patrick Star, just like, yeah, I keep hearing it like 3 million times, but I never even look into it. So I really should actually like look into it this time.
jobs.
And it means-
There's so much
and it
research
means-
into this.
and it
For
means
every
no- it
immigrant
means
that
no
comes in
apple
and
pie,
fills a
means no
job.
baseball, it means no
I don't know about
professional-
you, but I can go and buy an apple pie for a few dollars.
Guys, the argument.
I don't know what you're talking about.
That's exactly the point. It's a really great example. Like, you don't know what I'm talking about. That's the point of your tweet when I said you don't know ish about this stuff.
No, Tim, you don't understand. He doesn't care. He doesn't care about your culture. Like, this is the issue. He doesn't care about your culture. Tim really loves the culture, like, that he has. But Tim just doesn't, I mean, not Tim. The other guy just doesn't care. And Tim doesn't like that. It's not that he doesn't know what he's talking about. He doesn't, like, the guy just doesn't care. He simply just doesn't care. Like, that's the issue. And I think that's why Tim gets kind of annoyed, because he keeps dismissing Tim's, like, culture points the entire time, and he really just doesn't care. The other guy just doesn't care.
It's not singular culture. It's the fact that you cannot import massive amounts of people to graph go up and then wonder why it is that your mall no longer has Christmas morning with Santa Claus and they're doing a holiday festival season instead. There are things that
Is that
we care
the
about.
worst thing in the world? That
The
there's
things we
multiple
care about and our
holidays
moral
represented?
traditions are no longer represented in our communities. It is a bad
Christmas
thing.
is no longer represented in our community.
These things are on decline.
Not in Boca Raton.
I don't know where you live. I live in Grand Rapids, Michigan. I drive down. Everyone's house is decked out for Christmas. Churches are packed and overflowing. I just feel like you guys live in a different reality than I do.
I live in
Yeah, I mean that's obviously true. But also another thing that's true is that you probably don't care about Christmas as much as Tim does. And that's why, just because you see it all the time everywhere and you don't celebrate it, you might think, "Oh, it's still here. Nothing, there's no decline or anything." And he lives in a completely different location, so, like, yes, it's true. They live in two different places, have different experiences, so they're kind of just talking past each other. Tim is trying to make the argument that this is something that's happening on a general scale, and this guy disagrees with Tim because, like, in his little anecdotal bubble, everyone is still celebrating these things. It doesn't seem like it's that much of a big deal. Like, he probably doesn't. I don't think this guy celebrates Christmas, so maybe if he does, maybe he might have a much more charitable opinion on it, or stronger stance opinion. But he simply just doesn't care, and Tim kind of just doesn't like that.
In a reality where I've watched numerous different subcultures be completely gutted and decimated, and industries ripped to shreds by this graph go up mentality of neolibs and libertarians.
It's creative destruction.
The graph go up. This is the meme now. Graph go up, Tim.
And economic progressing does destroy
I do not
some
believe
jobs
the world
and
is made
industries.
better
You can't
by destroying
freeze the
moral
economy in
traditions
place.
just because you want graph go up.
Skateboarding production is not a moral tradition.
A cultural tradition that we have in this country come from all sorts of community gatherings and communications. And for instance, the founding fathers met in bars and pubs to create this idea of self-governance or to expand upon it. And what we have now are people who are completely dejected, don't meet once a week, there's no culture, there's an increase in crime and the mechanization of the state. What I see from libertarians, this graph go up argument is, but the economy is good, what's the problem? Well, I don't know. In Dearborn, Michigan, there's a bunch of female genital mutilation. That's probably not a good thing. Just bringing people in for the sake of graph go up does not make your country better.
Well, hang on for a moment.
You're both making two different arguments, and the real situation is,
hey, he's actually seeing it. This guy became the moderator. This guy became the moderator. That's funny. But he sees it. He sees both sides. They are talking past each other a little bit.
There is a balance between the two, because Tim is talking about what the important thing from his perspective is that the society and the culture take precedence over the economy, right? The economy lives to serve the society and the culture, because the society and the culture are the people. So the reason that you worry about economic, graph go up, or however you want to phrase it, the reason you worry about those things is because that is in service to the people. The argument that you're making, Brad, sounds like the people are in service to the economy, and you can't.
No, it's that the economy is inextricable from people's well-being.
It's not. I understand that, but the point that I'm making here is there's a balance argument here that actually needs to be argued, and both of you are arguing to a different thing. So you're arguing that the economy is the most important, most important aspect.
And when voters go to the polls,
hold on. I understand that, but Tim is arguing that part of the reason why we see a decline in overall feelings of satisfaction in life, why we see people that have a higher rate of depression in our society, why we see all these negative results in people's lives, is because we're focusing only on things like economic prosperity, and we're not focusing on having more kids, which is another symptom of the problem that Tim is addressing. Yeah, you're not.
What an amazing synopsis of, like, the entire discussion. What? Bro. Like, okay. okay. This guy is making some really good points here. I 100%. This is what I've been saying the entire time. Like, and he just basically laid it out easily for everyone to understand. And I feel like I haven't been doing that. Maybe I have, but like, yeah, let's just keep going.
Not addressing the problem that Tim is, and Tim is, I mean, maybe Tim doesn't understand, is negative results in people's lives is because we're focusing only on things like economic prosperity, and we're not focusing on having more kids, which is another symptom of the problem that Tim is addressing. Yeah, you're not addressing the problem that Tim is, and Tim is, I mean, maybe Tim doesn't understand.
No. This is literally the argument. The argument is literally that graph go up is short-sighted and stupid and leads to civilization collapse. A paraplegic 1 year after their accident and a lottery winner 1 year after winning register the same levels of happiness. Yes. The talking about people are not in poverty today. It's nebulous in that poverty will always exist because poverty is relative to the wealth of a nation. What we're talking about
there's
is
different measures. There's absolute measures of poverty as well.
And there are people that care about their traditions, their moral frameworks, and the idea of we're going to take the manufacturing from Michigan and send it to Mexico. It's a good thing because overall the numbers go up. Tell it to the families in Michigan who are forced to flee as the state collapses because the hard fixed costs of infrastructure don't change and the jobs are gone. Meaning for the average person, their share of taxes and services they have to pay for increases as people leave and there are no jobs.
Do you think the state of Michigan has collapsed?
Do you know what's going on in Michigan?
I live in Michigan.
Do you know what's going on in Michigan?
Yes.
As people, it is suffering the biggest net out migration. And what's happening, how do you get the Flint, Michigan crisis? What happened in
terrible local government.
Yeah, what happened in Flint, Michigan was that the hard cost to run a water infrastructure is the same no matter how many people live there up to a certain point. So when Detroit has, let's just use hypothetical numbers, 1 million people, and it costs $1 million per month to run that, everyone spends $1 and nobody cares. When the jobs were gutted from the state and the state started experiencing a mass net out migration, the share per person for the cost of water increased dramatically to the point where this area had the highest water costs in the country because there were no jobs. Why? The jobs went to Mexico. Free trade. Amazing, isn't it? So what Flint, Michigan did was they said, our people are in poverty and can't afford the high cost of water from the Detroit infrastructure. Why don't we use the Flint River? And then you end up with Legionnaire's disease and this crisis where people are now suffering and dying and getting sick because they couldn't afford the massive infrastructure as the economy collapsed. Thank you, free trade, but don't worry, the graph went up.
It's not about free trade. It's about the decisions the local government made at every step of that process.
Not being able to afford water from Detroit because the auto manufacturing was gone?
Much poorer places than Flint, Michigan managed to not poison their own citizens with water. I mean, if
they didn't know that their water was bad, and they got off the expensive water from Detroit because they couldn't afford the infrastructure anymore.
And they didn't want to.
They didn't have the tax base. They didn't have the tax base because the jobs are gone and people are fleeing Michigan. If you need 1 million people to sustain a system and half of them jump ship, the cost double for everybody.
But I feel like we're kind of talking past each other because no one has ever said that free trade doesn't have consequences, that doesn't have downsides, that there aren't winners and losers.
And so what we're talking about here is
some people are left behind by economic progress.
The utilitarian argument
try to stop it. That doesn't mean you try to freeze society in time.
You're saying the word progress over and over again because you're making an emotional play as something we should be doing, but it's not. Progress is a vague term that has no relevance here. We're talking about policy choices. It is not progress to hire slave labor in China. That is a policy opinion.
Obviously, slave labor is not progress. That's not most free trade is not slave
we have to define these terms real fast for everyone because also breaking news: Trump's border czar Tom Homan just said right now that while he's deporting the illegals who have committed heinous crimes after Brad Palumbo said 1950s kitchens were worse than modern kitchens, he's deporting him too. So that's unfortunate. But the ICE is on their way. No, but jokes aside, I do like 1950s kitchens, and I want to bring this up. So free trade, right? What do we define by that? I think what we're in an era where a lot of terms were defined to meet a culture where it was at, and now they've been abused. A good example, I want to juxtapose this, we're talking about immigration, with birthright citizenship, right? We know Trump created this block on birthright citizenship, and people start accusing him as being racist. This idea that if you are both illegal parents and you come to this country and you have a kid on this solid ground.
The people that are making the argument that it's racist to block birthright citizenship, it's just... I mean, the people that are making that argument are probably just being like, oh, Trump said it, so it's probably racist. And I'm like, bro, that's just... But if they're actually attacking the argument, how is blocking birthright citizenship racist in any way?
In our borders,
that's a legit question I have. Like, I don't think it. That's a legitimate question. Like, maybe I might be. Like, I just don't know.
Now be an American citizen. He's like, that's. But wait, there's more. The executive order also says if you are a temporary visitor of legal status, you are still not being granted birthright.
Correct. And look, I look at that, and people might not understand this. I said I'd explain this on the show. Someone asked me if I would. I had my child in Australia. I'm an American citizen. It was extremely hard to get my child American citizenship. People don't know that actually. If you have your child overseas, it's not easy to get them over. It was like a 3-month process, multiple thousands of dollars. It was very
Lots
difficult.
of people in the UK with TDS. Anything is bad when he says it.
Yeah. in the beginning of the stream, actually, I was watching Destiny, and we started watching this because of this. He was watching the Brad Palumbo guy, the video, and just taking Tim out of context, like
services that are really amazing that only the United States can create.
Ranted on and on about personal anecdotes and experiences and hypotheticals, and whenever I tried to cite statistics or facts or research, he dismissed it as graph goes up. Take a listen to this clip where he does exactly that.
We're getting too much trapped into the graph go up argument, which is the stupidest argument imaginable. It is good that on average people can buy more sticks of bubblegum and there's no more baseball at the park. There's no more apple
and this is what Destiny was gonna like watch. He basically gives he watches something where it's purposely clipped out to make Tim look bad, and then he starts criticizing Tim and then getting confused on why Tim said a specific thing, and I'm like, it's because you're just watching a clip of him. Why don't you just watch the full video? And I got frustrated. I got to like 8 minutes and I'm like, you know what? I'm not watching anti-Tim Pool propaganda from Destiny. So I went to the actual video and started watching the actual thing so I can get the full context of what was actually going on. And the graph go up argument, I understand why he's getting pissed off about that. So let's just keep going.
Not only
because like ever since the whole Pixie thing with Destiny and the leak stuff that came out with him and the lawsuit that's against him right now that he's kind of going through, he's lost the plot. he's went to the deep end. He doesn't care anymore. He's not even making convincing arguments anymore. All he's doing is playing to his base. He's not interested in getting more people to like join him. He's only interested in like bleeding people off until he's like the last person left. Like, that's it. And
Where's Harry? Can we say Trump on TDS?
What do you mean by that? I'm confused by that comment. I guess because like I'm trying to say, is that like a joke, or are you trying to say that seriously? And I'm like, Trump being are you saying that can Trump have TDS? Can Trump have TDS? I don't think that's possible, but I don't think that's what you're saying.
Where's
But,
Neri?
yeah.
Strange, some comments don't go through.
That is, yeah. YouTube, wait. Oh, you know what? Maybe it's the dumb, because like I don't even see the comments that get blocked on my thing, but there is I think I can change, there's some sort of, let's see. There's an automatic moderation thing. No, moderation's off. I turned it off, so there should certain things. That's so weird. That is so weird. Moderation is off. It's not.
Where's Neri?
Usually it's on
Oh,
basic.
that would explain.
No, but it's off, so I don't see why YouTube's even like deleting them. That makes no sense to me. That's
Where's
really
Neri?
annoying.
Oh.
Cause I on Twitch, like someone will comment and then it'll say hold or held, and I would see it, and then I would have to manually go into the chat because I have extra chats just in case if a chat doesn't come up here, it'll not show up if it doesn't show up here, and I have so many different chats on. Why I have the extra display that's above me from the other three that I have. This setup is wild. Someone said, like, I brought someone into my room to show my setup, and they're like, this is too much. This is too much. And I'm like, I mean, I guess, but I got used to it. Yeah, that's weird. YouTube, come on now. I guess save.
Pine is no more Christmas. That's
such a caricature of economic
Where's
progress.
Neri?
The people who
One of those Link OS.
Yeah.
For research, he dismissed it as graph goes up. Take a listen to this clip where he does exactly that.
We're getting too
Oh
much
wait, no,
graph go up argument, which is
we're not watching the anti-Tim Pool propaganda. We're gonna continue
my
this
wife
now.
Is a green card permanent resident, and to get her over 7 months pregnant on this solid ground in our borders, that your child can now be an American citizen. He's like, that's.
But wait, there's more. The executive order also says if you are a temporary visitor of legal status, you are still not being granted birthright.
Correct. And look, and I look at that, and people might not understand this. I said I'd explain this on the show. Someone asked me if I would. You know, I had my child in Australia. I'm an American citizen. It was extremely hard to get my child American citizenship. People don't know that, actually. If you have your child overseas, it's not easy to get them over. It was like a 3-month process, multiple thousands of dollars. It was very, very difficult. Not only that, my wife is a green card permanent resident, and to get her over 7 months pregnant with our second child and not get those C-19 jabbies was also an incredibly difficult thing. So just getting a legal resident back in the country was hard. But also, I saw this process where, like, even as a citizen, just to get my kid citizenship in America while I was overseas was so complex and so hard. I go, why is it I'm an American citizen, and it's harder for me to get my kid citizenship than it is for any legal on domestically to get their kid citizenship? Why are they getting easier access to citizenship for their children than I have to mine around the world? Everything should be easier. At least we should be consistent.
Should be easier for you to get for your child. Yes.
Correct. But I was saying, it's funny because what they said constantly in the interviews at the USCIS was this. It's like, well, I kept finding it ironic with the birthright citizenship. They kept saying, yeah, well, like if one of the parents isn't an American, then your child's not American. And then I'd be like, well, what other document do you need from, we need an original birth certificate, and it's got to be, notarized in the U.S. And I'd be like, how do I get something notarized in the U.S. when do I have to fly back? And they're like, maybe. And it was this months and multiple trips down to Sydney, from up in Brisbane. And I was laughing because I was saying that to my wife. I go, what's funny? If we just cross the border illegally, we kept talking about that. I'm like, we could just cross the border illegally. My kid, give birth to this other kid. It'll be a citizen. Our kid won't get deported. He'll be a dreamer. You won't have to get those double jabs while pregnant. And I didn't really do anything illegal because the last time I crossed a border illegally was on January 6, 2021. And guess what? We're still fine. So,
so it's interesting though that.
But I meant that. But I just want to end on this saying obviously.
There was a joke in there, and I really didn't get it, but I kind of understand where he was going with that. But like, your jokes are dark, man. Your jokes are dark. I like it, though.
Having discussions today of like, what does birthright citizenship mean? And was it really designed to have this abuse where you have an open border and people can just anchor baby? Right, but same with free trade. It's like, what is free trade? So like, if me and Tim have Pokemon cards and we're both friends, and I know we have a high trust, society between us, and I have my cards out, and he's not going to steal my holographic Charizard. He's been looking at it. He wants it, but he's not going to steal it because he's an upstanding gentleman and he has at least $40 or more in his bank account. So that being said, we decide, hey, I'm going to close my eyes. You pick a card. I'll close my eyes. I'll pick a card on yours. It'll be random, and then we can't stop the trade. That's like free trade. It's blind. There's open for corruption, but it works because we trust each other. We know each other. We both, are he's in a way higher income bracket than me, but we're in high income brackets, and so there's some sort of connection. But if you brought me that, Walmart Haitian, guy who just came here, and we're trading cards, and he knows that my Charizard is worth $400, I'm really not going to trust to close my eyes and do a trade because, look, I have reasons to doubt that this guy has my best interest in mind. I have reasons to doubt, not because he's black, not because he's Haitian, not because he's a low IQ, but simply because all those ideas combined, plus I don't know him, we don't share a culture, this can't be a trade agreement. And we're going to have to set new standards, new rules.
I don't disagree with what he's saying, but like, so many people are gonna be like, why do you have to say it that way? You don't need to say it that way. You don't have to. And then people that don't like this guy are gonna be like, oh, this guy's dog whistling to his alt-right fan club, the white supremacist fan club. And I'm like, bro, no, come on, chill. Like, it's
Where's Neri? Why does he have a low IQ?
We're not gonna get into that. I know the reasons, and well, I mean, it's a multiple of factors. Like, some people are just stupid, like the whole IQ argument, and the reason why people hate it is because you can't really change things that you're born with, right? So people don't want to believe that IQ has anything to do with race, which obviously that's not true. But at the same time, you can't
Where's
just
Neri?
dismiss everyone.
I honestly don't know.
Well, so, all right, well, so the story that he had, the reason why he said that guy had a low IQ, because he had a story earlier on in the video, and he was at this, I mean, let's just find I'll just let him, like, recap his story. Is it here? Actually, wait, hold up. Wait, no, I lost my... What number were we just at? Wait, I can just... What number were we just...
Where's Neri? It did come across as racist? Oh, earlier, sorry.
Why can't I copy video URL? Okay, shut up me. I'm literally going back to.
And you have a kid on.
No, let's mute that. Oh, you don't even see it. Damn. Okay, whatever.
Where's Neri? Oh, he had a story. That makes sense then.
Yeah, you'll have to go back. I'm trying to. You know what? Here, I'll just. There was a story, and he was talking about how he's getting a PlayStation 5, and when he was getting the PlayStation 5, he went to the store to get a PlayStation 5 because he has kids and
Where's
he wanted
Neri?
to get a PlayStation 5.
I'll take your word for it.
All right. But then he when he was at the store and he was checking out for the PlayStation 5, the guy that was checking him out basically, well, he said that the guy was Haitian that was checking out his item, and when he was going out, he saw how much, like, the price sticker for how much the PlayStation 5 cost on the price sticker was different than what the guy scanned the item for in the system. And the guy basically was like, oh, I don't really know what to do. And then he said, then why don't you just, like, call a manager? And the guy...
Where's Neri? You're good faith, after all.
Yeah. All right, yeah, true. I just love it. I like to explain myself all the time. And then the guy basically said, the guy took out his phone to, like, get his manager, but he ends up opening up his, like, he ends up going into his coin wallet and showing him this guy, his password for his coin wallet while he was on his phone trying to find information about, like, it was just, like, it was dumb. Like, why would you take out your phone in front of a customer, put in your password for your coin wallet when you're trying to find the information for the PS5? Like, that has nothing to do. Yeah, that was like, that was why he keeps saying the low IQ thing, because, like, that was, like, really stupid to do.
Where's Neri? Oh dear, not good.
Yeah. Now I forget what number we were at. I guess we'll just go back to the beginning of his
culture where it was
speech.
And now they've been abused. A good example, I want to juxtapose this, we're talking about immigration, with birthright citizenship, right? We know Trump created this block on birthright citizenship, and people start accusing him as being racist. This idea that if you are both illegal parents and you come to this country and you have a kid on this solid ground in our borders, that your child can now be an American citizen. He's like, that's...
But wait, there's more. The executive order also says if you are a temporary visitor of legal status, you are still not being granted birthright citizenship.
Correct. And look, and I look at that, and people might not understand this. I said I'd explain this on the show. Someone asked me if I would. You know, I had my child in Australia. I'm an American citizen. It was extremely hard to get my child American citizenship. People don't know that, actually. If you have your child overseas, it's not easy to get them over. It was like a 3-month process, multiple thousands of dollars. It was very, very difficult. Not only that, my wife is a green card permanent resident, and to get her over 7 months pregnant with our second child and not get those C-19 jabbies was also an incredibly difficult thing. So just getting a legal resident back in the country was hard. But also, I saw this process where, like, even as a citizen, just to get my kid's citizenship in America while I was overseas was so complex and so hard. I go, why is it that I'm an American citizen and it's harder for me to get my kid's citizenship than it is for any legal domestically to get their kid's citizenship? Why are they getting easier access to citizenship for their children than I have to mine around the world? Everything should be easier. At least we should be consistent.
It should be easier for you to get for your child.
Correct. But I'm saying it's funny because what they said constantly in the interviews at the USCIS was this. It's like, well, I kept finding it ironic with the birthright citizenship. They kept saying, yeah, well, like, if one of the parents isn't an American, then your child's not American. And then I'd be like, well, what other document do you need from? We need an original birth certificate, and it's got to be, notarized in the U.S. And I'd be like, how do I get something notarized in the U.S. when do I have to fly back? And I'm like, maybe. And it was this months and multiple trips down to Sydney, from up in Brisbane. And I was laughing because I was saying that to my wife. I go, what's funny? If we just cross the border illegally, we kept talking about that. I'm like, we could just cross the border illegally. My kid, give birth to this other kid. It'll be a citizen. Our kid won't get deported. He'll be a dreamer. You won't have to get those double jabs while pregnant. And I didn't really do anything illegal because the last time I crossed the border illegally was on January 6, 2021. And guess what? We're still fine. So,
so it's interesting though that.
But I meant that. But I just want to end on this saying obviously the point is we were having discussions today of, like, what does birthright citizenship mean, and was it really designed to have this abuse where you have an open border and people can just anchor baby? Right. But same with free trade. It's like, what is free trade? So, like, if me and Tim have Pokemon cards and we're both friends, and I know we have a high trust society between us, and I have my cards out and he's not going to steal my holographic Charizard. He's been looking at it, he wants it, but he's not going to steal it because he's an upstanding gentleman and he has at least $40 or more in his bank account. So that being said, we decide, hey, I'm going to close my eyes, you pick a card, I'll close my eyes, I'll pick a card on yours, it'll be random, and then we can't stop the trade. That's like free trade. It's blind, there's open for corruption, but it works because we trust each other, we know each other, we both, he's a way higher income bracket than me, but we're in high income brackets, and so there's some sort of connection. But if you brought me that, Walmart Haitian, guy who just came here, and we're trading cards, and he knows
Yeah, the story. Okay.
that
All
my
right.
Charizard is
We're
worth
back.
$400, I'm really not going to trust to close my eyes and do a trade because, look, I have reasons to doubt that this guy has my best interest in mind. I have reasons to doubt, not because he's black,
Abby
not
Anders.
because he's Haitian, not because he's a
Hey.
low IQ, but simply because all
Hey, how you doing? You doing good?
those ideas combined, plus I don't know him, we don't share a culture, this changes our trade agreement. And we're gonna have to set new standards, new rules, and new ideas. So free trade could work, let's say, even now, it's like, well, we have free trade with Canada. Well, look at Canada now. Canada isn't really our ally. They have a $1.2 trillion trade deficit. They're taking advantage of us. They're using us as a surrogate state. We can't really have free trade with Canada.
Well,
we have to pull them back.
Having a trade deficit with them doesn't mean they're taking advantage of us.
Oh, they're taking advantage of us.
I have a trade deficit with my grocery store. They're not taking
Abby
advantage.
Anders.
No. That
Yes,
is a
I'm
buying
good.
and selling. That is a
I worked half a day today with third graders.
Cool. Also, be careful with personal information. This is live.
transaction. They are not. Their government itself is putting it up so that they are keeping their domestic production.
Not saying that's like I'm just saying, like that's okay for you to say that.
At their priority, while then making sure that they're able to
Abby
sell a lot of
Anders.
their exports to
Oh,
us.
okay,
Well,
gotcha.
Benefits us
Right.
enormously.
No, some, but not all. I'm saying this idea of free trade, we are being abused in the United States, hands down, okay? Hands down. We are being, again, the R word.
How does it benefit us?
That's what I want to know. Why does it benefit having a $1.2 trillion trade deficit with Canada, considering the fact their economy is only a few $1 trillion? Like they're getting like 20-30% of their entire, revenue.
How does this trade with Canada benefit us?
Because so many things that we buy
Abby
and sell
Anders.
and rely on. You
What
think
is
of
this
lumber
guy
coming
talking
from
about?
Canada.
I knew there was. I was debating in my head if I should explain this again, but like I explained it like 3 million times, and because you're probably wondering, like, this guy kind of is, and I don't want to. Just go back like maybe like 30 minutes and then watch, because like I did like a whole explanation thing on what he's
Wortnary.
talking about.
LOL.
Unless Wortnary, you wanna do a little bit of an explainer. He sound the way that just trust me, he's a good guy and don't worry about it. That's it. That's all I'm gonna say. We're gonna continue on.
A lot of their exports to us. Well, not with Canada, considering
And he's a little bit controversial. So like he'll say things that are a little bit politically incorrect.
economy is only a few $1 trillion. Like they're getting like 20-30% of their entire.
Abby
revenue
Anders.
just from trade.
Okay, LOL.
Yeah.
Trade with Canada benefit us?
Because so many things that we buy and sell and rely on. You think of lumber coming from Canada. You think of all the other imports that come into everything from housing to road construction.
The debate is basically free trade versus no free trade, and how people have a problem with free trade because free trade is basically the result of free trade was basically moving all of our manufacturing from the US to, like, okay, not all of it, but like a lot of the manufacturing from the US to China, and people didn't like that, and that was the result of free trade, and that's the argument. And this guy is arguing against that argument. The beanie guy that was just here, this guy is arguing for that argument, and Mr. Beanie Dude is also arguing for that argument. So, but this guy's the only, like, it's basically him versus everyone else.
So should we just be completely kind of produce everything ourselves, no matter how inefficient and costly it is?
Why is it inefficient?
We should try to afford.
Why is it inefficient? That's
because the whole reason it's being done somewhere else is because it can be done more efficiently.
Abby
there.
Anders.
That's literally the reason. If they
Oh,
could make
gotcha.
it cheaper and more efficiently here, they
Wortnary.
would, because it costs
He had a
money.
thick sales assistant. He was comparing dealing with Tim to dealing with the sales assistant.
Yeah.
Plain. You see, inefficient. These are buzzwords that don't actually.
No, it has a literal technical economic meaning.
Define it.
The reason that
Define
something, the reason that something is being brought in or purchased from overseas is because it can be made more affordably there. If
That's a different word.
Okay, I mean, Tim, I know you're trying to do gotchas, but like, since his argument, here's a better argument for this guy, or counter argument. If his argument is that, oh, it's more efficient to do it over there, all right, then we'll just put up tariffs so it would be more efficient to do it in the US. There we go, case closed. Now it's more efficient to be done in the US. Oh, you're gonna say it's artificial? Well, I could argue that it was artificial to bring it over there in the first place. Like, there we go. That would be a better, a good counter argument, or a good statement to say right after he says that.
No, it's not. In economics, that's literally the same thing.
So slave labor is more efficient in China.
Slave labor is immoral.
Hell yeah.
Oh, so,
but we buy it. That's what free trade gets us. We get
China is
Where's
a different
Neri?
situation.
I got to bail soon, on the hour.
Southeast Asian country that they're working for pennies on the dollar.
That is not the same thing as slave labor. Low wages and slaves are very different.
Wait, hold on. Tell the Foxconn employees who were marching off the rooftop in mass suicide they weren't slaves.
Oh, fuck off,
Where?
fuck off, fuck off, fuck off.
In China, they put catching nets because they were in mass lining up and walking off to commit mass suicide. Tell me that's not slavery.
I don't know
And that's free trade because we have no regulations over there. And Apple and these other computer manufacturers says we don't care if the employees are 16 people jammed in a 10 by 10 room to the point they can't quit. So they go up on top of the building, line up, and just walk off to die.
So
that's
then
free trade.
we should restrict trade with slave labor, but not make everything in America.
So you're saying that we should do trade with those who have the same moral values as us?
Well, not the same moral values.
Close
as
enough.
us,
Close
but
enough.
There should obviously. I don't think
It's
anybody.
not free trade.
When we talk about free trade versus protectionism, it's a spectrum, and even the most diehard economists who advocate for free trade have always acknowledged there are certain narrow sub-exceptions where some protection can be appropriate.
So the things that I am upset about right now, you agree are actually bad.
Well, I don't think I agree about the scope of some of the things you're saying. No,
Like people in
or
China
that free
working
trade is
for-
all bad. Obviously, I think
See,
slave
it's-
labor
you
is
think,
bad.
You think it is
yes.
efficient that
Many things can be made elsewhere in the world much more efficiently than in America.
It's efficient to have a low-skilled, low-wage worker in a foreign country do the job instead of an American.
Yes.
And so what happens in 10 years when the industry no longer exists in America?
Abby Anders.
You don't need it.
Damn, you got that thing from far away.
Yeah, I wasn't about to get close to it. I wasn't.
Not every industry has to exist in America.
So what happened
Those things are
during COVID when, like, we didn't have
disgusting
vitamin
and
C or PPE?
annoying
Well,
to
that's
work.
the problem with allowing global
when they're
supply
attacking
chains
you.
to be shut down. Governments across the world shut down supply
Wait,
chains.
hold up. I was about to respond to this.
Slave labor is
you
bad.
Think, you think it is efficient that
Many things can be made elsewhere in the world much more efficiently than in America.
It is efficient to have a low-skilled, low-wage worker in a foreign country do the job instead of an American.
Yes.
And so what happens in 10 years when the industry no longer exists?
No, the next rundown, the next sentence, what you should have said is like, okay, then we'll just put tariffs on that company or on that country, and then it'll be more efficient to be over here because now we increase the amount of cost. We decrease the efficiency of sending out your jobs out to other countries by giving them tariffs. So now it's more efficient to be in here. So I guess you don't have a problem with that, but since your whole argument is that we should probably do it because of efficiency. Efficiency is everything, right? He's not making that argument, but like you could have run down that. I want to know what he would say to that.
Just in America.
You don't need it. Not every industry has to exist in America.
So what happened during COVID when we didn't have vitamin C or PPE?
Well, that's the problem with allowing global supply chains to be shut down. Governments across the world shut down supply chains and economies. That was the problem.
Will happen. It
shouldn't happen.
But we live in a world sometimes you gotta lock your door.
So let me ask you.
Sometimes you can't go to the grocery store.
Why?
Should we have emergency food at our houses? The answer is yes, because sometimes there's a road impasse.
Yes, and that's why there are.
Give the plug. I don't know. You have a.
We rarely do.
Sometimes you need it. And you can get it now. Promo code TeamPool. I have some. By the way, I do have some. He does make a point. All I wanted to say real fast with the free trade. I kind of want to know something from you. You're about to explain something, but I feel like again what I was saying about redefining terms is I think regardless of what free trade has been defined as, I would like to know something from you directly. I want to know Tim, and I want to know Phil too, right? So when we're talking about free trade, I do think that this is a very, very important topic because this does fuel a lot of the other sub arguments from the H-1B, H-1As, right? Whether you're talking about the medical field or other high skilled with the B. This does talk about student visas, the idea of bringing in potentially new engineers and people who are pedigreed into your economy. This does talk about temporary field workers and Donald Trump, who will clean your toilet, Donald Trump, if the Mexicans aren't here. Exactly. You never answered that one, buddy. I think this does answer a lot of questions on to what extent do we allow trade to be free in terms of unrestricted, and is free trade, how important is that to the ethos of our nation, right? How important is having a big economy? Well, that's what I want to know, because I think it would matter, right? Because to some people it's like you would rather be like Switzerland with a smaller economy, smaller military, more internalized, more nativist protection, keep your culture, everybody's armed, and you want to keep the homogeneity of your ethnic native population. So that's
I don't care at all about the homogeneity of our ethnic population.
Well, I wouldn't expect that you would, but I'm saying like obviously Switzerland does, which is why they don't even haven't even particularly got involved in the other
Where's
wars.
Neri?
They've decided to hold
Is
the money
Brad a
and
lefty?
take a different strategy than having a large army. They're also impenetrable.
I don't know. I wanted to say yes because Destiny was watching his video. Like he was watching it. So I want to assume that he was. But I don't know if he was watching it because Brad was a lefty. I think Destiny was watching Brad because Brad was basically saying Tim Pool bad. And Destiny loves Tim Pool bad.
Where's Neri? I had a feeling he was right, but
yeah, he's not Yeah, yeah.
The stupidest argument imaginable. Oh, graph go up. So he doesn't care about the economy, and he'll virtue signal on this more and more and more going forward. And I'm sure he will more.
Good job, Destiny. Like, good job. Like he said it 3 million times during the debate. Nice analysis, Mr. Galaxy Brain Destiny.
Unlike most girls in 2025. But the thing is that you know, Switzerland is where it's at. So that's just taking the U.S. We are the global leader. We are the ultimate person. What importance is free? What is free trade to you, and what is the importance of it? Because that's where we're not, you know, lining up. Because you even said like the homogeneity. Like it's like I won't get into my idea. You know where I stand on this. It's like keeping the ethnic makeup of America what it is and not letting white replacement happen is huge. And this free trade idea is fueling
let's
that.
talk about that.
I want to hear you. But what is this? I just want to know how important is free trade to you, and what factors does it play in the identity of our country? Because I don't.
It's extremely important because part of the identity of our country is that we're a global economic superpower, that we're one of the wealthiest nations, the wealthiest large and advanced nation in the globe, and we've gotten there in part because of free trade. But let's talk about what you just said, because I think all of these issues, trade, immigration, culture, I will say this, culture is the strongest argument against free trade. There are no good economic arguments against free trade. There are some narrow national security arguments against...
Hey, we're actually getting into the meat and substance after an hour of debating. Let's go.
Free trade in certain areas. And then there is a cultural problem when it comes to free immigration. I'm sorry, more so than free trade. But the reason that you mentioned Dearborn, Michigan, which I want to go back to, Tim, that's a problem with a specific culture, frankly, Islamic cultures, that I don't think we should have more mass Muslim immigration into the United States. But I do think we should have far more hardworking, industrious people from India, from South...
What? A reasonable take? I wasn't expecting him to say that. I mean, wait. Actually, oh yeah, I'm just gonna pretend I didn't say that. I mean, it sounds like a reasonable take to me, but like I was not expecting him to say that. Okay, so he's definitely not a lefty. He's definitely not a lefty, but he's more of a libertarian. I think he's more of a libertarian, I guess. Maybe. I don't know what he calls himself. I don't watch him.
South America who want to come here and work hard and contribute and love America.
This is a pressure system where we are bringing in people with very different cultural values, and that's going to fundamentally alter the unquantifiable things of this country that we want to pass on to the next generations.
Unless they assimilate, and a lot of these immigration groups do assimilate very well.
Dude, show me where Indians are not living around each other and celebrating Diwali and like I'm from Frisco, Texas. That was terrible.
The idea that the United States does anything to encourage assimilation in 2025 is absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, the right obviously is trying to do something with making sure that people assimilate, but like the people on the left, assimilation is like the next worst word to like colonialism. Whenever they say, oh, this is colonialist or talking point or what is it? What is it called? Is it colonialist? There's another word for it. Colonist talking points, like or settler talking point, like settlers, colonists, people that go into other people's or goes into like new nations and make new nations out of other and basically get rid of all the people from other nations. Like it's like another like bad talking point or whatever on the left. Like you can't.
Worsenary.
You can't say this.
Colonialism.
Yeah, colonialism. Yeah, I can't say that word for some reason.
Ridiculous.
By the second or third generation, immigrants absolutely assimilate in America.
They don't assimilate to become American by the second or third generation, but. There are policies that the United States could have that would encourage assimilation, but the United States chooses not to have those policies. Now, I do think I'm definitely less nationalist than Elijah would be.
You're a fascist. You're an anti-communist. You said that.
What?
You said did you say you're an anti-communist or you're a fascist?
I'm not a fascist.
But isn't that what that is?
No, it's not, because liberalism is also anti-communist.
Okay, that shocked me. You said that. I was like, this guy's a fascist.
No, I'm not a fascist.
I was like, Elon's. You feeling proud of yourself?
No, I'm not a fascist. But the point is, you're making me lose my train of thought. The idea that the United States encourages assimilation, that is fallacious nowadays. The United States does not encourage assimilation. I do think that there are things the government could do. One of them would be simply just having the United States say, look, in America we speak English, and the government doesn't use any forms that are in any other language aside from English. Because if you don't have a common language, you certainly aren't going to be able to have a common idea.
Bro, I agree with that statement so well. Like, come on, man. We need, like, communication is people say this and it's like a meme and people cringe, but like it's very true. Communication's key. If you can't communicate to people, you don't have. How do you have a country when you can't communicate with people? So like you should make communication as easy as possible. having a ton of different standardized languages that everyone needs to know is not making communication like easy. That's why everyone should just learn English. Like most people already know it. Or we could just maybe we can all just find another language that we can all like speak. But like it needs to be one language. Like I find it so annoying when it's an anecdotal experience of mine, but like I used to work a job where I had to be where I was in constant communication with people that didn't even know how to understand English. That didn't understand English, and they worked with me. Luckily, in order to be on that job, you don't really need to talk to people. You just need to like, it was like a low-paid skilled job, or I guess you could characterize that. Made all right money for the amount of work that you put into, but it was so frustrating because you would meet people on the job and you would talk to them and they would look at you funny and you're like, oh, you don't speak English. And I'm like, why? Why is this not a standard? Like, this is America. How are you here, working here every day with me, and you don't even understand the language? Like, bro, that doesn't make any sense to me. It really doesn't. It's so dumb.
Ideology. I do think that the race is less important than the ideology. If you want to go ahead and say you come from a communist country and you're not a communist, come on in. But if you are a communist, we should say, no, you can't come into the United States. If you have an ideology that is at odds with the United States, we should absolutely kick people, reject people based on it.
Should we suspend trade with any country that has something like this happen? 150 Chinese workers at Foxconn threaten to commit suicide by leaping from the factory in protest of their working conditions. Foxconn installs anti-jumping nets. Here's a photo of the anti-suicide nets. Is this okay for free trade? I mean, graph go up?
I remember this happened. Hang on, let me answer this question. So you just showed one terrible story from a country with billions of people and asked me if we should shut down trade with a whole country based on one anecdotal story from 2010 about one company in horrific.
Not just one anecdotal story, one very seriously immoral thing that a country is basically just saying, hey, we don't care about this. Yes, I think the answer to that question is yes. We should probably have standards with the type of people that we trade with. Yes, I think that's true. He's gonna make it seem like, oh, this is just nothing. And I'm like, no, bro, we shouldn't be trading with people like this. Like, there's no reason why Tim should say no to this. But like, he should when Tim says yes, he should say,
where's Neri? The 2 million in camps.
Well, yeah, that too. But yeah, that too. That's another reason. But like, he's trying to make it seem like, oh, it's just one thing. It doesn't matter if it's one thing. The severity of this one thing is like 10 things. This is like 10 things combined in one because of how bad it is. Like, but he's going to write it off as like one thing, which is, it's so disingenuous.
Conditions. By that logic,
No. I'm going to talk over you if you try to reframe the argument. I said, from this story, should we have shut down trade with China over, at this time, this specific incident occurring?
The whole country.
Yes.
Over one
It's
company.
a simple yes or no question.
No, we shouldn't.
Okay. So I believe that there is once again, we are now at the utilitarian versus the deontological moral philosophy of, I think we as a country, if we are looking at another country driving people to mass suicide in any degree, we have to stop and say, you are putting our entire trade agreements at risk because of those squalor conditions you have put these people in that's resulting in mass suicide. If but one person is living as a slave, I have a problem with that and don't see why graph go up, why we should make money in any way off of a foreign country that is doing something like this.
So one person living as a slave in a country of billions of people, what you just said, we should write off trade with the whole country.
It's really simple, actually.
Yes.
When Donald Trump calls him on the phone and says, you will, right now, get that man freed and declare it. Otherwise, we'll put a 30% tariff on all your goods. Guess what that country does? It frees that slave. You are saying you accept a certain degree of mass suicide so that your graph go up.
That is not what I'm saying.
So you think we should...
No, maybe we should sanction...
Where's Neri? Got to go. Be back in 2 hours. If over, I'll watch. Winky face.
All right, I might still be on by then, but Who knows? Who knows?
Trade with Foxconn.
Thanks for stopping by, though.
Trade in that industry, maybe that specific region of China you suspend. It's horrible. It's evil. China's evil. I don't know what you're trying to make me say about.
We should not do trade
with anything with China. Okay, you explain that to Americans when every single thing they rely on and buy gets more expensive after years of inflation under Biden.
I will.
You come in. MAGA comes in and says, "All right, you know what? You guys elected us because everything's so unaffordable. Fuck it.
I will stand on top of a mountain. I will stand on top of a mountain and say, and directly into the eyes. I will do it right now. To every voter, I will look into the eyes of every voter right now and say, bread is evil and accepts human sacrifice so that you can have a cheap iPhone. And if you're willing to buy a cheap iPhone, knowing that people are committing mass suicide, you stand along with them.
So I'm evil because I disagree with you about trade policy?
Because you think there's an acceptable degree of mass suicide and concentration camps so that your economy can improve.
I don't think that. You're shadowboxing with a caricature.
No, then why are you arguing with him if you don't think that? You should be in agreement. Why are you arguing with him if you don't think that? Like, bro, come on now.
Should we threaten to sever trade with China over the Uyghur concentration camps, the forced abortions of the Uyghur Muslim Chinese? Or should we just say, well, you know, we're doing business with them?
The world is a terrible place. If we were going to cut off trade with every country that's violating human rights in different ways,
see, look, why do you keep defending it if you don't disagree with Tim? Why do you keep defending, like you keep saying you're not saying this, but then when Tim says, okay, then we agree with this, you're like, well, you keep trying to defend him. Like, you're defending the premise, even though you're saying that you don't agree with the premise that you're trying to defend right now. Like, that's just weird. That's weird.
With many countries, and most countries couldn't trade with us.
That's right. So if they want the American dream, and if they want our business, they better stop raping Uyghur Muslim women and then force them to get abortions.
You think the whole world's going to conform to an upstanding moral citizenship? That
Maybe not.
Oh my God, we're not talking about the whole world. Thank you for the straw man, by the way. We're talking about specifically China right now. Oh, the whole world. I like how he's like, it's a manipulation tactic. This is a debate tactic right here.
I don't know what I can see clearly that you have no moral standards.
I do have moral standards.
Yeah, that a certain amount of rape of Uyghur Muslims and forced abortion is acceptable so that our economy can trade.
No, I don't think that's acceptable.
And why aren't we putting pressure on China to stop it?
Are we going to put pressure on every country that does something wrong?
Does China do business with us?
Cut off our economy.
Does China buy from us?
We also buy from them.
Does China buy from us, yes or no?
Yes.
And so they need things from us, right? And so we have leverage in a negotiation to say, stop, they are raping Uyghur Muslim women in China and then forcing them to get abortions. That is currently going on.
It's terrible, T.
Absolutely. So how about Donald Trump says, if we find out that you continue this process, we are going to put a 30% tariff on all goods and stop selling to you.
And what happens when they don't stop?
Then we shut down trade. Because
we make Americans impoverished to protest their morality.
You know what? You're right. I guess it's okay that they're being raped because some people get cheap goods.
Honestly, if I didn't get an action...
No, I mean, yes, America, like, our things are gonna be a little bit more expensive. And then when people are like, oh, why is my cheese expensive? Why is my eggs $6.50 instead of $6.40? Well, it's because we stopped trade with China. And we're like, oh, so why did we stop trade with China? Don't we want to keep our grocery bills down? Well, we don't. China profits. If we trade with China, we're basically saying China, it's okay for them to have slaves. And do you want a decrease in prices of like your food drastically if it means that slave labor continues? And some people will say like, well, you know what, food's food. It doesn't matter what happens over there. I want it cheaper. I don't care how. Some people will have that take, but then other people will be like, no, okay, fine, I'll live with the higher egg prices if it means that we're not supporting any of what they're doing over there in China. Like some people will have that opinion too, but and it's fine because like you'll die if you don't have food. So there's a certain point to where food gets out of, like, there's a certain point where you're gonna have to eventually like it's like slave labor getting worse in another country versus you dying from the lack of food. Eventually
Ryan
it's
Yelgan
gonna
hashtag 039 S notebook. I think the problem is that conservatives were running on lowering prices, but now that we know that Trump wants the tariffs, conservatives conveniently find an excuse for higher prices.
Not necessarily conveniently, but like, sure. Like, this has always been a thing. Like, people have already, like, Tim has already been saying this about how, like, it's going to technically increase prices after the time. Like, we literally have the girl, oh, my favorite girl. Where is she? Where is she? There is she. There she is. My favorite girl. Like, we literally have her talking about how, like, the tariffs are, like,
Because internal free market capitalistic competition within the U.S. Like, oh, this is going to explode the cost. No one's going to be able U.S. between steelmakers brought that price right back down again. And that's exactly what you want. I mean, that's what an America First policy would look like. It would be something that, protects the labor of the American worker from cheap foreign competition. And that was 100%.
Yeah, people were already talking about this before this happened. This is not something that was convenient that just suddenly appeared out of the blue after Trump won. If that's what you're saying. I don't know if that's what you're
on
saying.
My new iPhone 16, I might have actually died. So you make a good point. That's my level of poverty would have increased. Now, what we're getting, by the way, is we're getting a super cheapening of our culture. And I think what matters to me the most, which might be the greatest point of contention here.
I appreciate you coming to my stream, Reinald. I think that's how you say it. I appreciate that.
Is that, when you said about, free trade, about how important it is, to me, free trade is one of the least of our value sets. The core identity is, why are we trading in the first place? We're trading in the first place to guarantee the success of our current lives, our offspring, and future generations. We are to build a strong nation state, right? Right now, we are operating in the West like we are on Tatooine in America. The world is just a bunch of planets, and everyone has a trading outpost, and you go there, and there's aliens of all shapes and sizes, and somehow there's some shadow government, with the stormtroopers and the Empire sort of managing it all. In reality, that's not how things work. That is, our founding fathers created this country to be a European nation that was free from tyranny, that was free from totalitarian overreach from the crown, that they would have representation, and that it would, like from the days they said of Moses, the days of Noah, this would be like a rebirth, and a new nation would form, and a new people of European descent. Over time, legally, again, my personal opinions aside, after wars were fought, like in 1870, people came together and said, maybe seeing, black people as 3/5 of value, may align with the founding fathers, but we're going to redefine that. We're going to give them, their ability to vote and to have full legal citizenship.
The South argued it would be really bad for their economy if they stopped slavery.
This is what I'm trying to say. Is it a lot of
Ryan
stuff was
Yalden
economic
hashtag 039 S notebook. Keep the talking points fresh.
Yeah. Yep. Keep everything fresh. Keep everything. This is why I got all the tabs. Everything is open. And I have like 64 gigabytes of RAM, so like I can keep as much stuff open. This computer is a beast.
Ryan Yalden hashtag 039 S notebook. It skipped my other chat. Sad face.
Oh, did it? Oh, there's an issue with YouTube just not posting chats.
Ryan Yalden hashtag 039 S notebook. Slow ass TDS.
Oh, I think you maybe just be I think you just may be slow on the because like when you hear it, I hear it. So the moment you hear it, I'm actually listening to it at the exact same time. So if I'm responding to that, if that's coming out later, then there's an issue with I think you just need to refresh the browser.
To begin with, that's exactly where I was going. Was that there was an economic?
That's actually not true. Slavery hurt the American economy.
There was an economic battle here. Look, there was an economic battle here, and at some point, whether you're in the comments and you're a racist and you hate that slavery ended, or you're a radical progressive and that's your favorite time in history, I don't care where you fall on the political spectrum. The point was there was an economic disagreement, and that economic disagreement in some ways was about the identity of specific regions. That did spark a war. I'm not going down Civil War history, chat. We're not doing this. I'm just saying this did, and then there was a redefinition of what. Was there an immediate economic benefit per se, you might argue, of making slaves citizens, or at least giving them rights? Maybe. But the whole well, not for everyone. The whole point was that there was a moral direction decided by a nation to go outside of just purely economics. It was like the ethos of who we are. And so that was added. That being said, the original founders' principles of what they wanted this country to be didn't change. And I think people don't realize that just because, like, for instance, if I became a Roman citizen, which even Paul in the Bible, I believe he did, he became a citizen, he doesn't become Latin. He doesn't become what we'd call modern day Italian. He doesn't become a Roman. He's still a Jew, right? And that's what he says. Like, I'm a citizen, but at the same time, I'm still a Jew like you, but I also am a citizen. Our country, from the original founding of being a European colony, having this ethos, securing our offspring, creating this free state, realized along the way, or at least came together and decided they got some things wrong about the value of other races, human life, and things in our country, and we've grafted people in legally, like right there, 1870. Fast forward this, and we realize, you know what? Actually, Besides our benevolence, I always said that, I guess you use the R word, so I will too. The greatest threat against right now Protestant Christian Americanism is that people have raped our benevolence. Is that, you know, people went, okay, well, we shouldn't be treating black people like they're not human. We should give them citizenship, and we'll even fight to make sure they have rights. And at the same time in this, people are like, okay, so that means illegals can come over an open border and have anchor babies. We got to a point now where it's so corrupt and so distrusted that we're losing our identity of who we are, okay? We haven't even dealt with the racial tensions between whites and black people substantially in a way that's even made progress, okay? A lot of black people I know hate white people. A lot of
Actually,
white people do not
I kind of disagree with, well, I disagree, sorta. Like, he's not wrong. I just think, I think we, like, we had the MLK, we had, like, all the people that were basically, like, I think back in the 1980s, 1990s,
Reinald and
early
hashtag
2000s.
039, S notebook. Why do all mega ignore what Trump does and why he does it to replace it with a more defensible thing?
I don't think that's always happening. I had a point, and then I had to listen to what you're saying, and now I'm like all brain scrambled, so I don't even know what to say. Let me go back.
Is that, you know, people went, okay, well, we shouldn't be treating black people like they're not human. We should give them citizenship, and we'll even fight to make sure they have rights. And at the same time in this, people are like, okay, so that means illegals can come over an open border and have anchor babies. We got to a point now where it's so corrupt and so distrusted that we're losing our identity of who we are, okay? We haven't even dealt with the racial tensions between whites and black people substantially in a way that's...
Oh, okay, so the reason why I said that, I'm not saying this because I disagree with him. I'm saying this because, like, he touches on an issue that I think is... So, like, the race issue and how, like, race tensions are definitely getting worse. Because, like, there was a study, some sort of study, like, between when Obama came in and then when Obama came out. Like, everyone kept saying that race tensions got worse after Obama versus compared to beginning of Obama. And I'm like, that doesn't really make much sense. But apparently it was true, and I kind of can see it because, like, well, I wasn't alive that long ago, so I can't really say that for sure. But with the MLK stuff and how there was so much progress within that time, it seems like everything is kind of getting worse over time ever since Trump came in, and then people are like race tensions just keep getting worse and worse and worse, and I'm like, the way that he's saying it, he makes it seem like things weren't better before. Like, it's always like like things were always bad before, and it's just getting... I'm just gonna continue. I'm just gonna continue.
Progress, okay? A lot of black people I know hate white people. A lot of white people do not really like black people, and they have their reasons. We have, like, systemic issues in our nation that need to be solved, and now we're importing Indians, and Vivek is supposed to be the example when he's so out of touch with our culture and what we are and what we want. Not only that, but he scammed his entire base with his pump and dump pharma scam. I mean, you know, Indian scammers, I'm not gonna make a comment there, but look, this guy doesn't get it. Doesn't mean all Indians don't get it. I know many Indians who do. It doesn't mean all Indians are bad.
I like Vivek, so I'm not gonna necessarily disagree with what he's saying because I don't know if what he's saying is actually true or not. But I like Vivek, and he needs to give a little bit more receipts for that.
But even the Indians that were here in small numbers are mad about the current immigration policies, are mad about what was going on because they came here because they wanted to assimilate into Western culture. And what is Western? It's European, it's white society. We've let other people in, but when we're not white, when we're not European, we aren't the West.
No,
we're just the
I'm
East.
sorry. American culture is not...
I understand why he's disagreeing with that.
S notebook. Oh no, Indians. What will we do?
About whiteness or preserve...
Bro, the way he said that at the end of it, everyone's gonna have an issue with the way that he's saying it. But, like, I'm not dumb enough to be like, okay, it sounds like he's just, I'm not just gonna be like, oh, he's just being racist, therefore dismiss everything that he says. Like, no, I'm not gonna do that. But it sounds bad. It sounds so bad.
Preserving whiteness. It's about the values.
It was created by white people, the values of European white people, and other people like that. Then live in
Why are you
Chiang Mai.
attaching values to people's skin color?
Because it's literally their values. So literally, it's
anyone
European
can hold
Enlightenment
values
ideas.
or not hold values.
They can, but that's why they moved here.
Okay, so this guy is having a He did, okay, I'm not gonna have the proportions. This guy's having a 100 IQ argument with a 95 IQ argument with a guy that has a 95 IQ, which sucks because if just replace the word white with black, and then everyone will be okay with the statement. Like that's the reason why I said it's like a guy with 100 IQ versus a guy that has a 95 IQ, because like it's the word that they don't like. It's not like they necessarily disagree with his argument. They just don't like that a specific word within that argument is being used as like the example. So, yeah.
You're going to tell me that the original people
other
didn't move here.
races have in-group preference.
Yeah, and people have come here and assimilated, but right now what we're having is we're not having very strict immigration from, let's say, an Asian country or an African country where you're like, okay, this person, obviously may have helped us in a war, they have given us intelligence, they care about our culture, they've lived in the embassy, they can come here. And I would say there has always been a benevolence of Americans that's not racist. That you're like, everyone knows it doesn't matter what skin color you are, what race you are, who is just an American. You've adopted and assimilated into the culture. The problem is that that's when we defined a culture, we had a culture, people wanted to be a part of that. If I like France, what am I saying? Do I want to go to France so that I can become like the black guys from North Africa selling trinkets in front of the Eiffel Tower? No, you know what I mean. I like French culture, like white European, what they created, their culture. We can't play stupid here. That's what I mean.
The actual issue is that
people get triggered with white culture because some people think that white culture doesn't exist, and I'm like, obviously it does. Just people just don't like talking about it, and they get triggered by it, and I'm like, I mean, I understand why they get triggered by it, but like, it's just stupid too. Like it's yeah. It's just stupid too.
White Americans tend to have an out-group preference, but every other race in the world has an in-group preference.
But that's forced.
Why do you say that?
We're shamed
Because the scientific study shows that.
You think white people dislike white people and prefer other races?
This is a long-known study.
Okay.
In general, my God, I feel like the other guy doesn't understand what generalizations are. Like he's not saying this is what people think. This is what a generalized study is. Like he's not gonna use this information to say like, oh, I'm gonna see that one person there and then automatically just assume that that's the way he is. No, this is a generalization. You should never use, like, generalizations don't work well with specific people, and using specific people never works well with generalizations. Like, but you can have both. You just can't mix the two. And that's why people get triggered and stuff like that.
United States.
I find that hard to believe, but I'll take your word for it.
Yeah, it's true.
It's true.
I'll just conclude this very simply because I'm not actually disagreeing with everything you're saying. What I'm saying is that what's happening now is that we don't have assimilation is not only not common, it's also not normal.
Peter Licari, PhD, but I can keep going.
Yeah, so it's like, but this is a trained idea, and I mean it's actual suicidal empathy. What it is that when we lose our core ethos, our identity, when you go to Brampton in Canada, I don't know if you've been, it's
suicidal empathy. That's a word. That's a phrase. That actually describes a lot of things. I'm not gonna lie.
Saying that it's not Canada anymore. It is literally India.
I think suicidal empathy is like toxic feminism, toxic femininity. Yeah, being overly empathetic to a detriment. Yeah, I think that's true.
Understand, and I just want to remind people in this that it is. Listen, people are against colonization,
but you combine it with non-liberal white, you'll still get a net out-group preference.
Whites like colonization as long as it's in their own country and it's of their own cities. I always love it. Like, I hate colonizers. Okay, well then why don't we kick out all these non-white people and they'll go, whoa, you racist.
So the issue largely, of course, that we recognize is there's a cultural problem. It's not a racial issue, but
culture and race are linked to an extent, though.
I disagree.
Yeah, no.
I disagree.
You don't think French culture is linked to the French people? Like there is a genetic component of their disposition, the way that they behave, the way that they are. You don't go to a black city and see that black.
Obviously, there's links. Like people are born different. Like there's having darker skin color is a genetic trait. Like if you don't have the genetics for having a darker skin color, you're just not gonna have a darker skin color. Like if you want more melanin in your skin, you can't really get that. You're kind of born with it. That means it's genetics. Come on now. Like there's obviously links to it. It doesn't mean you need to like add more. Like there's links, but people get so touchy with this subject. It's like what he's saying is true, but people just don't like the fact that it's true, I guess.
Black people and white people can get along, that we can be friends, but there is a distinct difference by even just their athleticism or the way they express themselves, or you don't see any connection.
Let me try and answer that. So, of course, there's like if you go to Sweden, everyone's tall, and if you go to Thailand, at midpoint, everyone's short. Those things do play a role in culture to a degree. However, if a Swedish person is born in...
That is genetics as well. Like, your genetics are different. People are all born differently. Everyone has a different type of... Everyone's like unique. Why are they unique? Because everyone has a slightly different genetic code. I think the only people that are exactly identical are literally identical twins. I think Yeah, identical twins have the same exact genetics, but like the reason why they have different like traits is because of the experiences that they have. Like if one twin has a really bad childhood and the other twin has a really good childhood, they're gonna grow up with they're gonna look exactly the same and have the exact same genetic defect stuff within them, but like they're gonna have completely different personalities because personality isn't really like genetic 100%. Like it's linked, but it's not determinative, I guess. Yeah.
Raised in the United States in an American cultural family, they will largely just be American culture. The same is true for a kid who is
European.
No,
it's true for somebody of African descent. I'm part Asian, and I've got a mixed race parent, and I've got
wait, hold up. What did you say?
Or you don't see any.
Let me try to answer that. So, of course, there's like if you go to Sweden, everyone's tall, and if you go to Thailand, I made the point, everyone's short. Those things do play a role in culture to a degree. However, if a Swedish person is born and raised in the United States in an American cultural family, they will largely just be American culture. The same is true for a kid who is
European.
No,
it's true for somebody of African descent. I'm part Asian, and I've got a mixed race parent, and I've got a full Korean grandmother.
That's kind of a bad example. Strand of racist
Koreans do. No, because Koreans do. We have an integrative society too.
The point is, there's a bit of nature and nurture, but largely nurture takes the forefront. The issue that we have in this country is that while we may recognize that as an American country, there can be someone who I grew up with who's black, Asian, Mexican, or otherwise, and they love Christmas and they love baseball. We do the same things. We're good friends, and don't you dare insult my friend over the way they look. The problem is, white Americans have a net out-group preference, meaning they tend not to like white people, but every other race is a net in-group preference, and that's going to create racial animosity to an extreme degree.
There's no connection. Where's a black area that you want to live? In any country, in any continent.
Hyde Park in Chicago, where they're all rich.
Okay. You were talking about a very small little neighborhood in a city. I'm talking about, but the majority black areas at the greater region of Southside Chicago, we could talk about from every country, meaning there is an understanding that, like we've already seen it with like Sierra Leone, you can't just take, or Haiti, right? This is a good example, Haiti, Sierra Leone, you can't just take people who fundamentally value different things, like Africans who look to ancestors in the past, were Protestants.
But you're talking about cultural regions.
I know, but I'm saying you can't just throw on, like we sell Sierra Leone, you can't just throw, or Liberia and these other places that are now, just hotbeds of slavery. I think Liberia is the best example of just giving them an American constitution, a parliament. It doesn't work.
You can't put a culture on top of a culture.
Correct. And that's what I'm saying. Is that
it's not a racial
it doesn't
issue.
mean that races are less valuable. That's why it's not racist. I'm not saying that other races don't matter. I'm saying I could go and look at what's going on in India, and I can see that, by the policies they're putting in place and the fight back against the government's trying to put hygiene policies in place for street vendors, and there's massive backlash. People don't know about this after all those viral videos on TikTok. It's been very bad for the tourism sector in India.
That's not a race issue.
No. But here's the deal. There is multiple things involved in this. It can also be religion, because I know the Pakistanis don't like them because they're unhygienic. So, there's not a lot of dissimilarity in genetic code between the Pakistanis and the Indians. Obviously, it's just a line.
Tim Pool keeps saying it's not a race issue. He's not saying it's a race issue. He's never said that it was a race issue. He just brings race as one component. But people keep fixating on the race part. And I'm like, bro, stop fixating on it. He's saying so many other things with that included, but people keep fixating on this. I'm like, bro, he's not saying that. When is he, listen to this.
I think Liberia is the best example of just giving them an American constitution, a parliament. It doesn't work.
You can't put a culture on top of a culture.
Correct. And that's what I'm saying. Is that
it's not a racial
it doesn't
issue.
mean that races are less valuable. That's why it's not racist. I'm not saying that other races don't matter. I'm saying I could go and look at what's going on in India, and I can see that, by the policies they're putting in place and the fight back against the government's trying to put hygiene policies in place for street vendors, and there's massive backlash. People don't know about this after all those viral videos on TikTok. It's been very bad for the tourism sector
That's
in India.
not a race issue.
No. But here's the deal. There is multiple things involved in this. It can also be religion, because I know the Pakistanis don't like them because they're unhygienic. So, there's not a lot of dissimilarity in genetic code between the Pakistanis and the Indians. Obviously, it's just a line made up by the British Empire. But my point of what I'm saying is that there still is a dispensation of these people to where, I'm going to say this in the Bible. We can take biblical reference because this is what it is. Like when you have Hagar and you have Abram, and you go down and you create this, you have the Jewish people coming from Sarai and going down here, and then you have the Hagar, the Arabs, right, coming down from this side. And they both think that God's their promise. That's why we have the war going on in Israel and Palestine. I won't talk about that at all. My point is that they're both Semites. They both come from the same father, but they are very different. I would say that in general, Jewish people are much more sedated. You can go look at a Jewish protest and a pro-Palestinian Arab protest. Very different. Go look at Israel. Go look at an average Arab country that doesn't have, isn't a proletariat elite class taking oil money from the U.S. They have different expression, different personality types, and they have just a half bit different genetics at the very top. On top of that, when I look at this, they're Semitic, they live in the same region, same climate, everything. They're very different in their values and everything. And it can only be linked directly back to what? What they value is linked back to who they are, and who they are is their identity. It's linked to genetics. It's like they know that.
Against yourself.
No, they know, but they know that themselves. They have a genetic, their main difference is genetic, right? They both think they have they both think they have promised the land. They both think that they have the blessing from Abraham. They both think they're in that position.
It's not genetic.
No, they have a half genetic difference. Because God said what to Hagar? He said that your descendants, because the promise wasn't supposed to be for you, I will make a people of your people. He said, so he goes, I will make, this is what they believe too. This is billions of people in the world believe. No, this is not the tangent because he said
we're
you're gonna be
totally
wild
off
like
train
donkeys.
economics and you're talking about religion in the Bible.
I'm not.
No. Okay. All right. I gotta point this out because this is fair criticism. Tim Pool is literally Tim Pool and the other dude. Like, imagine Tim Pool's at 100 IQ, and now imagine the other dude. Where's the other dude? Where's the other dude? Where is this guy? This guy. What? This guy. Imagine Tim Pool has IQ of 100. Imagine this guy has an IQ of 99. And then we got this guy that has an IQ of 158 having to, he's making a very long digestive argument for what he's talking about. But the other guys that are just aren't able to retain, the first word that he said throughout all this, literally he's just, every sentence that he says is another sentence that they're not listening to, or goes it through one ear and out the other. I understand his point and I get where he's going with this, but the other guys are they also could be yeah, we're getting to touchy subject. Let's start to dismiss this guy now. He's kind of going on a tangent. We're kind of uncomfortable right now. We really like what you're saying. They're not even it's annoying. It's annoying because he's making a good point, and both of them are now just saying, we don't really like what you're saying. Let's move on. We don't need to talk about this. Or they're not. Tim. It seems like Tim is not even understanding what he's actually saying. Which, I mean, whatever. Honestly, Tim was never a good debater, but.
You're talking about religion in the Bible.
I'm talking about genetics.
See, that's all he took from it. Religion and the Bible. Come on, man, Tim. That. If that's all you took from what he was saying, then okay, all right, Tim. You obviously weren't listening, or you're just too small of your brain can't retain all of the information that he just said, and keep understanding what he's saying. You're either he's purposely doing it, or he literally can't he's not smart enough to ascertain what he's trying to what his overall point is.
Saying he said that you will be wild like donkeys, your hands will be against all people, and people will be at war with you. You will be at war with them till the end of time. And what do we see with the Arab people? It is just constant war with the world, constant tension, and there is something about who they are and what happened with them that they have this problem. To this day, it's one of the main issues.
Okay,
culture.
I mean, the whole Israel-Palestine thing, they've been fighting since 1948, I think. So it's not like he's wrong. They're still fighting since 1948. So come on now.
He's a race essentialist, I think. Yeah. He thinks people are defined in part by their skin color and their genetics.
Genetics,
who they are.
Skin color is a phenotypic expression of your genotype, which is just truthful. I'm a biologist. That's literally truth. That's
Can I ask Elijah a question?
Yeah.
Are Black Americans Americans?
Yes.
Okay. Can you explain what you said the other day where you were suggesting that wasn't the case?
Yeah, no, I said that America was made to be a new European race. There was an ethnicity of Americans by our founders, which was a mixed, primarily Anglo-Celtic race. And there was even hard disagreements on whether Irish could be a part of that. There was disagreements whether Germans could be a part of that. And slowly there was a new European race like Australians, and you can read with White Australia policy, our policy. Over time, we realized that, you know what, we do want to remain a European nation, but we have fundamental racial issues. We're not trying to bring over new black people, but we do have black people living here. What do we do with them? Well, it's wrong what we're doing because we're also not just a white country or European. We're also Christian. God does not want us to be treating people like they're slaves. He doesn't want slavery. We're not supposed to be treating people like this. So we've given them legal documentation. But in many ways, as you can see, there's still a very sharp difference. There's always outliers. There's always about 10 to 30% of Black Americans who just assimilate well and have adopted the European mindset. But there's a lot that are resistant for reasons that probably are justified, where they want their own culture. And if you act white, if you act too European, they give you a lot of SHIT for that in their own culture. You see that a lot. Stop acting like this. Stop acting too educated. Stop acting white. You see that today with their fight against.
Bro, like I said, he's hitting on all the points. So true. I've experienced this in my own school. Or when I was in school. Or am I still in school? You don't know. But yes, bro, when I was in I think ever since I was alive, I guess. People have said that. Some people said it in a non-derogatory way, but then some people are said it in a derogatory, why would you, why, it's a negative. Why do you keep acting that way? Why do you keep acting white? And I'm like, what do you mean? That's literally what I would say, and they would never have a good response to it. I'm like, what do you mean? What, is it a bad thing to do this? Like, what do you, and also, what are you saying? Why is that the assumption? like the way that I act is like, saying that I'm acting white implies that I'm not acting black. And that means you have a specific implication of what you think acting black is. So like, I want to know what you think acting black is. And then I'll answer the question on like, why do you keep acting white? That's the way to like mentally get around that, to really to like show that when you say that to someone, like, why are you acting white? How that's inherently kind of like racist-ish. Like, it's kind of racist to say that. It's like, what are you implying when you say that?
Being too white, being quiet in the workplace, etc. They tie our culture in with our skin color. That being said, they are American citizens. We have documentations because we're an empire, but they're not. They know that there's something wrong, which is why they either want Wakanda or something going on. They realize there's some damage that's been done.
Did you say most black people want Wakanda?
No, the black culture in general realizes there's something that has been wrong to them, and
I swear, they're not understanding this. Elijah, they're not understanding. Like, you're having a nearly 200 IQ debate or response or claim or point to people that are barely over 100 IQ. Like, come on, man. You're just not gonna get through to them. Like, I understand what he's trying to make, but like, the guy just asked the most dumbest question. Like, what did he just say?
They know that there's something wrong, which is why they either want Wakanda or something going on. They realize there's some damage that's been done.
Did you say most black people want Wakanda?
No,
like, why is that the thing you focus on? Why is that the thing you focus on? Like, out of everything that he was saying, you're like, oh, you just say that black people wanted Wakanda? Like, bro, there was like 10,000 other words that he said, but you sneak out that's the one thing you have to say about everything else? Like, that's the one thing, that's the one takeaway you get from everything else that he said. I know he just said it, but like, why? Why do you focus on that?
Black culture in general realizes there's something that has been wrong to them and that they're different. They were brought here from another continent, and there is a difference between white and black Americans. It doesn't mean we're better than them. It doesn't mean they're worse, but we tend to have an outgroup preference.
Differences is fine. Differences are fine. People are unique. Isn't it a good thing to be unique? That means you're different. It's okay to be different. Come on now.
But you look at the what's it called? You look at the segregation in major cities. Black people tend to
hold up. Huh. That's weird.
In general, realizes there's something that has been wrong to them and that they're different. They were brought here from another continent, and there is a difference between white and black Americans. It doesn't mean we're better than them. It doesn't mean they're worse. But we tend to have an outgroup preference. But you look at the what's it called? You look at the segregation in major cities.
Man, the amount of hedging he has to do because this is such a touchy subject is so annoying. But like, I understand why he has to do it.
Black people tend to live near each other. White people tend to live near each other.
That's not just
there are
black
some
people,
problems.
white people. That's people of all races.
No, that's what I'm saying. So they're American citizens, but I meant ethnically American does mean a European.
No, there's no such thing as ethnically American.
There's a challenge in your supposition in that Chicago, like a lot of these cities, had racial covenants in the 50s and 60s that created these areas.
That's why it's like that in part. It's historical policies and legacy.
Why do all the black kids sit at their own table at school? And like, I mean, I don't know.
There are entire books written to that effect, but it's not because their skin looks the same, Elijah. And there's no such thing as an ethnic American. There's no ethnicity of American. Our country is different. Anyone can be an American.
You sound like Reagan. I mean, this is something reinvented at the
not an
seller in
insult.
1965. I mean, everyone thought that until 1965, and now we're smarter.
We can break this down. I disagree with you. I think that a lot of black kids, a lot of Asian kids, they literally hang out with each other because of their race, but it's a surface level thing rooted in the remnants of culture. So when you have in Chicago being the obvious example because the history of redlining, which then ended up happening in tons of different cities, the real estate and blockbusting, real estate markets intentionally isolated certain areas of the city to sell specifically to black people. You then created ethnic pockets. Not that it was the first time it was ever done, because you largely had this as a result of slavery. There was white and there was black, and they didn't. And of course, the North was extremely racist. People like to think that they were like progressive. They were not. They're
still assholes.
Well, so here's the funny thing about.
All right. I'll be right back. I need AFK. I'll be back though. I'll be back. All right. Just need to do some stuff.
Yeah, about the civil war.
I've been neglecting some things that I probably should have been neglecting, so took care of it, and yeah, now I'm back.
War and
now we're
slavery and all
back.
this is that we didn't have Loving v. Virginia in 1967. So we're talking about the North apparently, wanting to end slavery because of race. No, they very much were very racist, and segregation persisted for 100 years or whatever. I should say to the extreme degree. And so what ends up happening then is through the actual culture of the United States, the race-based policies, and largely of the slaves wanting to live with each other, you get segregated areas. It then gets codified through, or not necessarily codified in the legal sense, but gets expanded through redlining and blockbusting tactics in the real estate market, which results in literal black neighborhoods in major cities that were put there through covenant. And St. Louis largely had this problem. What then happens is the grandchildren, not even the grandchildren, because we're talking about the 80s this was going on. We're talking about literally 30-something or 30 or 40-year-olds today who were forced by policy to live in areas only with other black people, so then there's going to be racial preference due to who they grew up around, and when they go to school, they're going to be like, these are the people I know from my community, and it perpetuates that stuff. I like to think the United States, as we have abolished these things and made them illegal, and the efforts of crushing DEI have been dramatically resisting this primitive, like, remnants of history of isolating everybody by race. Because
we're moving away from that.
We're absolutely moving away from it.
We should.
Absolutely.
But he seems to think that we either shouldn't or can't.
I'm saying we cannot because
that's wrong.
American
experiment shows us
I'm saying we're not an experiment. Those are all just modern colloquial terms that have been ingrained into our head through the reimagining and the liberalization post World War II. There's been a reimagining of the West and the world, and it doesn't work. Look, I'm not saying that when I say we didn't win World War II, I'm not saying that Hitler was right. I'm not talking about that mentality. I meant nobody won. I meant nobody won in terms of the fact that the West didn't win. So no one in the West won. The British Empire was bankrupted. They lost their control. The colonies are out of control. The collapse of the collapse of Rhodesia right now. The collapse of South Africa. That's a big deal. You saw that appropriating the farmland.
South Africa, and then they told us it wasn't happening.
Correct, and it's happening. I have friends there, by the way. You have Rhodesia 2.0. If you're new to this, you should look those up. And I've seen what happens right now with post-colonial or decolonization of the world. And what I'm seeing now is that decolonization went from Rhodesia to apartheid in South Africa, where everyone's like, okay, well, those are white people in Africa. Africa's, black. It's very easy to brainwash someone. Rhodesia shouldn't exist. South Africa shouldn't be run by whites. In fact, if they get killed, it's good. That's what people think. That's what they thought. And the U.S. did side with communists against the Rhodesian government, by the way. And we fought a Western country more British than England itself.
Bro, I got to interject something. You see, if you want to make a race essentialist argument, I would actually argue that presupposes white people as a suicidal race that will be destroyed by itself.
So, okay, I have to be so. I don't want to go down this road because we are talking about immigration. I will actually in some ways.
That's the road you don't want to go down in.
Any race, when captured by the wrong ideology and mentality, could in and of itself become extinct. Which is why there's so many civilizations that have become extinct or have destroyed themselves, or there's remnants of those. Like Italy still exists, Russia still exists. It's not the USSR. They don't have the same power. Empires can collapse while the basic identity can still exist. I just want to say this: is that with white people, I've seen this immigration has moved, and this is what I see happening with our immigration policies, and it's fueled, ironically, by a lot of white billionaires actually in this country. They're taking advantage of this. Is that we are decolonizing our own countries. So what we are told is that diversity, which means less white people, is what we need as a restitution for our overseas colonialism. And that means that we see our countries we do not link our national identity with our ethnic and religious identity. We're not a Christian nation anymore. We're not a white nation. Look, I could say, okay, yeah, black people I probably get along better with a black Christian guy than I do with my own sister or a family member who's liberal and not following those tenets. I probably do. So listen, we can have other connectors and just, it's not just race essentialism. It's we can have religious, and moral, agreements on things, how we want to run our country. What we're seeing now is the decolonization of white countries. And I'm going to say, yes, they do exist. They have existed, although Europe was technically named by, an Eastern empire. The point of the matter is that we are decolonizing, becoming minority white. And I saw what happened in Rhodesia and South Africa. And I know that if we get less than a certain percent of white, these people want vengeance. And I'm afraid for my offspring.
I'm gonna pause you right there, and I'm going to say,
I have kids. This is what I'm worried about.
Okay, so let me. I want to address this directly. Yeah. I think it's probably a bit.
Okay, so I want to say a bunch of stuff, but I don't want to. The more this is a time-sensitive thing that I'm doing in the game, and that's why I wasn't saying anything, because there was a lot I wanted to say, but. But that's a valid reason to I have to go back just a little bit.
South Africa, and I know that if we get less than a certain percent of
yeah, okay. So I don't think a lot of people understand what's going on in South Africa, and what's going on in South Africa with the white people there. It's not good. It's not good. It really is not good at all. But no one wants to talk about it because who cares about white people getting treated terribly, right? Or at least people should be more not enough like I'm writing it off as if other people would write it off, but it's a big problem, and it's a really decent, good fear to have. Like he's fearful of that. He doesn't want that to happen in America, and he's fearful that it could happen in America with the way that with the track that America is going down right now, which is understandable, and I sympathize with that. And people that don't, so yeah, I think that's all I have to say about that. So I understand his reasoning. So.
White, these people want vengeance, and I'm afraid for my offspring.
Well, I'm gonna pause you right there, and I'm gonna say.
I have kids. This is what I'm worried about.
Okay, so
this is psychotic.
I want to address this
Okay.
directly. Yeah. I think.
Not an argument.
It's probably a bit more on the alarmist side, but I wouldn't say it's inherently incorrect, considering that white is the only racial group with an outgroup preference, which means that if the United States becomes less than a certain percentage white, I don't know that we end up in a South Africa situation. The issue with South Africa right now, so for those that don't know the news, there was a very controversial law that was just passed, which allows the expropriation of land without public need, meaning they're literally now announcing they're going to start seizing farmland from white people and seizing land from white people in
This
general.
is scary, but people don't realize this is very, very scary. You should pay attention to this.
Yeah, we might, and it's funny because the media kept saying these things were never happening and it was all misinterpreted.
And the government is a Marxist government too.
Right. So here's the important thing about mean in-group bias by race and ethnicity that makes America different from, say, Rhodesia or South Africa is that we're not looking at a single majority of one race. We're looking at several different smaller factions within one confine, which will make things strange, but it will not be like South Africa. So what I mean to say is, white, according to the data that we've seen, this is going back to 2018, there's like a -2 outgroup preference among white people. White conservatives tend not to have this. White liberals strongly have this. But that means that with a majority white country, you have a net favorability against whites because Black, Hispanic, and Asian have an in-group preference, and white liberals tend to have an out-group, meaning all races will be having a preference against whites to a certain degree. But there will be no unifying race of the nation. There's not going to be a majority Black, Hispanic, or Asian faction that's going to be like, we're the supreme race and taking over the United States. So it's not going to be the same as South Africa.
And we have legal protections and a system.
Legal protections.
That's a really good argument against it.
It
can all be undone.
But the American system is more resilient than most.
Yes.
The Second Amendment, you still can't carry a gun in LA.
I disagree.
But
DC is a literal federal jurisdiction which should have the strongest constitutional protections, and it's one of the most nefarious for being against the Second Amendment.
I've never heard that argument, but that's actually very true.
I know.
Why would the
That's
federal
in the process of
jurisdiction
hopefully being corrected.
I'm Smassy.
I'll say this, with people saying that this is you saying, oh, this is racism. No, because I'm not saying that the people here are less valuable. I'm not saying that they don't matter, and I'm not saying that if I went to their country that I should go enslave them or I have authority over them. What I'm saying is that just like India wanted the British out because they saw a disparity, and now they're literally still hanging on to the technology and infrastructure that they gave them by 400 people. I mean, literally hanging off the sides of the trains, barely still running in that country. But they wanted their own country, and they got it. What we're seeing in the West is that whether people like it or not, no matter how much brainwashing is going out there, young European heritage men, particularly, which voted 36 points skewed towards Trump, which was shocking. Trump mentioned this, by the way, have eyes. And we've seen what's happened in the world. We are not preaching a message of hate. We are not, almost all of us have like, my kids are dual citizens, my wife's an immigrant. Like, I don't want to get down that 2016 talk, Like, all of us are either interracially married or married to immigrants. I was an immigrant in another country, like as if I'm against immigration. That's absolutely ridiculous. I'm literally an immigrant resident of a foreign nation. I'm not against this. But when you look at the totality, what we're seeing here is not me living in Australia for a couple of years and we pretty much have the same culture and I'm adding money into their economy and I hire one of their people and we're creating a connection. What we're seeing is, an Indian person come in and the white guy sitting here, we have, me and you and Tim, and Tim's the Indian. And then you and I are going, let's hire you've seen this meme? Let's hire the most qualified person. And then the Indian, because of their caste system and in-group preference, says, I want to hire people who look like me. And then there are two Indians. And you're going, I want to hire the most qualified person. Now, obviously, there's 2 to 1. You're going to start hiring more Indians. And all of a sudden, there's an Indian in your seat and everyone's Indian. Did I say Indians are bad? No. That's just a cultural problem.
Same phenomenon that happened with like woke people taking over HR departments, and that's totally ideological.
That's a good example.
Yeah, that's totally ideologically bent, right? So you get one person into an HR department that believes like the woke ideology, and then they look at the applicants that are coming in, and they're going to choose the person that shares their woke ideology, and you get 2 in there, and you get a third or fourth. That's what's happened, and that's why there's all this DEI and stuff in corporate America, is because these people with these ideologies went to the access points.
Let me tell you about when I worked for American Airlines.
That is a much better argument than using the race argument.
And there's like zone 1, zone 2, zone 3, and then each zone has a certain number of
gates. It doesn't look as
but then
bad.
There's the principal break room, where it's very large and everybody hangs out in the microwave. If you walked into that break room, it was all race pockets.
Yeah.
So there was 2 tables where everyone was black. There was 2 tables where everyone was Hispanic, and then there was 2 tables where everybody was Asian. And everyone called the Asian group the Asian Mafia because they had union access and supervisor connections. So one of the guys was actually on the executive board of the union, so they had a lot of power. So they called them the Asian Mafia. The funny thing is, as soon as me and my brother got in there, they came up to us and said we should go hang out with them. And then it's pretty wild because immediately these guys were largely Filipino but different Asian. And the one guy was like, which one of your parents is Asian? They just knew instantly that we were part Asian and told us we should be a part of their group and hang out with them. And they even let us live. One guy had a house and he was like, free room and board. You're Asian. That's the way it worked. It was weird. But,
Look, people have forever been tribal, and the most obvious and the easiest to identify traits are the ones that people are drawn to first. So yes, you do get people that are like black people hanging out with black people, white people hanging out with white people. That's just something that is natural and normal and part of the human condition. It doesn't mean that it makes the people that do that immoral.
Well, so
if you treat other people badly, that's why it's immoral.
Well, let's talk about this. So where's the root of this in evolutionary psychology? If you were British and you encountered a French guy, you had problems.
Yeah.
If you were Irish and you encountered a British guy, you had problems. And identifying was based on the things they would wear, the colors they would wear. But largely in going back thousands of years, humans were more likely to survive when they were around people of their own community, tribe, or village. And so even white Europeans fought like crazy, probably more than anybody else. Yeah. So what ends up happening is racism is an artifact of, you can clearly discern this person is not from your tribe because they look very, very different. But for white Europeans, it was, if two white naked guys are there, it's going to be not based on the way they look necessarily. Although
a lot of that going on in Europe today, though. But naked guys together.
Right, but you know, obviously a Slavic person will have different facial features and they're more easily identified than, say, like an Iberian, Spanish, or whatever.
Jack Posobiec looks different than me.
Right, and so back then those things were discernible. But if a white guy living near his village encountered a black man, there was going to be an immediate concern because they know neither of them is from each other's tribe or community. We today are way better than this. But there are still groups and countries around the world that still are very much like, we don't trust certain people.
Sorry, can I just say that the thing about the American tribe, though, is that it's uniquely not about race. So when you look at expats, for example, in Paris or in London or Madrid or something, there'll be a community of American expats who live there who get together, and they're not all white people, they're not all black people. What they have in common is that they're all American.
Now here's the challenge. With mass migration coming to the United States, and we're encountering a lot of illegal criminals. What's happening now is people are starting to become more racist. And we also see this with the emergence of DEI and things like this.
Well,
if I, like where I grew up, my Mexican friend
got to do the whole thing
exactly
all over
like
again.
I did. And if I walk down the street and saw a Mexican guy, we're from the same neighborhood, bro. Like, we go to the same baseball games, we go to the same grocery store. I have no concerns whatsoever. So in my neighborhood, you got Asian, black. It was a very mixed area, and flipped for Trump, by the way, which is kind of crazy. And this is a relatively mixed area. However, you start mass importing people from other countries through open immigration, and what happens then is someone walking down the street gets mugged by a guy who doesn't speak English. The black community in Chicago said, quote, "We are being replaced." This is not white people saying this. And so black people in Chicago all of a sudden are encountering Venezuelan gang members. This is a huge controversy. Tren de Aragua coming into the cities. And all of a sudden now, black communities are like, we don't know if the Mexican guy we're bumping into, the Latino guy, is going to be my homie who lives down the street, or it's going to be Tren de Aragua who came here illegally. We don't know. However, they do know that when they see another black person, that's not Tren de Aragua. Tren de Aragua is not coming from Africa, it's coming from Venezuela. So this is the mass migration actually shattered this like, I grew up in a neighborhood with people of different races, and we all know we trust each other.
To be clear, though, that's not a problem with migration. That's a problem with an uncontrolled border and illegal immigration, and not vetting and not knowing who's coming in and out.
And I completely agree with it. And my point is,
just to be clear, my position has always been we need a strong and secure border, but a system of open and orderly legal immigration.
What are we protecting? Because
we are
a moral
protecting our country from
what is our country? Because if it's not white European culture, there's not a connection. Then what is our country?
It's a culture, but it's not a white culture.
No, hold on. I got to pause you. Can Christians only be white?
No. That's dumb.
So
American culture isn't related to Christian culture, then?
No, because I said there's other homogeny, there's other linking factors. The culture originally comes from non-Christians. We're talking about Greek, Hellenistic, Roman. These are not originally Christian empires. So when I say white Christian, I mean white countries, European, the original Enlightenment, these ideals, which they even made DC after Rome.
Would we prefer it if the whole world was of a Christian moral framework and believing in Jesus Christ?
I do, personally.
So that would imply that in the United States, what we're protecting is not whiteness or being white, it's the moral framework and traditions of this country.
So yes, but I will say this is not even a contradictory statement. This is why I said, as a Christian, this is why it's very important. There's always been a debate on which founding fathers were Christian or not. This was built on Christian foundation and principles, not Judeo-Christian, but Christian. And the key thing about that is that, yes, that's why I just said that I would get along better with a black guy who was a believer in the Bible and the principles than I would a liberal white person, which is why I made that distinction. We're not just going, okay, whatever. So then do we then import all the black Christians from Africa? No, because it's not, just because you're Christian doesn't mean you still share, let's say, similar, like you might not be a good roommate with me. If you're just a black guy and a Christian from Africa, you might not be a good roommate. What's the number one thing? Well, maybe you don't even have a credit card and ability to help me pay rent. Like, there's other factors to living with people versus respecting them.
The point I'm simply making is, it is the moral traditions and our culture that we are protecting.
But the culture itself comes out of the race and out of the region, and then the value set on top of that paired, because eventually the Roman Empire became Christian. No, it is true. Comes from
I get it, but you're never going to convince a mixed race guy that this country is for white. It's just
I'm mixed. Well, then technically, if white's not really technically a race, right? I mean, there's obviously there's technically differences. My point is that yes, I'm not saying the mixed race thing. You would be assimilated enough where you'd be the example of what I said. There's always been a portion of Americans. The blacks are the best example because they were not brought here out of America. They didn't get a pass to Disneyland. So we figured out, what do we do with these people? Well, they need to become American citizens. They need to be given rights. We can't have a slave labor. neighbor, and we made sense with that. What we're doing today is not solving the
And he's not blaming them for that, by the way, because it does sound like he is, but he's not.
issues that already exist. We're not like, oh, you're a part, Asian immigrant. Oh, you're not really an American. That's not what
Hey,
we're
you know
arguing.
what I'm talking
We're
about? Then don't
whether
worry
you're a
about it.
legal American
You didn't
or whether or not
assume.
you've adopted. My point is, you've adopted ethnic European mindset. The way that you reason, the way that you think, the way that you look, the hobbies you're into. You are.
I gotta pause you.
You are not. That you would not be be considered not Western.
I gotta disagree with you.
You would not.
I think you assimilated Asian culture actually. A lot of the ideas that you're presenting were prevalent in Eastern Asia. Well, 1,000 years before Europe.
You eat a lot of teriyaki bowls.
So
it's kind of sus.
I had this argument with this woke person who told me that the whole world is white culture that was created by whites, very much saying the same thing you are. That's what the
I say all. He just thinks the good part.
Well, no.
I respect South Korea. I respect Japan a lot. I mean, I think Japan's a great culture.
The woke people believe that it was white European settlers who traveled around the world and spread whiteness around, and a lot of cultures assimilated into what they were forced to by the European colonists.
I think that did happen. That wasn't a woke idea. I mean, so look at the guns. I mean, we've got gunpowder from China, but then end up bringing muskets into Japan. I mean, there's a little bit. We all cross.
And right. So the point I brought up is it is absolutely correct that white Europeans went around the world and imposed these worldviews and things like that, though they have largely changed. But a lot of these ideas also did originate in other places, largely in Asia. And so I don't think that
the world is not a singular narrative. Yeah.
So I don't think white is the qualifier here.
No, I didn't say it's the. I said it's a. In terms of that's why I said I'm not against people who are not white having the same value set and system. I meant it doesn't mean that if you are not white that you don't have this culture, that you don't have these value sets. It's like Jared Taylor.
I met some white communists in Eastern Europe.
Jared Taylor, for lack of better words, would be considered. I think he's probably banned on most social media, and he would be considered a very fundamental race realist. He was born in Japan, and he's very much when he's there, he can assimilate. My understanding is he's fluent.
That's why he's race realist. Because Japanese people are very supremacist.
Yes, but Jared Taylor is not Japanese. Why? Because as much as Japanese people may accept him, and I'm not saying I'm not Japanese. I don't get to decide if they accept him or not. I'm sure he gets along, and I know Japanese people in general can be very understanding of some outgroup preference.
I will say this.
Very limited.
Of the places I've been to, America, of course, is the least racist place.
I agree.
Experience.
And the most diverse and multicultural.
And right, I'm not a big.
Australia's up there now.
But yeah, Canada beats the United States.
Yeah,
but Korea is super racially supremacist, and the issue is
they wouldn't let me eat in restaurants. I couldn't go to clubs.
Are you serious?
Yeah, in South Korea they wouldn't let me in. Regularly, it was only for natives. They would say no outsiders. Kick me out. Just
oh wow, I get special treatment. I'm not kidding.
Some tape on my eyes or something. I don't know what I got to do.
I've met Korean people who are like, oh, which one of your parents, and tell us your story, your family's history, how did this happen? And they treat it like a novelty.
You do look, you are Asian, but I always forget. You do look a little Asian.
I'm only quarter. I'm 5% Japanese, 20% Korean. The Koreans attacked everybody. And I'm sorry, not the Koreans. The Japanese attacked everybody, and they were very racially supremacist. They said we are better than everybody. And there's a lot of theories as to why that happened. One is that as an island nation, you couldn't flee, and so as war broke out and fight for resources, it was only the most brutal and aggressive that would survive. Whereas in China, and less so in Korea because it's a peninsula, but China you could move. And so the freer a group was to flee a fight, which was more likely, the less likely they were to be a warring nation. Which is why Europe got super concentrated. You couldn't leave. I'm up against the water. What do I do? And so Japan, being an island nation, all these different feudal factions go to war with each other, and the most brutal survive and wins. And they say we're going to expand because that's what their culture had built on. That was the evolutionary psychology. So then they go to Korea and they brutally rape, murder, pillage, and enslave. The Koreans countered this by saying, actually, we are the superior race because the Japanese were trying to instill in them, destroy your culture, your way of life. We are better than you. So the resistance of Korea said, no, we're better than everyone else. And thus you end up with this, in Asia, everybody thinks they're supreme. In the United States, we talk about white supremacy and the left freaks out about it. You go to Asia and it's like the law of the land. It's absolute.
But isn't that part of why I think we like America the way it is?
I agree.
Not like that?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I think I love America.
It turned into from a free trade argument into an immigration race argument. But these things intertwine, so I think it's fun.
I mean, yeah. It is, because obviously even then there's different economic systems with different countries. I know you and I vehemently disagree on probably a few topics, but I think it's outside of the realm of a good faith argument if we don't even understand where we also agree to. Because I think what the point is I think everyone can agree with. By the way, Phil, very good point about the HR thing. I'm gonna keep that one because when you bring up race, just like the the word swastika or anything, some things trigger people's brains. So we talk about race, people get really defensive. But talking about HR departments and ideology sometimes is probably a better way to explain what's happened, including what's the communist takeover of all of our institutions. This stuff can become very very destructive. But that being said, I think
very 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 good point. Very good point. I'm glad that he realized that.
We can agree on what Trump's doing and what we're going to see the next 4 years.
Because people really do turn off their brains when they hear about race.
We're like one day into his first day into his campaign, and we've already gone back to the 1930s argument. Look, I'm not coming from a racist perspective, and I think a lot of people like me aren't, and people are tired of us being called racist. We are not arguing that anybody in this country that is a legal American is not an illegal American. We are not arguing to take away their rights. We are not saying that they do not or cannot vote. Where we are at right now is a much further back argument. Not even that we're trying to get there. That's not what I'm saying. Just we're way further back. So it's funny people accuse us of this. This is a growing, huge percentage of the country. There are people with deep historical roots to this country, like my family who was here before the founding, who fought in the revolution.
That's irrelevant.
It is so not irrelevant to us. To you it is, but to us it's not. This is why. Respect my pronouns here. Here we go. It's like, it is valuable to us to understand what this country was. I have ancestors that died to fight for certain values for this country. It's not irrelevant.
No more
my ancestors, well, it does matter to people, which is why I'm fighting. I have a value set where their sacrifice and what they did is important. Why would my ancestors die for something? I want to know. So I look at that because people don't die for anything here valuable except in Ukraine where they're sent to die. But I look at that and I want to know what it is they wanted this country to be and why they died. So do you I read. Listen, you're totally switching the subject here.
No, it's the same point though. You seem to believe in some sort of ancestral transferring of moral weight or responsibility that would go not just in the good direction.
Literally what a culture is.
No, it's
literally
not
the
at
entire.
all. You have no more claim to America than somebody who's a second generation
We
immigrant.
founded it. So how did
There's no we? You didn't found it. You were born in what? 1980?
1980. Holy shit.
Sorry, I don't mean that as an
insult. That's so bad. Born in 1993.
All right, 1980. Yeah. You did not do anything, and you don't deserve credit nor condemnation for whatever your ancestors did.
You are conflating arguments here. I'm not saying any of that. I don't say I'm getting credit. What am I expecting, a payout for my founding fathers, starting the country? Is that what I'm
that's an argument. Inverse reparations. We deserve to get paid.
I mean, we do get free college education, but I don't know. We have free college education as the Sons of Liberty. But anyway, we actually still get free education. But so do blacks, not very often. So we both are mutual. My point is that we go, what is this country? So people like you, that doesn't matter, and that's where we're different. You don't care about our history. You don't care about what people wanted this country to be, and that we want to make it an agreement. We want to keep this country. I believe this country is defined by its history. And you know what? Actually, I agree with black people. We could talk about reparations in a separate argument. They say that their history does matter. And with that, to the black community, I agree with you. Your history does matter, and we need to figure out our relationship.
History matters, but it's wrong to treat people differently because of the sins of their ancestry.
I just said I'm not arguing.
Well, that's
to
what
treat
reparations
anyone
is.
I just said I'm not calling to treat anyone differently. That's not what we're arguing. What
you're trying to say, you have a special claim to American culture or identity because of what you're.
Oh my gosh, I want to kill myself. Listen to me for like 5 seconds.
Dude, you've been talking 70% of the time.
I'm explaining something. Well, maybe I have something to say. So the point is that I'm explaining to you that what we're seeing now is exactly what Trump is defining by the birthright citizenship. From trade to immigration, H-1B, there are abuses that are radically and rapidly transforming our culture, our ethnic homogeneity, to a point that we cannot keep up with. So if you don't want us to be a homogenous country and you want assimilation, we are having immigration levels. We have 20 million just in the last 4 years, 10 million illegal, 10 million legal come in just 4 years. Those people cannot assimilate. That is, we don't even have any programs for this. Things are out of control.
It's arguably because we don't have the hard numbers, but it's arguably the largest mass migration in history.
Well, what I'm saying, the founders, I'm saying, like,
it may be.
They want to limit it. Yeah.
Because the ranges are varying, we don't have the exact number. It's in the top 5, absolutely, and it may actually rival the partition in India and being greater than any other in history.
So I'll just end this by saying, even if you or I are correct, or where we come to an example, it's saying we had values. I'm not just saying, that everyone's white or whatever. I'm saying that we had a limited immigration. You see from the very beginning, how much of our birth rate do we want to be natural? Maybe we should stop discouraging internal birth rates and promoting abortion 100%. And figure out what's going on in our food supply with low testosterone.
Our culture is fried.
Import and bait and switch our people. That's what I'm saying. Our people are not replaceable. Assuming that all the Americans here are here, let's put a moratorium on this immigration issue. Let's have these discussions. Then let's discuss what is an American. Let's agree to disagree on some points. Let's agree we're all legally Americans in this room. I don't know anyone that could legally even disagree with that. So yes, but that doesn't mean I want 5,000 people named Vivek and Gupta coming in to compete at wages and that they deserve that or they have any right to this country. At least with the people here, we're bringing in 20 million people. It's not 85,000 H-1Bs. There's 20 million people in just 4 years. Our country is losing the ethos and its value. We already don't control our own political system. I am afraid that we are heading towards a empire collapse.
Rome did it.
Yep, that's all I'm saying. I'm afraid. I'm trying to warn people.
And now you've got numerous cities that are trying to enact non-citizen voting, and this is all predictable. It's very obvious. I blame Ronald Reagan largely. I love it when people are like, Reagan was the greatest president. Oh yeah, when he gave amnesty and then created the crisis in California, which turned it into a sanctuary state, blue state, perpetually. The story of California is actually quite interesting in that. The simple version is Reagan gave amnesty to certain young people, and then when they tried passing a law in the 90s that would stop the use of public funds on non-citizens, those children who now had the right to vote voted against it because their family were non-citizens and didn't live here. So it's actually quite simple with mass migration. I don't care about the ethnic argument, about the culture and the moral value argument, but when you bring in tons of people and then give them any kind of weight in government, be it through the electoral process for the president or congressional seats. The people like AOC, they'll come out and tell you outright, I represent the undocumented. And the undocumented interests are not in this country, they're in their family that largely are outside this country, meaning they either want them to come here or they want to send money to them. The people in this country who have been here for a long time have interests in, like, my dad used to play at that park when he was a kid with my grandpa. I want to play with my kid there. But someone who came here 10 years ago is going to be like, what park, where? I don't know. And then when it comes to voting, it's actually really simple because we've seen this happen. Let's say there's a small town. This is the Springfield, Ohio argument. You have 10,000 people, and they have a city council meeting, and they say, should we allocate funding to restoring Spring Park? And then a guy stands up and says, my great-grandfather taught my grandfather how to play baseball, who taught my father, who taught me, and I'm now teaching my kids at that park. This park should be restored to the beauty that it once was, and I here move that we allocate funds from this city and our tax base so that we can restore this park. Everyone claps and cheers. Then you bring in 5,000 non-citizens, and they migrate to this area. And they hear that argument, and they go, what are you talking about? What is baseball? We don't care about that. We need to set up a new immigration entry center or something for what we care about. We don't, or whatever it may be. We want a non-denominational community center. We don't care about your baseball field. That argument isn't wrong, but it goes against what we as Americans who live here and have inherited traditions care about. So when the argument becomes, we should...
Good, very, very, very good point. Yes, 100% agree with that.
Be able to, look, we're going to improve the economy by bringing in mass migration or whatever. The numbers are going to be great. It tears away at the unquantifiable things that we care about and want to pass on to our children that we think we're good. The reason the reason this is bad in the long run, that we don't maintain these traditions.
But that primarily relies on the idea of non-citizen voting. So just don't allow non-citizen, undocumented people voting.
I specifically referenced how in California they gave amnesty to the children of non-citizens or through, say, birthright citizenship. And when those people grew up, they did not recognize why a park where your grandfather played baseball has any value to the community, and they vote against it. Their argument is not wrong. To them, the park has no value. But to the people who live there, it is of the utmost value. The reason why it's important is that evolutionary psychology and cultural traditions are not immune to the pressures of evolution. It's basically, good ideas persist.
I was literally making this point at the beginning, but that's probably because I saw some of this already.
Sometimes bad ideas too, but we usually weed them out. When we build a society and certain things work for us and it leads to success, we seek to maintain those things. This is human history, period. When some things don't work, they dissolve. The Soviet Union lasted only 69 years. America's over 250 because good ideas persist and we want to maintain and preserve those. If we erode at those good ideas, say, we now vote. You, good sir, your family's been here for 10 years, your children were granted amnesty, or they now grant a congressional seat, and the member of Congress is voting at the federal level. You then end up with voting in interests that don't recognize the moral traditions and values that resulted in the success of this country, and then you actually will end up with cultural decay and degradation, moral decay and degradation, crime, etc. And we could talk about multiculturalism in the greater sense. You end up with, say, Dearborn, Michigan having female genital mutilation at extreme degrees, and the community there voting in favor of it, rejecting outside pressures to make it stop.
Yeah, well, I think that's a unique aspect of that one particular culture that had some pretty toxic ideas.
It's a specific example of a very extreme bad thing, but when I point out that, I'm simply highlighting that extreme bad things have happened, which we should stop, but understand that at the granular level, that may be what we would describe as acute malfeasance through cultural difference, or maybe malfeasance is not the right word, but a unique crisis that we can see right away. What do we not see? There are certain things that are below the threshold of reaching national news. So when you get a news report about the Afghan refugees in Sweden that are raping little boys, and this is a practice in Afghanistan, it's very common, where groups of young boys will capture another young boy and they'll rape them in the ass. It's very well known. The U.S. troops have talked about it in Sweden. It's a big problem at pools. The Swedish kids don't have this culture, and so that is an extreme. Right, so let's say there's a threshold of a depravity that has to be met before a society reacts. Those things are extreme. Female genital mutilation and the raping of small children, shocking to a society, and they say that should be stopped. However, if one instance of that happens, you can get a reaction from a society. What if you get 100 instances of a community saying, we don't want baseball fields anymore? Well, no one's going to publish a national news story saying that the community has voted against a baseball field, but that means the baseball field will be gone.
If people still want baseball fields, if a lot of people still want them, there'll still be baseball fields.
So if we can simplify this even further. If me and my roommate every day vote for lunch and we agree pizza is the best lunch, we have pizza every day. We're very happy with this. We say, I want to continue living this way. It's conducive to our success. Then two people are moved in by your landlord with, he's the guy who owns the apartment, says they're going to live here now, and vote for lunch. And you guys say pizza and they say cheeseburgers. And you go, whoa, but we don't want cheeseburgers. Too bad. We all pull our money together and we vote. Now we have a dispute. One new guy moves in.
Okay, we're basically done. We're basically done. On that note, I think I'm like taxed on like talking and streaming. I'm like slowly, like I needed to not play the game and just focus on this for a little bit, but I'm running out of like words. So yeah, I think it's time for me to go. Maybe I'll be back tomorrow, maybe I won't, but yeah. I'm shot, and he said cheeseburger, and now I'm hungry. Kind of want a burger right now. I really do. All right, well, let me turn this off so yeah, there we go. Boom. Thanks for watching, and do what's on screen. Thank you very much, and yeah, goodbye. I appreciate it, you guys stopping by. For all the people that stopped by.